Us. Day in. Yeah, so I was on the horn with my mama.
What's up, guys? Good morning. Yo, I don't know how that song does not have 100 million views. Kodak Black, Last Day Out. Go check it out. If you haven't heard it, go listen to the song. I'm like, damn. I got a whole new respect for that boy, for that man. Good morning. What's up? How's everybody doing? Hope everybody's good and well. I'm gonna just let y'all know where I'm at right now. I am going to make sure, this is my goal today, is that I stick to whatever the hell it is that I write on my paper, unless it obviously changes. But for the most part, that's what I'm going to do. And I am coming in with that 300, the movie 300, that type of attitude and that killer instinct today. All right. We had a little bit of issues in the out of the NYSE yesterday. As you guys know, from Berkshire, it was a whole basket of stocks. It's not the first time that that's happened. It actually happened in like early 2022 or 2023. It was like February or March. And you saw just like some of these stocks, there was like a basket of stocks just ripped to a new high. And it was just like, like a 15, 20 point day on stocks that moved $2, $3, Welcome to the live stream. I'm Justin. Hit that like button, subscribe. And if you take any of our trades, just know that you're going to have to manage them yourself. All right, for the most part, you can ask me what I think, this, that, and the third. If you, we'll start with that as well. If you have any stocks you want to cover, we'll go over real quick. And we will first thing is that I'm going to start with is we'll look at the indexes and we'll see what the indexes are saying. Overseas is a little red. So, like yesterday, I had no... I didn't have conviction in either side. I was more bullish towards, the end of the day, but I was not okay trying to hold it overnight. And if we go to the S&Ps, I mean, we're coming in with a gap down for the most part, so which isn't expected. So like I said yesterday, if you looked at what the chart, just the candles told you, and versus what the indicators were telling you, they were both telling you two different things. And I'm really wondering if it's because of what happened yesterday, and if that's why we got that type of signal, which was like a mixed signal, right? Nice volume day Friday. We pulled back, tested. Pretty much like yesterday, with that being a consolidation day and not testing yesterday's low, you always want to keep track of those because it's pretty much, you're holding, the market's holding up, right? We held up yesterday. We pulled back and then we went right back to where we opened for the most part. Now we're coming in with the gap down. And I will say this, look at this. So here's a SPY on a 15-minute chart. Now this is wide, right? Now take a look at what we have here. So what we have here is a previous high. Now, I'm not saying, and listen, I said this, I'm not saying that we're just going to keep extending to new highs. I told you guys, watch if we just rip, not rip, but if we just rally to new highs, in which we kind of did, guys. 2 weeks, you went from 500, 495 to here, or no, from here, I'm sorry, 519 to 530. So that's a nice 10-point day in like, just on Thursday, or Friday, I'm sorry, huge day. So the market can, because there's so much money that has to go to work, and then there may be some other people on the other side of the trade. So this thing will just go in a flash, and you could just have a nice 5 to 6 point day, gap up 6 points, 4 or 5 points, 4 points, whatever. Anyway, so look what we have here. We have this previous high to the left of us. All right, previous high to the left of us, and we are making a new high. Okay, we're turning around and we're trying to test this level. Now, if I draw this line right here, which we didn't really test it, but we kind of did. You have this flat, which I was going to say this one right here. All right, you didn't really test that one. Okay, you didn't test that one. I'm just gonna draw that there, and what we'll do is we'll mark this thing up, right? So here's what we do have. All right, so you have a test of this previous high. Okay, cool. All right, and what are we doing? Where's the next one? Oh shit. All right, now look here. Okay, look at the 15-minute from Thursday, yesterday or Friday, yesterday, this morning is what it looks like. It looks like you just retested it. You're just right now, as of right now, this chart is telling us we're pulled back. We tested this previous base and support area, and now what is this? This is buyers stepping up, guys. Now, I'm not saying that when we go that we can't put in a range here, and when we if we go back to test 530, this previous high, that as soon as we make a high, sellers aren't going to come in and start taking some profits, because I've said it for probably 3 weeks now. It's been at least 2 to 3 weeks where I've said, guys, don't be, because I did try to grab some puts like 2 weeks ago, and I was just a little early, and I said, this doesn't mean that I think we're going to go down, but I do think that once you just start to make new highs, because the volume is showing it to you, that sellers are just taking profits on that new high. We make a new high, take profits, and then it's like it'll have its snowball effect after a while. Because if we keep trying to test 530 and we can't break and hold it, we can't try to like break out to a new high and hold it and extend, then the market's just going to say, okay, let's just swallow it up, pull it back, and we'll start back again at 510, 515, wherever, 513, 512. Pull back to this area, flush it out, climb again. Let's try this again, right? So expect that, right? Every time we get to new highs, look at the volume. The volume is going to tell you what you really what's going on, and that's what's been going on for 2 to 3 weeks now. On top of that, you have some liquidity, and this is the greatest thing about quantitative tightening that we haven't had in years, is that it provides volatility. And this also provides volatility and some scarcity. When you start having liquidity, listen, this is what brought us up. It could also bring us down. Again, it's just money going from one place to another. You're at this previous high. We'll see what happens here. See if they hold steady. But I expect us to continue to pull back. And if that happens, all I'm saying is it got us to where we are. It can take us back down to where we were. All right. Anyway, let's get right into it. Again, hit the like button, subscribe. If you take any of the positions that I bring up and that I take, I'll let you guys know that I take them. I'll write them in the chat. I'll tell you like when I'm looking to get in, what I'm doing to a T. Like, hey, I'm going in right now. I'm looking at like 440 calls or 440 puts, and I have them up right now. I am just waiting on an extension to get in. All right. So you'll have to manage it yourself. If you want to donate and give back to the stream, that link is down in the description. A lot of that will go to, all of that will go to the stream. It's not for my personal. I can make my own money. If you want to donate to the stream, post. That link is down in the description. We appreciate any of it. So, and I was thinking too, I would like to be able, I'm not saying we're going to, but if we do get to a point, I would like to be able to, maybe give back, where we could start a charity for like, maybe like, whether it's either for vets or for kids, or, teens that don't really have money that would like PCs. I think doing the PC charity stuff is really cool, because it can open up so much opportunity for others. I'm sorry, I didn't even see the chat. I'm sorry, guys. All right, GME is going to 0. GameStop is dead. You damn right. I tried to tell him yesterday, bro. Do a real job. I do, bro. Hey, listen. Hey, Trezor, you know what's funny, bro? You know what's cool about America? You can live your own life. You wake up and you decide what you want to do with your day and your night. Hey, Trezor, you know what? Do like politics and worry about yourself. All right, baby? Like, I don't know how to take that. Do a real job. You don't know anything about me, first off. But it's all good. I'm going to do a real job, and I'm going to go get mine. See, here's the thing. People say, oh, go do a real job, this, that, and the third. Listen, do whatever's the best for you. All right? Go get your margins. If you're wasting 60, 70, 80 hours a week and you're not getting nothing out of it, then you just do whatever you got to do. How about that? That's what I have to say. That's what I have to say about that. All right? Because at the end of the day, it's only about one thing. How much you got? How much food you going to put on the table? First off, what do you want out of life? And then you need to go get it. Everything outside of that, it don't matter because paper is green at the end of the day. I don't care how you get it. I don't care if you cut grass. I don't care if you traded baseball cards and you got it. It don't matter. Paper's green at the end of the day. So the what you do is irrelevant. All right, let's get it, guys. So S&Ps, I think we're waiting for data. I think we're going to put in a big consolidation here, honestly. You're just seeing a slow mix of profit every time we get these little pivot highs. We're trying to walk it up. Buyers are stepping it up. And I also think yesterday was, again, you had the NYSE kind of go down. So I really think that messed with yesterday's price action. I do. You know, I almost went long towards like the second half of the day, and I didn't take anything because I was like, you know what, I don't have conviction either way. We're pretty much, you pulled back, you held this, you broke the level, you regained it. Now we're going to go test these highs, and we're coming in with the gap down today. So today we're going to look for, I mean, I think this is your level here at it's like 525. 525 to yesterday's low. All right, we'll see what happens if we pull back up and test that 527. I think we'll be range bound for a little bit, honestly. So I want to see where the important part to this is what sector and what indexes. I don't understand. I don't worry. I am just a random guy on the internet. I feel, baby. I feel, bro. It's like astrology, do a real job. I get it. You're just, I'm not worried about what it is that that's all I'm saying. I don't care about what it is that I do, what it is y'all do. Just whatever you want out of life, baby, I need y'all to go get it. And don't play in the GME. Let's go over GME. All right, GME's done. Yeah, well, it's not done, but it's done. You're still holding up. All right, watch $25. It's like $25, $24. So yesterday, what happened? Nobody taught Dave and Roaring Kitty. I don't understand it. I don't get it. They get all these people. All right, listen, I said it yesterday. I know why Dave does it. Dave has a platform, Barstool, right? He can spend, listen, this is advertisement for Dave, right? If Dave spends $500,000, like, I'm not going to say $500,000 because he did, I don't know how much he put, it doesn't matter. But for him to go into GameStop and put in a couple $100,000, he can write this off as advertisement, I'm sure. I'm sure there's a way they can write it off for advertisement if he loses. And he's not going to lose all of his money, right? Because he can always stop out. He can lose 50%, whatever. Dave has an excuse to put that money in there and talk about it and go live and say, I'm doing this for advertisement. I need to try and funnel these people into Barstool, right? Roaring Kitty just sees a pop and says it's on. No, listen, they've been doing the same thing. Right? And that is listen, look at the 1 minute candle from yesterday. You're telling me that in 1 minute, it just went from, in 1 minute, you opened up at 35, pulled back, and then what? They just filled all these, this is like pre-planned. I'm just being honest. I feel like this is all pre-planned. How does this stock go in a 1 minute candle, go over 100% in the stock alone? So I think it's bullshit, and all it is that they have a pre-game plan from what it looks like to me that, hey, we start getting a pop or buy orders or something starts to, it starts to step its stuff up. Anybody that's short, they already have their orders to cover between, I'm talking institutions, right? And market makers, right? The two parties getting together, because you can't tell me that this stock didn't just sit there, because you have to limit order pre-market, guys. So there's no way that if this was real price action, that this stock, once again, would not just go over 100% in a 1 minute candle. In a 1 minute candle. So this is definitely some foolery going on. All right? I mean, you can't tell me that it's not. Because if it was true price action, it would have climbed. Not just, we're just going to pin it at $46 and $48 at 100%. We're just going to fill all the orders that were short. Or this collective area of stocks that we know from JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, and whoever, we're just going to cover them automatically. Like, that's what it feels like's going on. So I would watch yesterday's low on GameStop. But other than that, look, you're turning it into resistance. Listen, we got short yesterday. This is your gap fill. All right, $50 is your gap fill. If you look back on the daily chart, and this is why I thought it was so funny yesterday. I'm like, are these people really about to go long in front of this gap fill here? And so this is where pre-market was at 45. And I said, guys, the only way that I get long is if GameStop clears $49, like $48, $49, and you can hold that. Because I expected out of the gates yesterday that I said, watch for a wick into $50, and it didn't even do that. And it didn't surprise me either, because when they just pin the stock up 100%, you're not going to get anything. So we went short yesterday. All right, I gave you guys a $30 puts, and I said, listen, it was literally right here, literally right there on that test, right here. No, it was coming out of the the halt in the morning. But I told you guys they were like $4.50 to $4.75. I said, listen, you're paying $4 for a $5 move, right? Because we opened up here at $36. So you're pretty much paying $5 for a $5 move. When you get to $30, the only thing you got is 4 days left. Right? You have Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So when you get there, you're not going to make anything. So you need to make the decision. If you're going to spend $400 or $500 a contract and get $50 out of it, and it's exactly what happened. Matter of fact, it went to 28 and they were at $50, $50 to $75. If that's the type of risk to reward that you're going to trade, you got to find a new job. Because the minute you get into, you do things like that and you don't understand within just looking at the options chain without trying to pull out a calculator, this, that, and the third, and really understand it, you need to understand when you're paying too much and that it doesn't make sense to buy it even if you're right. Because to pay $5 a contract and you're going to make $50 out of it, like that's you're going backwards, if you know what I'm saying. All right? Because your risk to reward at that point, you're saying you're going to risk $5 to make 50 cents, right? That's not, you know what I mean? That's not what it is. That's not how you make, it's not how you get what you want out of life. Let's just keep it at that. Let's just keep it a buck. Dave has money to piss away because he can write it off for his company. To say, hey, GameStop was going, I needed to have some shares so that I could get some limelight or get in the spotlight to try to funnel some people into Barstool, right? So watch yesterday's low. What I would say is see what happens. Unless you have the capital to short it, you can buy puts, but I'm telling you right now, I don't know what they're going to open up at, but watch this previous high back here. Watch like $25. It's like $26. And I would watch that range there. I still think it's done, guys. They gapped it up 100%, and that's it. I got to move on from GameStop because it's just done. There's $25, $50 to $28 right there. That's the range you got to watch for. A break above, and you hold $28. You start holding yesterday's low, then you could look for a climb back to like 32. I think that's all you get. I think that's all you get is about $32. So I got to be honest, the chat's right. I don't understand why people do this to themselves. I really don't. Because if they really wanted to make money, they could. All right, let's keep going. All right, so I got to get my watch list today because I'm going at it today. I'm getting mine today. I'm going 300. That's the type of attitude that I got today. I'm taking mine. I'm taking it. I'm taking everything. All right, 20-day moving average is holding up on the Qs in comparison to the Dow and the IWM. Why do we look at that? Well, if you're a frequent flyer here, you know why. All right. Here's what we'll use. I'll use this pivot low here. All right, let's go to the SPY. So you are pretty much, you broke it and you're trying to regain it. Let's go to the SPY. Okay, so the SPY is well below. So guess what that tells me? You see that pivot low and see how far below the SPY is? The Dow is down. Look. Yep, the Dow is well below. It's actually trying to regain that pivot low there. Let's look at the IWM. And once you learn how to read the markets, I don't know. Anyway, 204. So 204 still didn't hold on the Qs. Or the IWM. 204 just can't get it done, man. I mean, we are still holding up at the 50-day. Hold on. This might be a nice trade idea here, guys, if this rejected the 50-day on the IWM. Nah, it's still... It'll be anchored down a little bit, but it's still above it. Where are we at right now? 203. Yeah, so we're just consolidating over top the 50-day, and you have this level here. So... yeah, well, I would watch 204 on the IWM. We'll see what sectors, we'll see what happens as we get closer to the bell. All right. Look for 204, this area up here, 204, 203.50 to possibly reject. You know, I still think we're just going to sit in a consolidation, and you have to be a little patient for this data to come later in the week. I mean, we have non-farm payroll coming at the end of the week, and that's, you know, for anybody that doesn't know, industrial production, retail sales, along with non-farm payrolls, is the second equation. Is the second part to two negative quarters of GDP is what they use for a recession. For anybody that doesn't know that, right? 2 negative quarters of GDP, you could technically say it was a recession, but if the labor market's still okay, the other formula they use is retail sales, industrial production, and non-farm payroll together. That also kind of gives you what you're doing. Look at that in the inverse head and shoulders. It's really ugly, but it works. All right, let's keep it going. Let's see what news we have here. All right, so we see already that the Qs are holding up the best. Qs are holding up the best today. So that tells me I want to be long technology as of right now. That doesn't mean that rotation can't happen from now until the bell. All right, you have to see it and know how to spot it, or just have time in the markets to know when that happens, because it's important to know when it happens, because that's going to shift you in or out of ARM, AMD, NVIDIA, Microsoft, Google, and that's going to shift you into like JP Morgan, maybe some, you know, industrial names, healthcare names. I don't really trade healthcare names, but so yeah, so that's that. So let's keep it moving. Just a random guy. Let's see here. So yesterday, kind of a mixed bag, but you had energy pullback. You didn't really have. You had some of these names. Oh, CCJ. Yesterday we gave out the short to CCJ. I didn't take it because I missed it watching a few other things, but for the most part, you had a mix. The majority of the market was down yesterday. You had some mega cap tech hold us up. Microsoft was a bit down. Meta, I wanted to be long Meta, so let's just go right into it. So Qs are holding up the best. So I'm going to tell you guys right now, if the market does, if we can find support, I'm going to want to look at tech, and I'm going to want to look at some of the names that have some relative strength. Let's just get right into it, and we'll go back and look at the markets in a bit. Let's go to the daily chart. I need to take off some of these levels because I don't want to get so this is our range here, because I don't want to get, you know, messed up with all these levels that I don't need. Meta's in a range from 460, it's like 460, 465, and the top end of the range is that 50-day at like 480. Yesterday I gave you guys the long on Meta. I said, guys, I really like the long. We pulled back into Friday's close, and you held 470 as support. Today might be an inside consolidation day. It might be, unless the JOLTS data comes out, and we have like a surprise, whether it's to the upside or downside. However, however the data comes out, if it is well above or well below expectations in the consensus, then you could have a decent day today. I'm waiting to see if if we can break above 480 and hold it, which I think we can, and get above this 50-day. I will take Meta on a swing trade long into the gap 494 or 493.50, and then we'll see, if we can. I think you can get the 510, honestly. All right, so this is the target that I'm looking for first. All right, is that previous gap from earnings. All right, that's if we can break above the 50 and the 480 and hold it. All right, I want to be able to break above it, hold it, and I want to look for that. If you can get the 510, guys, that's a $40 move. All right, $30 move. Sorry. So that's a nice payday. That's a nice payday. So that's Meta. Let's go look at the levels real quick. We know we have the 50-day. So we held up pretty nicely yesterday. I hate that this volume does this. Alright. So we broke down from 475. So today, so you had that. It's funny. It's not odd that yesterday you had New York come out and say that they were going to. They're in the works of passing pretty much a ban on. I don't know what the age. I don't know the ins and outs of it, but that some of these big tech, these social media companies can't use the algorithms for teenagers and younger kids. Right, whatever it is that they like or suggest them things, stuff like that. So you're seeing Meta fall back below 475. So that was your previous support back there, and we're gonna look at 475 in yesterday's close, depending on what the market does. Right, depending on what the market does, because I think there's more to it than just social media. With, it's obviously a big part of what Meta is about with Instagram, Facebook, and all that stuff. But they also have, some other products. But still, that's what I'm watching today. I'll watch yesterday's high in that 475 level for Meta. I don't know what's going on here. Hold on. All right, let's see here. Let me get rid of. I kind of want to get rid of all these levels. I really do. Because there's no reason to have some of them, because you can kind of get yourself mixed up. All right, so what I would look for, let's go back. Let me go back. Let's go read this. And I'm going to cover the news. Sorry, I got mixed up with with a couple things, and I'm sorry. Let's go to this 2-hour real quick. Yeah, I think I may go for the short today on Meta. We need volume. That's the thing. I can't say that I'm going to do something if we don't have the volume. So what I expect out of Meta is right now, I would like to see if we can bounce back, even if we can get back to 478, which we might be able to. I don't know. I'm going to be watching 475 to 478, yesterday's close. Now the reason I'm using 475 is because it was that previous support level back here. Let's see. You have this previous, it's an area, all right? So if you look here, come on, that's your previous support area right there, all right? That's a previous support area. So if we start turning this stuff into resistance, then I'm definitely going to be looking to take Meta short today, all right? That's one idea. And the target for that, depending on the volume, which we can find out right now what we have, which which it looks pretty low. It's not surprising. Let's see here. Where we at? About, what time is it? 7:55. It's 8 o'clock. Yeah, the volume's trash today. Alright, so I might even just stay away from that. But it's an idea that's on the list. Especially if you get more news. I'll look to take the pop. I'll look to get short the pops. We'll see. I'm keeping Meta on my watch list for a downside move. Right now, I think you're going to bounce. I think you can bounce, and then on the bounce, I'm going to look for a pullback. All right. Let's go through some of the news this morning, so we can figure out what we have going on. So right now, you have. Let's go look at Bitcoin too. BTC, USD, and then we'll look at yields. Let me get my shit going. And if you guys have tickers or anything you guys want to post, throw them down below that you guys want to cover. Wait. Hold on. I thought we were holding a 50-day. What? Oh, that's the 15-minute chart. That's why. I was like, what? It looked like the daily chart. I was like, I thought we were above the 50-day. All right, so Bitcoin's trying to hold this previous high here. It looks like it's falling out of steam. It really does. So if we get another extension in it, and it just like, you see it just kind of like, just feels like it wants to roll itself back over. I wouldn't be surprised if you get another test to 63. It's just a nice long consolidation. If you're not buying the dip, I don't know what you're doing. You're not buying assets. You're not, I wouldn't say that this is an asset, but, you know, just understand what's going on. You can always have a stop loss. You know, you don't want to just be getting stopped out buying, stop out buying, stop out. Just let it. If you want to buy for the long term, you need to buy the dips and understand what's going on. That's what I mean. That's what I'm saying. All right. It is like the market is risky. So yes, things can happen. We could go into a recession. This thing could go back to 45. If it does, I'll buy again. Okay. You know, I don't own any Bitcoin because I was trying to wait for 12, which was stupid. I don't know why I didn't just grab some down in the when it was down in the low teens. Like, I feel like such an idiot, man. But anyway, let me move on. Let me digress because I can get going. I have the worst ADHD in the world. It's so bad. All right. Oh, look at this. This is actually a nice wedge. Look at this. You might actually. So check this out. Boop boop boop. That's a nice wedge. And if you start to hold up here, you could look for a little support. Here's the thing is I feel like that might be a failed breakout because unless it's going to be longer, I think that if you pull back to this trend line there, what's going to happen is you're going to, if you pull back here and hold this at 68 too, and you rally into 69, you might start turning that into resistance. And look how there's like hardly any volume. Let's see if you want to get up off of this level and get through 69,000. You want to get through it and start going. So that's Bitcoin. It looks pretty bullish in my opinion, until it isn't. Okay, just understand that it could be a failed breakout. You just have to understand what, like, you have to know what to look for. And if you don't, just let me know in chat. I would just say keep your eyes on the volume. Just keep your eyes on the volume. And if it feels like the volume just is drying up, as in getting lower on the breakout, then chances are it's going to be pulling back. All right. So we have Bitcoin hanging out, holding up. You have Pfizer, Moderna. That was a huge trade on Friday. The Qs are, so Brandon, I brought them up. The Qs are holding up the best. Now, what I used today, and this is why I say if the markets are able to turn themselves around, which I can cover more, this pivot low here, right? If you look at that pivot right there, and then go look at it on the SPY and the Dow, the SPY is down here. It's way below this. All right, so that tells me today, if the market does get any type of bullish sentiment, that I want to be long the Qs. Matter of fact, let me go through this and go get my stuff right now. Let me get my stuff going right now. All right, so I am going to be wanting to look at technology, maybe even Bitcoin if Bitcoin can break out. We are looking. I would keep that 454 level on watch. Just watch yesterday's. Watch the 20-day moving average, which is down at 449. It's like 449.90. It'll probably open up today, depending on where we open. You'll probably see that 20-day like right around like 450, right? That 20-day should pop up a little bit on the daily chart, if it already didn't. So yeah, you should see that 20-day probably. You might even get like close to 450.50 to 451. So let me make it clear, I guess. Sorry I didn't see your guys' chat because I have it over on my other computer and it's on top chat. Hold on, let me go to live. Notice if we break this low, I'm going to look for this to be resistance, guys. Because right now you're putting in higher lows and you're stepping it up. I already, the thing is, it sucks because I already went through this. But just look at the SPY. And I'm not saying that it's bullish, but I think that if you understand what's going on, I feel like you can sense that we're struggling, right? For anybody that's been doing this for a little while, you can sense that we're struggling. The market's struggling a bit to get up, to go higher and hold it and climb higher. We pull back and it gets bought. Pull back, gets bought. So if you look here on the SPY, right? You pulled back to this previous base. Really nice support level, right? This is one high. You make a new high and you're pulling back to test it, right? Long term. And then what's happening? Look at that. We bring that up. There's your pivot low from yesterday. And then we bring this up. And now we have that all-time high. Now if this fails, so what you have had from Friday, yesterday, and right now this morning is buyers stepping up off of those previous areas. Off of that previous high. They just step it up, right? Pulls back, a lot higher lows. Anyway, if we fail and break this 452, we have low volume today, but I think that's the start of the pullback, of a pullback. And I'll look for that pullback to take us to 520 on the SPY. The Qs, it's like 448 to 445. Yeah, look at the Qs making this resistance right now. All right, that's your level to watch for today. 450. I'm sorry, what is that? 452. It's 451. Yeah, 452. 452. I'm sorry. I got to get a new mouse. This mouse is just ate up. This thing is just ate up. Right there. That's your level. All right. We're turning it into resistance. Now what I would look for is, do we break this low here? Do you break this low? This 449.97 pre-market low here. Look how it's starting to gain some steam now. So now we're going to look for yesterday's low. Now you would look, if this breaks and you don't put in a double bottom, which I think you do. I'm telling you guys right now, I think this like 450, I think it gets bought up and you break above this level. That's just my opinion. I do. I think you have a little bit more upside, and I think we see 456 today on the Qs. All right, so if we can get above 452, then I would look for a bounce back to like 456 to test that previous resistance, which was pre-market highs from yesterday. All right, let me go back here. I need to write this stuff down as I go, because again, I'm making my watch list with you guys, and I got to go over some of this news and stuff. All right, this sucks because I'm gonna have to flip the page. I'm gonna have to flip the page in my composition book, and I have all the stocks that I was looking at. Now I can't see them, so now I'm gonna have to flip back, move my keyboard, and all that stuff, because I don't want to forget about some of the names. Oh, we also gave out yesterday that 200 JP Morgan. We gave out 3 winning trades yesterday. Again, I said GME. Don't buy puts. I'm telling you guys right now, unless the premium is lower and you're not paying you're not paying $5 for a $5 move, it's not worth it. All right, if you're paying $5 And if the stock is at $35 and you're paying $5 for a $30 strike, don't buy it. Okay, especially if it's a Thursday, Wednesday, because you're not going to make anything even if you get to the money. And that's what happened yesterday. And I told people, I said, guys, $30 puts because we did not get up to 50. We didn't break that pre-market high. $50 on GameStop was the gap fill. All right, the gap fill on GameStop was $50. You didn't even wick it. You didn't even wick to 50 yesterday. So that the only way I would go long is if we broke above that yesterday. Now you're watching this range for anybody that knows. I'll just put it in the chat right now. 25.50 to 28. You start breaking above 28 and holding it, then you could probably get a test of 32. Right? You probably go back to $32. You start reclaiming and holding 32, then that's where a nice long might be in store from 32 to 40. Because you ain't got really nothing there to stop you. I didn't mean to get off track there. I just wanted to get it out, you know, so I can move on from it. All right. So let's go back to the Qs. All right, so let me write this down, QQQ. And listen, the Qs, in my opinion, are holding up the best. If you guys use this pivot low right there, you'll notice that the Qs are back at it. And if we were to go to, real quick, it's going to take me 2 seconds to spy, just for anybody that wasn't here. Look at that pivot low. It's way below it, way below it. So that tells you the Dow, IWM are the weaker bunch. So that's where you want to be short. You want to be short those blue chip, right? Here's the pivot low right there. There's your pivot low. See how far below it is? So there is, using what I just showed you right there, it's how you can sense divergence. And when that happens to the Qs and the Dow, like if the Dow is like up farther than the Qs, on where you can, you know, where you're looking at using like a point like that pivot low there, you're able to sense rotation as well with this kind of stuff. So there's your pivot low. So IWM and the Dow for now, you know, they are the weaker bunch. All right, QQQ. Sorry to keep going back and forth. So I'm watching, I would watch this 20-day moving. I'm watching 450. All right, we'll watch 450. I still think on a longer term, on the longer trend, we still have some upside. We just need volume. We just need to be able to get some of these buyers to step in. And I think I might do it today. I want to see if we can't get ourselves back to 456, 450. We ain't gonna get to 458, but yeah, 456. Yesterday's pre-market high, and that doesn't mean that we can't do it like later in the afternoon today, right? So so that's what I'm going to write down right now. Right now, it's all about what did I say? What did it look like on TradingView? What did we say? It was 452, right? 452. Yeah, 452. Sometimes these things don't line up right, but so we're going to watch 452. We continue to reject this. You do have a pivot point right there that we're holding. So, like I said, I think we can hold this 452 level, or what is that, 451? It's a dollar range. QQQ. 452 is our guide, all right? Or at least my guide, I should say. 452. If we can reclaim it and we start getting some buyers here, then I'm looking for a run back to 455, 456. Yesterday's high. All right. Right now we're below it, so we have to respect it. I'm actually going to put this box here because it's an area, right? Let's hold this. Let's hold that box. Right there. All right, that's our. We got, you know, a break below it. I don't think we get below because I don't think the selling pressure is gonna add up to it there. All right. So that's that. 452 is our level.
EQ. Quillian shares popping here after a company reporting data from its alopecia areata study. That's Echo Quebec. SNAP, Snapchat, Versace partnered with Snapchat for its new sneaker collection that's sending it from
All right, sorry. All right, downside. 452 rejection. So I wrote down just pretty much what I just told you was, 452. If we can break above and hold that, then I'm looking for a test back to 455 to 456. And then on the downside, we'll look for yesterday's low at 448. 448.
Welcome back, everybody. Paramount and Skydance have agreed to the terms of a merger with a deal to be announced in the coming days. That's according to CNBC's David Faber, who says that Sherry
Axos
Redstone
clearing
still has
commercial
to
real
sign
estate loan problems and
448.
last time running beneath this price for perfection bank.
And
That's
Rich, why don't
AX
you
Alpha
walk
X-ray.
through what we think we know and what we don't know yet about this deal?
Sorry about that, guys. All right. So yeah, we'll look for that previous high there at 455, 456. Okay. You have to understand that the volume is pretty low right now. The messed up part about this is like the 15-minute chart. You're going to be depending on where we open up, we're going to be below VWAP and the 9 EMA. So the minute that the 15-minute chart opens up, we're going to be popping into it, and it's going to possibly act as resistance. So I think that price action from Berkshire and those other basket of stocks this is why it's giving me at least a mixed signal. Like, I wanted to be long the second half of the day yesterday, but I just couldn't do it. I just couldn't do it because it just didn't feel like it was going to be worth it, right? So let's keep it moving. So the SPY, I want to hurry up, man. Gotta hurry up. So I wrote down listen, a break above and hold of 452. We're look on the Qs. 455, 456 upside. The volume today is low. You have to understand that. So take your profits along the way, every 75 cents to $1, whatever. Downside, we reject 452 or we get above it and can't hold it and it breaks and turns into resistance. 448. I'm looking for yesterday's low on the Qs, okay? The S&Ps, I'm going to be doing the same game plan. Look, see the SPY. Let's see if we can get the SPY back to like 527. I still think, again, though, that we gapped down so far today that, if we can get some volume, maybe JOLTS jobs data helps us out a little bit and gets us back above, that 15-minute VWAP and 9 EMA and stuff, because those two indicators are going to start acting as resistance. I know you guys can't really see that chart. I do apologize. Let me delete this. And let's go over some of the news. I'm getting into a basket of stocks now. Yesterday, NVIDIA. All right, NVIDIA was rejecting all day. So there's a SPY you can see here right at the 20-day. It's trying to find support there. A higher low. Buyers are stepping up. And this is a nice 525 is your support level. All right, so the SPY, 525. All right, 525. If it holds, you got to look for 528 to 530. 528 to 530. This, what is that? Yesterday's high, which is at 529. All right. So I wrote down 525. If we continue to hold the 20-day, look for bounces back to 427. So hold long to 527, 28, 530. All right, breaks. We're looking for 523. 523 target. So that's our downside target, guys. All right, this is our target right here. It's at 523. And you can see we pivoted right into it yesterday. So prior day's low and prior day's high. We're right in between it. It's that easy. It really is. All right. Let's go look at, so if the Dow is weak, right? Let's look at JP Morgan. Yesterday, it gave you another shot at it. Damn, look at that gap down. Holy shit. All right. JP Morgan, right now, it's holding 200. So yesterday, I gave you guys on this candle, and what happened was I gave you that 200 rejection yesterday, or 202 rejection. I said, yo, JP Morgan, we got back below 202. It's like 202.10. Yeah, we got below 202. I said we can take a short here to 200. Look for a pullback into 200, and literally 2 minutes, I was like maybe like a minute, right? As soon as I said it, it was like a minute went by, and then bang, you got news over the wire that one of the people that work for JP Morgan is stepping down. All right, so you can see that this level 200, you're above it. 200 is the level, right? You're above it. You're looking at bounces to go higher into 202. Like, you're just stuck here, it feels like. So again, now what I'm trying to reiterate for anybody that's new here is that if the market turns around, which is if we start to get some buy side volume, like if we start to catch a bid, I'm going to be looking at, you could use 200 if the Dow, starts to go higher and holds up. I'm looking at 200. Okay, you could use 200, and this 200, that 20-day, that green box, that 20-day moving average, you can use this to be your buying point. All right, you could use that to be your buying point. To go back to, take profits in front of 202 and see if you can extend higher and make a new high. Let's see here, but I'll tell you exactly what I think. All right, so yesterday technically was a low volume pullback, which is good. So 200's been our level for anybody that's just joining us here. You can see this is a nice break or a pullback. We were short this day too, on this day. You bounce back to 200, which was your previous double top resistance. Now we're above it, and now you just made it support. You just made it support. The stock is pretty expensive. All right, the stock's pretty expensive. So JP Morgan 200. All right, that 200 level and that 20-day is going to be what I'm going to be eyeing up. All right. These are low volatile. This one is a low volatile trade, which I wonder if it's going to fail today. I wonder if it's going to fail. I feel like it's going to fail today. Just my opinion. Yesterday was a low volume pullback. That looks good. Yeah, I think today you test. Looks like you might want to pull. It looks like JP Morgan's going to pull back a little bit. And then we are going to go run a test back to 202 and reject it. So today, for just today, maybe this morning, I will probably look for a long. And here's the thing with this data coming out at 8:30, that could send us higher, and then we just run out of steam up there at 202. All right, so that's going to be my plan for JP Morgan. All right, is to see if we can get a an opportunity to go long this thing. I'm going to try and go long JP Morgan if we can hold this level. All right. I will, every time it makes a high, I'm going to take profits. I'm telling you guys right now, because I think within the next 3 to 4, like the next week to a week and a half, I think you see a pullback on JP Morgan. I do. I don't know. what the catalyst would be. Maybe it's rates pulling back. But you can see the volume up here. There's some sellers up there. So
The information reporting ByteDance seeking to raise up to $800 million for car marketplace unit.
ByteDance to raise up $800 million. I'm actually, man, I kind of want to move this to two.
X and Microsoft Smith says expects to take additional steps to resolve EU investigations into Teams. That's MSFT.
Sorry, I was just kind of looking at. That was weird price action yesterday.
Regarding Teams, not irreversible step involving that's MSFT.
All right, you guys got that? You guys got that? JP Morgan, again, we have data coming out, so which is in 5 minutes. So we'll look to see what happens there. We'll probably, here's the thing, if you get like a long wick out of this, I'm not going to worry about it. I need to keep moving on. Like if it like wicks up, then I'm obviously going to change to look for a rejection up here possibly. I'm not going to go long if the JOLTS data sends us higher. Okay, so that's JP Morgan. Let's go over to the NVIDIA. Oh shit, I didn't write it down. I'm sorry guys. I already know. I kind of don't even need to write it down. 200 long. It's kind of hard to say that because what if we break this level? I'm still going to go try for like a 199.50, that 20 day. I'll still go for it, guys. You know, I still think that yesterday was just a low, pretty much a low volume pullback. And I still think that we can get back to like 204, 202. All right. So there's that. 200. You know, and once again, even JP Morgan, like once we open up down here, since we're gapping down, we're going to be bouncing into the 90 MA and VWAP, which is not good. It's not good. You're going to have sellers stacked at those areas, and you're going to have to break through it and then consolidate. And then, you know what I mean? So it's like, I want momentum, right? I want something that has news, and I want something that has relative strength, relative weakness that we can use to... I'm going to get into semiconductors real quick, which ARM is one of them. We were short ARM yesterday off of the pop, all right? That was a tricky trade. It was a tricky trade, but I thought he said... I thought Kramer said FSLY was up. All right, we have 3 minutes. Yeah, this thing is not up. So Kramer says something about... oh, it wasn't Fastly, was it? FS... Okay, that's why. Okay. FS... First Solar. That's it. That's what I was looking for. Okay, it is. Okay, so look at this First Solar, guys. Keep an eye on this name. We might be able to get a nice pop off of this today. All right, I'm glad I thought about this. This is a nice break consolidation. You could start to see another break higher to like 300, 290. Let's see. There's some news behind this. That's why I'm bringing this up. All right, because of what I said. All right, sorry to get off track. Let's go back to semiconductors. FSLR. Let me write this down. FSLR. I'll have to do that in a minute. All right, let's go to NVIDIA before this comes out. So yesterday we just consolidated all day long. All day long you consolidated. You're hanging out at previous highs here in yesterday's close. So it's holding up the NASDAQ. I would watch this previous high. The problem is, I don't think it's going to, but I think you pull back to 1140 and you hold 1140. You look for the long on NVIDIA. That's what I would do. I think that's what my plan would be. Look at 1140. You pull back to that area. You hold it. because you've already pulled back to 1130 and held 1130. Take notice to yesterday's that flat top resistance from yesterday, and if you continue to, if you can't hold that, then that's the start of some downside movement in my opinion. All right, we'll see what this data comes out as. It's getting ready to come out now any second. Well, I think you have like 30-40 seconds left. Let's see here. Oh, here it is. Should be coming out now. Let's go. Oh no, Jolts is at 10. What am I doing? Why did I think it was 8 o'clock? Holy shit. Oh my gosh. Nobody called. Y'all didn't call me out on that? Oh, Red Book is at 8:55. Holy shit. Alright. That sounds good. I'm like, yo, what the hell? What's going on? Alright, NVIDIA, 1140. I think you gotta watch 1140 there. I'm not going to make that a 2 because I'm not going to trade NVIDIA. I'm not even going to trade it. Look for pullbacks if you can hold that level. Look to test the highs. If you do break out the highs, you might just keep climbing. Keep an eye on the volume. Just watch the volume, all right? AMD, nasty day yesterday. Another down day. It's just, it doesn't want to give, it just doesn't want to go higher. It doesn't. And I think that might have been it for the most part. Unless it's just here, just going to eat up time. I think NVIDIA is... 50? Oh, 20 day. Alright. I think NVIDIA is just going to be stuck here for a little bit because it looks like on the daily chart, it's trying to start making the 20-day higher. I think you might start a slow climb back to 180, but that's with time. You added some decent volume yesterday. I think what it is, it's getting the moving averages and it's trying to turn itself around. This thing is so weak. Look at... I won't trade this because the trade was yesterday, but 164. 164 rejections on AMD. If you reclaim 164, then you could look for a move back to 166, 167. But I would say 160, 168, 168. If you can reclaim 164, you got a nice little move back to the upside there. All right, because right now you're just sitting at the 50-day. And if you look here, you're stuck between the 50 and 100-day moving average. So we're going to keep watching for the break of either side. Because if when it goes, it's going to go. Right? Whether that's an extension to fill the gap down here at 153, or if we break out and above and go back to 180. All right? So remember, though, there's buyers down here and sellers are up there. So this is where you want to be a buyer, even though it doesn't feel right. Give yourself time. Don't just, think that this is going to be a day trade because it might consolidate today. It may not do much of anything. The trade was yesterday. You can see back here to the left what it do. It completely regained half of that down day. And this is pretty much the same. It just keeps recovering. So if you're looking at AMD, you got to get above 164 though. I think you got to get above 164 and then you can say, all right, 164 isn't going to reject, and you're holding the 50-day, and then maybe you climb back, take profits in front of 166, target 168 over the next couple days. God damn it. Let's look at Coinbase real quick. So Coinbase looks like it's almost going to have a failed breakout here. I don't know what the hell it's doing. I don't even think it knows what it's doing. So I think this is it, though. All right, because it's sitting above the 50-day right now. You're sitting right above it. This is a nice resistance. You break above support. You break it. You recapture it. Let's see if you can get some upside. I would look for like 240 and see if you can break above 240 on Coinbase. The volume is a little concerning on Coinbase to the sell side. I feel like... honestly, I think if you can't get like 220, 225 to be a buyer, you're buying at the highs. So I would be cautious. I don't even really like Coinbase right now because I was hoping for the extension higher up through 250. I'll keep my eyes on it. Again, I don't know if there was any news with this thing or not. This is your... No, it's not it. This thing is just bad. I would watch 229 or 230. Watch 230 for a rejection, and you could probably take this back down to 220. It might just sit sideways, unfortunately. Let me see here.
Instruct somebody to do the wrong thing. How do you address those concerns?
So basically, that's why we believe that in our AI care model, it's not just the AI. It's the
Wait. What just happened there?
and the human is there to act.
Sorry, guys. Give me 1 second. I need to pull this thing back down. So, you know, watch that 50-day and 230 to like 230 to 228. Maybe you can get another move back from 220 to 230. That's all I have to say about it. Or look for 230 to reject and look for a move back down to 220. I don't really like Coinbase. I don't really like it. It just... It's in a downtrend for the most part. It tried to break out. It looks like it's in a downtrend. Yeah, look. Yeah, use that 235, 234.25. It's like 234 to 220. I keep saying 220. I'm sorry. 234.50 to 235. Use that for a rejection point and look to try to get back down to 220. All right, 220 is the level I would use. All right, 220 target off of 230. All right, that's what I would look for to get back down to the 20-day moving average. Let me delete this because I don't need that anymore. I mean, that is a decent... 235. Where are we? Are we bouncing? 232. All right, guys. You know what? This is actually kind of funny. I may actually look at Coinbase. Look at this 235 level, right? Support, below it, resistance. What I'm curious to see is if we try to bounce back to it, we regain the 50-day, and if we can get up to 235, and we look for the rejection up there. All right, I want to see if we can reject 235. So I'm going to write that down, Coinbase 235 rejection. And then I would target... Is that 235? Yeah, and then I want to see if we do break... We broke below that level. Oh, no, we broke it on lower volume yesterday. Hold on. Yeah, that was a low volume break at 235 yesterday, guys. You might regain it. If we recapture, if you see us recapture 235, we might be able to look for that move to 2. I'm going to do the work right now and let you guys know what I think. Just let me look at this real quick. So 235 rejection or hold. 245 target. All right, roughly. It's like 245, 240. Yeah, 245. That previous high there. 245. 245, and the downside was 220. So those are the two targets, right? If we can reclaim this and we start, let's look at it. All right. And then no. Okay, so there we go. There's our 240. Yeah, here we go. So this is a nice little support level there on the daily at 220. Yeah, so really you want to be a buyer at 220, but we are rejecting 240. A little. Oh yeah, she is trying to hold here. Look at the RSI and MACD. It's actually trying to like cup itself and put in a higher low here, and you can see by that holding that 50-day, it's trying to put in a higher low. You know, it doesn't seem right, but I might do. I think I'm going to do that, guys. I think I might go for the long. Again, we have data, so you have to remember that, and it's at 10 o'clock. Let's see here. Come on.
Is that just a small pocket, or do you think that that's a real shift in terms of the way the Valley's thinking politically?
15-minute. I'm sorry. I know it's a pain in the ass. Yeah, it's going to start going higher here, guys. Shit. Alright. That's all good. Whatever. Alright, so watch that level on Coinbase. Especially if you get above and hold the 50-day. You have to watch out for like 235. 235 is your level. It's an area. If you get above 235, you know, you're going to look for targets to 245, that previous high up here. So that's a nice $10 move. All right, watching this level right there, and that's that pivot low from yesterday. It's like 432. I would like to get long at 432. That's like where, that's the ideal spot, is 432 entry. That 432 entry right there, guys. Look, I'll put a dotted line there for you. This level, like right there. I'm gonna try to make that my entry point. If we can break above that, then I have clear skies ahead. All right. 232. It's like 232.12. If you look at yesterday, that like right above yesterday's close. Pre-market high from yesterday. If we reclaim 232 entry, that's where I want to get long.
Investigational NDA to FDA for SPC 15, PTSD and anxiety. That's San Diego Oscar.
Is a worry among CEOs about regulation. We're going to talk to Lena Khan a little bit later today.
I'm just writing it down. 232.
And I imagine you may even
That was
agree
out
with
earlier.
the criticism about regulations here. I don't know if you do or not, but how do you balance that versus some of the other views I think you have either on social issues or these moral issues that you have?
All right. Do you guys, hey, listen, if you guys have tickers, throw them in the chat. Like, don't be shy if you have questions or anything. Let me grab something really quickly. Alright, and I haven't even looked at small caps or anything just yet. Just give me 1 second. Just give me 1 second here.
This morning, you see below 70,000, sitting just above 69,000. Squawk Box will be right back.
A law partner rediscovers her grandmother's artistry and establishes a charitable trust to keep her health for
All right.
generations to come.
Meta. So Meta is still struggling too, guys. So I don't think I wrote. No, I did write Meta down. JP Morgan coin. So we still have a nice list so far. And I haven't even gone through some of the news. All right, NVIDIA's above that level. Boom, boom, boom. Q's looking like they want to reject 452. Give me a 5-minute. Actually, you know what? We'll use a 15-minute chart because we still have some time. Nah, we don't really have time. 5-minute. Come on.
Thank you for calling. Please hold. When you talk to your custodian, does it feel like you're not being heard? Thank you for calling. Please hold. Now that's better. Trapiamar doesn't have a massive.
Oh my gosh. It's always a spy that is a pain in the you know what. Alright. Bro, is JP Morgan already... No, I thought it was down here. Yeah, it was down here, I thought. Alright. So there's that. Coinbase. At 235 level, guys, that's a mean support resistance. If we start to reclaim this, we might be able to get back above 235. That's going to be key. 235 is going to be key on Coinbase because if we do reclaim it, we have a nice shot from 232 to 240, 245. And that break, the thing is, right? The reason I'm looking at this is because that break... never mind. Never mind. Take that back. I take that back. What the... So this is our level here that we're looking for. I thought for a second that this break at 235 was on lower volume. But apparently... Like, you had some volume come in, but that wasn't until it was down here at this bottom. You know what I mean? So, once you broke... Like, look at this. Once you broke 234, 235, the volume was poop. It got a little bigger there. That's what she said. But, I mean, the volume really was, yeah, I don't know. We'll find out. 235. That's all it is, gang. All right? That's all it is. Right now, we're above 230, or like what is this, like 229, whatever. All right, 229.30 to 230. We hold this level. We look for moves to 235. That's a $5 move. I still think if you break above the 50-day, this red box. So for anybody that's new here, the bright green box is the 20-day. The brighter red box will be the 50-day. All right. I'll also use like a dark, like dull green and a dark dull red. For like rejection points, right? Which would be up here, right? This is one of our rejection points up at 240 that we would look for to say, all right, you know, and that line right there, those dotted lines there, that is actually a possible entry point for, that's an entry point for a long. If we can, well, it's not really going to be the entry, but it's going to really solidify and let me know, hey, you're regaining to the upside. And I think we get that pullback. I think you start to see Coinbase climb a little bit. You see it pull back to like 230 or so, 230, 229, and then I want to see if we start climbing higher. But we'll see what happens. We have data, so anything can happen. Let's keep it moving. So ARM was short yesterday off of that 130 level. We said it. All right. I was waiting for ARM all weekend, and it like completely did exactly what I did not think it was going to do. All right. I thought we were going to get a little upside, and I'm like, okay. My plan for ARM was to say, all right, because I don't know what this was all about. I don't know. It gapped up huge and it just ripped, which is what I expected. I expected it to go to the upside early and get short that bounce. That's why I was saying 130 rejection. But I didn't expect it to go from 120 to 130. Like, I didn't expect all of that, right? I was expecting a bounce back to like 126, 125, like that previous high or whatever, and then we could either get short that pullback and then look for the long, because that's what the indicators were. It's pretty much what it was telling us. All right, so let's go to the daily chart on ARM. If you guys have any tickers or questions, please post them in the chat below. I do want to reiterate, if you could, please like, subscribe. It helps the stream out. If you make any money with any of the trades, if you want to give back to the stream, donations are in the description. All right, that money goes to the stream. We have had a donation before, and I still have that donation right here. All right, because I can make my money. It goes to the stream. It is greatly appreciated. It does help. There are some things and places that I would like to take this, and with your help, we can do that. And just know you also, manage your own positions, because I won't be right all the time. All right, you have to know when if you're in a trade that I take or we're talking about, and you end up whether I take it or don't take it, and you get into something and it pays you. You need to take those profits on the extensions. No, I don't care if you have one contract or two. I don't care if you got 10 or 50. It goes in your direction. You're getting paid. Take some off. You do want to have, this is for the, a person that, not really any type of person, because you always want to take your profits, but you do want to have your targets, but you want to mostly focus about getting money in your pocket. Take money. Get your account to where it should be, that you can sit comfortable in trades. So this is a nice breakout. The only thing is I wish ARM had a little bit more volume. It was greater than this day. I'm not going to say that this breakout was an increase in volume, because in my opinion it was not. It closed green, but that was not an increase in volume. And for anybody that knows anything, normally when you pull back on an increase in volume, that gives you a better opportunity to hold, or you can place a little bit more. You can place a little bit more of a weighting that previous high is going to hold, right? So for me, I feel like we want to look for pullbacks and look to get ARM back into like 122. That would be a nice trade. All right, in my opinion, I think that would be a nice trade. It doesn't look like it on the short term, but man, this is hard because let's look for 127 on ARM. See if we get a bounce back to 127. And see if we can reject 127. Look for yesterday's close on ARM, 127. Where are we at? 852. Watch the sector as well. Right, what you're going to want to watch NVIDIA, obviously, just like if you trade coin, you're going to want to watch Bitcoin. So 127, I mean, really the rejection area is 128, but from 127 to 128 is where I'm going to watch today, and I'm going to use this as my rejection point, and if we can't get above it, then I'll look for that short back down to 122. All right, because I think 122 is a nice area here. Which was yesterday's low, and that still puts us what is that? No, 123. I'm sorry, 123. What am I thinking about? So I think this is our 123. All right, so bounces into 128, 127 rejections. You could look for a short back into 123. Longs at 123, 122, the low 120s. Watch the volume and keep an eye on NVIDIA. All right, keep an eye on NVIDIA, TSM, all that fun stuff. TSM. Let me go to a 15-minute chart real quick. All right, look, like TSM looks like it's rejecting up there at 156. All right, 156. Look, I think you could get a bounce back, and then If anybody is trading TSM, look for 154. I think 154 is going to be your level to get a rejection out up there. Was that TSM? Is that 154? Let's see. Let me see something really quickly. Damn, TSM might get ready to start climbing.
US retail sales first 4 weeks of May plus 6% versus May a year ago. That is Redbook plus 5.8% for the week ending June 1st versus a year ago.
Damn, that's so weird. Look at this. Look at the hourly. And then if we look at the 30-minute, that's so weird. That's so weird. All right. Pullbacks on TSM.
Is there a policy inside Treasury about hiring convicted felons?
I am not going to talk about. I know you're going to try to get me to talk about that. I'm not going to talk about that, but I appreciate you trying.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. It's great to see you. We got a lot more coming up on
But what he did wasn't a felony. That's so weird. So weird that they keep going with that shit. They sound so stupid. For anybody. It's just fucking sick to put anybody like that behind bars and think that it's okay. Because what it does is it starts something that we don't want started, right? So, well, let's get it, guys. Let's get it.
The future isn't scary. Not investing in it is. NASDAQ 100 innovators.
So that's TSM there, guys. Look.
Getting images announcing exclusive global content partnership with Kanye West. That's GTY.
All right, never mind.
Think equity.
Golf Echo Tango Yankee.
Think equity. Funding innovation and growth. Think equity. Learn more today at thinkequity.com.
See, that's. I don't know if that's a misprint, and that's why I said that it was weird with that long tail there on TSM. I would look for bounce backs. Really, you could say like 156. That would be a nice move. That would be a nice move on TSM. Would be a bounce back to 156. Especially if NVIDIA could get going. All right, for anybody watching TSM, you know, pullbacks into 152. If you look for pullbacks into 152, let's see, resistance, reclaim it, support. Oh, 154. Where are we at right now? Oh, we're not even above 154 right now. Oh shit. Hold on. I think you have to watch pre-market. Having pre-market on TSM, because I think that could be a little deceiving. You're below yesterday's VWAP. 154 I feel like is your level, but this 152 is a nice support zone. Your middleman is 154, so that's your battle. I don't know why he sounded like the guy from Office. 154. All right, that's TSM 154. All right, see if you can't break above it. Get to it, break above it, and try to, you know, get long down here at 152. 152 is also your 20-day moving average, guys. So this could be a nice little trade idea right here. I'm going to write this one down. And we will, or I will at least, keep this on my radar. So let me...
GameStop pulling back just about 3.5% today. AMC Entertainment, SunPower, BlackBerry, Reddit, some of the other ecosystem names also showing some more stability. Joe, with that, I will send things back over to you.
All right, guys. All right, so 152 TSM. I didn't even write down ARM. Shit.
OBLG Oblong announcing letter of intent to merge with Dwellwell Analytics. That's
All right, I didn't even write it down. 152 longs. Watch 154. That's our level. That's the level we got to watch for. All right, if you get long now, I still need to go over the fucking news and shit, man. 154 is your middleman. Targets 156, 157. It's like, yeah, hold on. Hold on. Yeah, that's the target. 156 to, you have a prior gap fill up there, but 156. All right, yesterday's high. Pullbacks in the 152, 153, like yesterday's low. You're at it right now. Look at yesterday's low. Pull back into this area. The thing is I think if we open up right up at yesterday's close, I think you do get the pullback off the bell. We look for that pullback off the bell till like 10 o'clock, 9:45, whatever. But you have to watch because of Jolt's jobs data. Watch TSM pull back off of the bell, right, up here, right? Pulls back off of the bell. But then you have to watch because then you have, it's like, oh, this is setting up for a sweet long. Yay. We're at yesterday's low in the 20-day moving average. Hooray. Long the 156, 154. Take profits in front of both of those. And then something happens where Jolts comes out horrible and it's like, and you're like, damn, I just got snuck. Keep an eye on that. I'm telling you guys right now. Keep an eye on that. Because it happens every day. And I try to say it and show it to people. Like, look how the stock sets up. Like, it kind of like, it sets up for a long or a short. Then a data point comes out. And it's just, people get obliterated. Doesn't happen all the time, but more times than not, it's been happening recently. You had some nice volume yesterday on the buy side for TSM. I don't really trade this thing because it doesn't move that fast because I like volatility. I'm a person that wants, like, you know, I want some movement, okay? I need movement. I need some momentum. I need volume. So, and that's where I want to look for today. It's also what I want to look for today. Let's go look at some of the news. So that's that. TSM 152 and the 20-day moving average holds long. 152.
So interesting story here, of course, Jim, and raises those questions that are also central in the story. I invite people to go to the website and read it about Musk. He's the CEO of Tesla, but obviously controls
Tesla 174.55 now.
Do we have news on Tesla? It's fucking pulling back. I knew it. Watch 174, guys. That was last Friday's low on Tesla. 154. Look, you're making yesterday's low resistance now. Shit. Watch the 50-day. I don't know what happened there. Hold on. Let's look. Now Tesla's making it on the list.
Jensen Huang said that NVIDIA is by far and away that Tesla is by far and away the biggest autonomous because of NVIDIA. And I don't know if that'd be the case if NVIDIA gave the chips to...
And look at that. What did we say? 174. Watch that level. This could make for a nice long, man. This might give us a really sweet long.
NVIDIA senior staff and widely shared inside the company suggests that Musk presented an exaggerated picture of Tesla's procurement to shareholders. Correspondence from NVIDIA staffers indicates Musk diverted
EARA,
sizable
Paramount
shipment of AI
Global
processors
leadership
that had
team to
been
announce
reserved
job
for
cuts
Tesla
screening
to a social
joint
media
venture
company.
plans and annual meeting. That from CNBC.
Well, again, now,
if Tesla does break 172, you got to look for if it breaks 174, look for 172. I still think this is the support zone. I do. And if you break this, I don't know, man. You have the 50-day there at 172. Let's go see what happened. What happened here? Let's just go look, because I want to look with you guys. Did they deny his pay or something? Does anybody know what that was?
But I wonder if a story like this, you know, this has been a concern in the past, right? That given so many things, are even in terms of resources as well, right. Whether it's computer scientists, whether it's other people who are repurposed.
Oh wait, what? Nothing.
To another Musk company, even though of course Tesla.
Okay, hold on. Okay? Is anybody having problems? Because I don't think I'm having any issues.
It was already made to us. You can't funnel the commitment away from us. Obviously, when you get as many chips from NVIDIA, you have an edge. Yeah. Take away the chips. Maybe it's not.
Yeah, I guess some people are saying that Thinkorswim is having issues, guys. Does anybody else that have does anyone else use Thinkorswim to see? Do you guys have any issues with your broker or anything? I'm not seeing any issues or having any. I know there are some people that are bringing it up, though. Alright, so ARK, Roku, at this point, give up because Elon has obviously given up too. Fundo, do nothing but a bleeder. So what's going on, though? You know, it's 55 billion. What the fuck just happened? Does anybody know what just happened on this Elon news? No, I'm not creating an account. Question: how is it bearish for Tesla? Alright, Elon Musk reportedly ordered NVIDIA to ship thousands of AI chips reserved for Tesla. Wait, what? They were being diverted to NX and NXAI. Okay. I see.
Letter F, Ford started mass production.
Fuck, we were long. We traded Ford Friday, and there's some news on it off of the consolidation from yesterday. All right, we'll just watch it, guys. All right, 174 on Tesla is what we're keeping our eye out for. This 174 level, and look, it's bouncing off of it. So, and it's reclaiming it. All right, 174 pullbacks. We'll look for an entry point here. Now that Tesla has some news with it, it's got some volume. Bro, come on, man. Did not want to do that. Alright. So let's go to a 15-minute chart. Because it should automatically save. Alright. Two spots. Alright. So this is you're in a range, right? The range 174 to 180. See, this is why I can't trade Tesla, because it's in a range. You're looking at 178. See what happens if you break, or if you cannot get above the 20-day and you reject the 20-day, then maybe you could look for a pullback into like 172 or a long off of 172. I don't know. There's not enough room here for me to trade Tesla yet. Like, honestly. Like, I need a break below 174, so I don't know. I need to be like up at 180 or a long down at 174 to 172. I'll just keep it at 174. Because if this breaks, then we have a gap down here and stuff. I thought I heard my cat. I'm sorry. I thought she was trying to come in. Alright. So, Tesla for me right now is... I'm not doing anything with it. Alright. But that's your levels. Okay. It's in a range from 174 to 180. Stuck between the 50 and 100-day moving average. Alright. If you hold down, if you get an entry down here at yesterday's low or Friday's low at like 174, then sure, maybe you could look for a long and see if you can take it back to 180. That would be the trade. 174 longs to 180. That's the only way I'm trading it. All right, Tesla 174. And they did not write down ARM. Tesla. So we have a shit ton of ideas here. We have a ton of ideas here.
Present you a link. The PR people were really good, and also like break down the link. But it's the 2-hour speech from Computex, and in it he lays out a version that basically says Intel nowhere, over, Moore's law dead.
IDT
Can't do it without his chips.
Money
How powerful his chips are. The
money
roadmap
transfers,
for his
stamps,
chips.
delivery, and
And you
payment
come away from
options.
it and just say, I'm a believer.
That's India
I mean,
Delta
there's just
Tango.
nobody's got the power. No one has the kind of compute power that he has.
I'll tell you, one person who's not a believer is Pat Gelsinger, the CEO of Intel.
No, he's not.
Here is a quote from him. We actually have it. Let's take a listen to Pat Gelsinger. He took a direct shot at Jensen Huang's claim that traditional processors such as Intel's are running out of steam in the age of artificial intelligence. Take a listen.
There's a little chart there quickly.
As we look now to have 1 billion transistors on a single chip, and even looking.
All right. Sorry, y'all. I'm just getting ready. Just getting ready for the day. Guys, we have a few minutes here. We got 20 minutes. It's almost game time. Are you ready? It's almost game time. Almost game time. I'm telling you right now, you better be ready. Better get ready. When them gates open up, it's go time. I got ideas. Do you? All right. Anyway, ARM. I needed to write this down. All right, so look, we're making progress here. Like I said, I thought we could catch some upside. Just feel like it's gonna fade.
You're getting up. Well, it's not going to help. You can't write on this. No.
Can't I like look and show that this is that doesn't matter?
No, you're not.
How can it not matter? I mean, I'm on TV. Doesn't TV do that? I mean, I work for Rune Arledge. You just do this.
Put it up in the thing where
What was that? 119.80, 120. Sorry, I'm just looking at ARM and, you know, all right. So I just had to write this down. 120.
now you're at it. Okay.
What's that? 120.
Moore's law. That's the power of Moore's law. And this is the
123.
What happens if you add more transistors?
123, 124.
This is really good because what it shows me is I'm about as good as Pat McAfee in the morning. Right, here we go. So you have that's Moore's law. Yeah.
You gotta take your money today. You gotta go. You gotta take your money. You gotta go out and you gotta take it from someone else. All right. Let's see here. What we got? 123. 123. Yeah, 123. Boom.
And look at this. So I just really feel that people have to recognize that Pat Gelsinger is just by far the nicest person who's ever been to Taiwan. I mean, he is nicer Rooney McFadden, to use the great High-Litz term from Philadelphia. And I really find myself baffled how this man can continue with what I regard as a charade. And what I said. I'm just quoting Jensen on every call is like, look,
All right. So it looks like you're turning 126 in the resistance, but I'll keep my eye out for 123, 124. Yesterday's low. I know I have it there, but.
But what I'm talking about is that this is so night and day that I find myself thinking, does Pat not think that, is he calling Jensen a liar? Is he calling Jensen a liar?
Well, that,
Oh, look at that. There's another chart.
that's just 1 year. It's one. Guys, come on. 1 year doesn't tell the story.
Oh, yeah, why don't you do 10
I want
years?
10.
Why don't you 10 years is even better?
I want 10.
Look, I mean, Pat, oh, jeez. Look, Pat has got it.
We'll just keep piling on the pain here.
Gordon Moore came up.
Oh, and 10. All right, well, we're only up 20.
What is that? NVIDIA, Intel.
All right, just to really be clear about this, Gordon Moore came up with
Yeah, it's bad. It's really bad. Intel is really bad compared to NVIDIA, even anything else. For 20 years, it has not made any money. That's insane, y'all. You guys know how crazy that is? I feel so bad for anybody that's stuck in Intel. Like,
That's a perfectly legitimate thing. Just at one time he came on the call and he kind of really went off the
Real
reservation.
quickly, because you did, you know, you have many times questioned sort of Pat Gelsinger. I mean, his view is, listen, he's spending an enormous amount of money right now to build fabs that are going to be producing chips, that are going to produce a
And I
lot
hope
of
he, I
cash
hope
for
his,
this company.
and I hope his balance sheet
Now,
supports
it's years away, and he knows that. But are you not a believer in the long-term plan, or are you simply saying
I'm not
stay
a
away
believer in
from
long-term plan
You're
because
not.
I do not believe that you can get from a CPU the power that you can get by adding GPUs together. Like you can add Blackwells. One of the things that Jen's do is add a Blackwell to a Blackwell, and the power increases. And I
oh, come on.
disrespected Gordon Moore, who was the greatest, maybe one of the greatest scientists of all time, and also an incredibly good man. Because I did some charity work with him, he's an amazing man. But the problem is that the GPU is always been fast.
This level here, 122, is...
And he treated Jensen Huang with zero respect. There was a board member who wanted to adopt Jensen Huang's field, and the board member was treated with zero respect. Interesting. Yes, zero respect by any board member. So remember that.
I will. I will. All right. In the next block, we'll see where Jim chooses to wander off to. We're also going to take a look at the meme stock frenzy after a wild day of trading for GameStop shares. Let's give you a look at futures, of course. You can see we're set up for a slightly.
I'm here. I'm just, you know, I may not trade ARM, but I'm just looking at this, and I still feel like if we get a pop, I would like to try to get that 120, that 127. Let me see. Let's find out. I'm going to tell you exactly what I think is going to happen here, which it may not. I'm just saying. This is my plan. I think we can start to get a pullback. See, it's so weird because I think we get a pullback, like we start going a little bit higher, and that tells me that 127, 128 should be able to give me my rejection. So I'm going to look for a 127 rejection, 127 to 128 rejection.
Your record label is taking off, but so is your sound engineer. You need to hire.
And my target will be yesterday's. Try to get to yesterday's low. I don't know if you're going to have the volume for that, but even if I get back down to like pre-market lows, you know, you just have to watch for that that data that comes out at 10 o'clock. That's what time it comes out, right? 10 o'clock, I think. Let's see. Yeah, JOLTS comes out at 10 o'clock. Comes out at 10 o'clock. So there's that. Let's go through some of this stuff here. It's not. We got 10 minutes till this bell rings, guys. Be patient because you may not get hardly any volume. I might actually use the restroom really quickly. Give me 1 second and we'll get right into it. Alright. Oh shit. Also Ford. Let me do something really quickly because I had a swing trade on Ford.
I'm getting tired of everyone walking all over me.
Yeah, we're all just so one.
That I took off.
It's time for us to visit Floor Concepts.
Floor Concepts has your floor covered. Whether you're looking for new carpet, luxury vinyl plank, hardwood, laminate, tile, or stone.
Ford reporting
Call us
May
today
vehicle
and we'll
sales of
bring out the
190,000,
mobile
14
showroom
units,
right
up
to your home.
64.7%.
I'm glad
That's
we
letter
went to
F.
Floor Concepts. And they're right here in Bloomington. Located on
Isn't that funny?
Highway.
Did y'all just see that?
That's correction. May
I
vehicle
mentioned
sales
this
up
a moment ago. Ford is out with those.
Look.
Here we go. Sales figures. Let's get to
Look, that's so funny.
on whether or not.
Solid month of May for Ford. Take a look at the numbers. Total sales up 51%. EVs up almost 65%.
Sales are up. EV 64%, total up 11%, hybrid 64%.
Different story when it comes to hybrids. Hybrids are red hot right now, and Ford has been smart to pivot towards hybrid production and hybrid sales.
F-150 hybrid sales are up 51%.
Hybrid sales of the F-150, another great example of them realizing there's demand in a certain segment, up 51% in the month of May. F-150 hybrids. Take a look at shares of Ford. Keep in mind that the F-150 sales.
This fucking thing ain't even moving, bro. Like, what?
Those sales, total sales in the last month were for F-150.
All right, you got that 100-day moving average in your way right there.
Where Ford was right to make the pivot a year ago, realizing that that's what people are interested in right now. They're not interested in the F-150 Lightning to the degree that Ford thought they would be a couple of years ago.
You're putting in a bit of a cup and handle there, but
Phil, when I look at what Ford's doing, Ford has fallen. The stock has
so this is your level.
behind GM. No pressure.
I'd like to, you know, I think if you get an opportunity down here, if you get a low volume pullback on Ford, you could look for this, you know, $12 for a long, 12.20. Is that 12.20 right there? Damn, this whole sector might be on fire. We'll have to watch Tesla too, because this whole sector might be on one today. Might be. I don't know. So far, this is your resistance zone. And then let's go to an hourly chart.
NVDA price rate there is $8 million offering.
When you're looking at Ford versus General
Cents per
Motors.
share. That's the limit Delta Romeo and Alpha.
Okay, I mean, Phil, do you have that number handy about how much basically
It should bounce, yo. How is this thing not bouncing?
Ford versus what they sell it at? Well, not Mustang, but EV.
That's so weird. Oh, that's why, because yep, I see. Should pull back a little bit and then go long. Should pull back and then go long. Alright, anyway. So that's Ford. You're just stuck in this range here.
6 cents now.
I would look for that $12 level.
Down from the close of
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to mix that up. So look for low volume pullbacks into like $12 to retest that support zone. Like yesterday's low. Alright, that low $12. See if it holds again. And see if you can just... Maybe it breaks. Look for, you know, you could also look for downside. You know, I'm not gonna have conviction one way, but you have the 200-day moving average there for Ford. I'm gonna watch this sector today. You're stuck between the 100-day and the 200-day. Let me make this. Oh shit, we're above the 20-day too. So, shit. You guys can see that right there, that 20-day. That's at 12.13. I don't know. I'll keep my eyes on it. I don't think there's enough going on. We'll see what happens on the bell. I'll keep my eyes on Ford. All right, guys. Come on, baby. We got 8 minutes. Let's go. The gates is getting ready to open, and the horse is about to start running. About to start running. Anyway, all right. So we have a long list. We have banks. We have Coinbase, ARM, Tesla, TSM, SPY, Qs. What else am I forgetting about? Am I forgetting about anything else? Bro, what just happened there? Oh my god. Bro.
EARA Paramount considering joint venture for streaming services.
I knew this was going to happen. What the fuck? Sorry for my language.
EARA
Alright, Tesla.
says great deal of inbound interest in Paramount Plus streaming service. That they're
So Tesla's just hanging out. Got a lot of buying pressure here. All right. So we have 10 minutes. Let's go look at this. I didn't look at Moderna either. I didn't look at mRNA. Johnson & Johnson yesterday was a nice long. Okay, cool. I got it working now. Good shit. J&J had some really nice strength. A lot of these value names, keep an eye out for the next like month or so. Some of these value names. Pullbacks to like 47, 145. What's that, 147? Nah, never mind. I don't know. Yeah, 147. So it's like Ford, MCD. Look, McDonald's is getting a bounce. That could be a night, guys. That could be a nice trade today. If McDonald's gets above 160 or 260, you got a straight shot to 265. You ain't got nothing stopping you there. That could be a really nice trade here. We got 5 minutes. I might even put that on the list. Doesn't look like it's going to, but 157.50. This could be a nice, easy trade right there. Either to the, it doesn't matter, to the upside or downside. You break 157.50. You have room back down to Friday's low at like 253, 250. Thursday's high. Here's what I'm going to do. These are the targets. Yeah, right there. And I'm going to make this a dotted line. And this is, so that would be the downside target, which is 250, call it 253. 253 to 250, and then the upside target, if you break above 260, would be 265 to 267. Hold on. I still think it's just I would just keep it at 265 personally. All right, and that's your middleman there. All right, 260 is your middleman. So if you break above it, you could look for an entry long at 260. I'm going to write this down. MCD. 260. And value stocks are trying to go. 260 hold long. See, I'm not even going to get that technical with it. I'm not going to get that technical with it. We got 3 minutes. All right, we got 3 minutes here. Let's look at this. Look, you know, I would say pullbacks to 257.40, 257.50. You know, you do have some support here at 256, but I don't know. I kind of just like this here. 258. Because I want to make it simple. Because that 260 level, if we pull back and get a bounce and break 260, man, that could be a sick long. So that's it. If you're up at 260, that's just worry about 260, right? If you're up there and you can't get through it, look to get short up at 260 and take profits going into yesterday's low. If you're above it, you have a ton of room. You take profits in the 263, 260, 250. You take profits in front of 260, 250, and then 265 would be the target. That's just what I'm looking for. You could probably swing trade this. Or let me just rephrase that. I think I might swing trade it. I don't know. So what I didn't even look to see mRNA. Okay, Myrna, you could probably get a 150 rejection. If you reject yesterday's high, you could get a pullback down to 140. That's a $10 move, guys. Fuck. I'm not gonna... I will have time. Hold on. Alright, mRNA. You gotta watch the 20-day too, but 150. Yesterday's high, 150. mRNA. 150 rejection. 140, and then you have 157. We'll say 157.50. 150 hold.
Order J&J to pay
157.50.
to a woman who said that she developed mesothelioma by inhaling tau. 200. This
Good luck today, guys. I'll let you guys. Shit. Keep an eye on the volume today. Keep an eye on the volume because it might be a little low going into the number. All right. Take your time. Meta, look, Meta's bouncing back to that prior high, and we said Meta we could look for a pullback. You have NVIDIA breaking out. Like we said for ARM, we want to look for that bounce in the 127, 128 short on ARM. If you take any of these trades, you have to manage it yourself. If you make some money, think about giving back to the stream. It goes to the stream, not me. You can donate down below. Hit the like button, subscribe. You don't have to, but if you are appreciative, and that's what we're here for. We're here to eat. We're here to help one another eat. There's your rejection off 120, 128, 127 already, guys. There it was. What'd I say? Bounce right in there. Get short. I'm behind. I am behind. I am behind. I am behind. It's okay. All right. So, yeah, look. You're getting some bouncing there. Let's see here. Yeah, you got a little bit minor support there at yesterday's VWAP. That's at yesterday's close where you're sitting at right now. All right. Oh, those deltas are nice.
And there it is. Look at that movement yield in the 10-year. I mean, we were at 4.6 not long ago.
And that's really important because when we were 4.6 going to 4.7, we were told to sell. Well, now we're at 4.3, maybe going to 4.2.
Just got the 20-day popping up above the 50-day moving average. All right.
I think everything's decided by Friday. When we get that employment number, if there is a dip in employment, we get unemployment above 4.
Think we could go that much?
I don't think we can.
What we say, guys? 127, 128 short.
Now, yes, we're fine, but there's pronounced weakness coming in a bunch of sectors.
No.
A lot of people feel.
All right, where am I at here?
That Dell was
Watch Meta.
data centers getting weak, and that is
Okay, the overall market.
part of our economy. I don't think it is at all. Jensen's talking about $6 billion.
So far, very low volume with that data getting ready to come out. All right, here we go. We have the markets getting ready to... They're coming into an area of resistance. Watch this level on the Qs. This level right here at 153. Come on. My stuff's acting up a little bit. Look, and what we say, 200 to 202. Look at JP Morgan go. Let's go, JP. Let's go. Let's go, man. God damn. Every day, bro. Every day we do this shit. Every day.
Which is that Musk may have been the recipient of all these Dell, of all what Dell had, and that
They were very
Dell
aggressive
didn't
on
make that much money.
potentially
They
aggressive on
buy
price
the
for a
business.
very important
Right,
customer.
and people understand, like, in the same way that if you're a drug maker and you have to use McKesson.
All right. McDonald's broke above 260, guys. McDonald's. And we said what? 265? 266, 265. Yeah, this thing is acting really slow for some reason.
I want to buy it for my trust. But I can't because I talk about it. But that's what's going on. Is I think there's a false sense that everything is falling apart. Now you do have the rails are.
I know, but with rates coming down the way they have, why aren't we seeing even more of a rally? Or are we seeing it in the smaller companies, smaller as in, not the giant Mag 7 or whatever you want to call it?
In the baggies, yesterday we saw Apple's having a move.
Apple is now positive.
First Solar, guys. Watch First Solar.
The mega caps that is up ever so little.
Dell being mentioned on CNBC by Jim
There's like no volume this morning.
I always am uncomfortable.
Shares getting a pop here, 134.79.
Yes.
When you get that, 'cause I think
I think my stuff is just. I think my stuff's acting slow right now.
it's not what I think it is. Maybe it's still a playground for manipulation and playground for.
If anybody sees anything with relative strength, relative weakness.
But I think something else is the 21 times earnings.
Ooh, that's a mean rejection on Tesla, guys. That's a mean rejection.
Again, back to what is 30+% of the market, which is 7 companies.
Right, but I know. But when rates come down, we should be paying more for these. They're not expensive. What's expensive?
Shit, they're still holding it up. That's insane.
Enterprise software is emblematic of what happened with GitLab last night. So GitLab does it, this is DevSecOps. Oh my God, you got to be in all those. And when you look at GitLab, you say to yourself, no, wait a second. This company.
All right, Meta's pulling back. Meta's pulling back off of 480, 479.
And that Salesforce was so.
MRIN, Marin, more lines now of about
NVIDIA, I said that this morning. I said, watch for NVIDIA to give it back. NVIDIA's pulling back now. NVIDIA's pulling back. NVIDIA's back down below. The thing is it's still bullish with... This is going to help the overall markets. You just have to watch out because you could get a pullback long here off of 1140 on NVIDIA. All right, 1140. Shit. Gave me a second opportunity on ARM. I need to use this one. I need to use this one, guys. I'm sorry. And then, okay, so now it's bouncing into it. All right, so I'm looking at ARM right now. Let's see here. What are you going to do, Vid? All right, NVIDIA, this is just chopping. It's putting in a range. It's pulled back to yesterday's close. Okay, we see that. Or that pivot high. It's holding that pivot high there.
You know what? It's time to end the tyranny of the code writers. You know what? They've been behind a lot of things that you and I don't appreciate. And now, I don't know. Code writers, not going to elect any presidents, not going to have vineyards. It's going to be a new world. Could be. You go out to Sonoma and Napa, code writers,
Be careful.
no way.
Be careful. Be careful. Sorry. I was gonna.
I'm watching. Don't you worry.
I'll tell you what else.
Tell me what else. What else you got?
Okay, we have Meta below, so Meta's sticking that 175 level.
Freeport. Yeah, didn't see that coming.
JP Morgan rejecting up there at 201.50. All right, so 1154 on NVIDIA is where you're watching to see if it rejects there, and that'll help us with. That's the 126 level on ARM that we were looking for. ARM is a little shady because you can't really go by the volume. Like this looks like a low volume bounce. I might try and take this. I might try and take this short on ARM back down to 123, 124. I just would much rather have it at a higher place. And I don't like that we have data in just a few minutes. Because I feel like we could just get chopped. I feel like we could get chopped up. See how it's moving weird? Like, look at this. Like, do you see how it just like pauses? Look at the left. Look at time in sales. And then it speeds up. It's like I feel like it's either my computer or it's Thinkorswim. Like it's not even moving. Like I know ARM does it. Like if I go to NVIDIA, look, there it goes. Let's see. Okay. Maybe not. Good. We got some small caps going today too. We said AMD. I didn't write it down. But if you reclaim that 164 level on AMD, you could turn that into support. You might have a nice little long for like a couple bucks there. Shit, I'm sorry, y'all. Let's see if it can hang on right there.
GameStop just off the lows now, 25.94.
GME, we said watch 128.
They're going to pay her, that is the deal under consideration, $2 billion.
Yeah, you're.
That obviously includes
This is the level you got to watch, but you got to break above 128, and you started to do that pre-market, and all it did was reject it. You got to get above 128. So this is your support zone. You got to hold this level here, and you got to bounce through $28. If you get through 28 and you do hold $30, really it's like $32. You start holding 30 and making progress, then I would look for a long because you got room back to 40 bucks. That would be a nice trade, $10. Nice $10 move. All right, let me go back to ARM. So Tesla is bouncing back.
Says cost cuts may come in real estate, technology, and marketing.
paying a big number, and again, people, again, I know
Their annual
everyone
general
get very
meeting.
upset when you talk about the challenges
EARA.
Paramount has, but it's got linear cable networks. We all know have challenged that.
Does anybody see anything with relative strength and or weakness
9 months, maybe
today? So ARM is sitting here. Come on.
and they're willing
Hold
to
up.
pay 15 for almost half your stock. I mean, who knows where the stock will be then? All that said, the point is that some are saying she's worried about litigation risk on one side. Well, what about on the other? What about if she actually says no to this deal, and maybe there is another deal for NAI? Although again, that remains unclear. And maybe she takes that. Well, isn't she going to get sued as well on that side? So, Sherry Redstone, it's in her court. Everybody's waiting.
There's no volume on this thing, man. I need something with volume today.
45 days.
$7.
They're all trying to say, listen,
Let me look at this real quick. There's Moderna.
we'll see. I'm not going to have much to say beyond now, and when she makes
That's a nice rejection off yesterday's low on Moderna.
is going to be
Oh, the 20-day moving average is coming in right there too. Look. Dude, no.
Lane-Barr syndrome is a drug that's
significantly cut costs. David Ellison and what Skydance can bring in animation. Again, this is what I'm hearing. They feel like they can significantly reposition Paramount so that over time
I would love to be able to break
a company worth
this level. Damn, it already did it off the bell, guys. Look at that. 148 all the way down to 141. Just like that off the bell. That sucks.
here on heavy volume. Sandy Oscar Bravo Romeo.
Paramount Plus.
McDonald's is going. This was a nice call out earlier. All right, we said we break above 260. Look for the move higher. Why is this breaking? Why is this doing that? It's not the whatchamacallit is not staying where it should be. All right, Coinbase, look, 132. You held it, 232, 235. Look for that move higher.
That's why I'm going to pivot right now. Something that has a lot more to do with the
Oh
zeitgeist.
nope, she broke.
You're not talking Apple anymore, which I would point out.
She broke.
But I just feel like I have something else in my mind.
Okay, give it to me. What is it?
Damn right. Let's go. Let's go. I can't find anything with some nice volume, guys.
Smasher. I don't know what that means.
Here we go, zeitgeist of America. All right, there's Chili's. Chili's has a big smash. Now it's an LTO, which means, David, don't give out a lot of shrimp. They have the big smasher is a hamburger, fries, bottomless chips, salsa, bottomless non-alcohol drink. $10.99. Okay. Now in comparison, they are saying Wendy's combo, which is Wendy's double Dave and fries and Coke is $10.99.
Right.
The Big Mac is $10.59. The I don't know, the Burger King is $14.69. I don't think that's a fair
Where
comparison.
am I going to get the big smasher? Where?
The Chili's.
Oh, Chili's.
Now the Big Smasher, David, is big. And
The big smasher.
and I want you to hit. Do we have a chart of EAT versus McDonald's? This is it. This
All right, guys, look here. See if you get a rejection up here at 235 on Coinbase, and watch Bitcoin. Keep an eye on Bitcoin. See if you get a rejection up there at 235.
But this is Kevin Hopkins doing, and Kevin sells the most margaritas of anybody in the country. Kevin comes into that company, energizes it. You can
Bro,
see
what is going on?
what management means. But David, people say there's no inflation in some of these the fast food companies are in denial because that is what a $10.99 big smasher does to to a stop.
Right.
All right. So that's what I'm talking about.
Have you had a big smasher yet?
No, but I have like
Has the wife tried one?
I have the
Volume's on the buy side here.
My wife had bacon the other day.
What she did?
Let me look and see if I can see. Let me look here.
It's the type of thing that you have if you're not going to eat for the next 42 days.
So why isn't this, an all-you-can-eat shrimp kind of situation?
The LTO?
Yeah.
Well, because that was about as dumb as you can get. Now, I did ask. I always ask everyone. For instance, the chicken in the al pastor, the chicken al pastor, you have that from Chipotle?
I have not. No. Sorry.
Bernstein likes Lindy.
All right, I'm sorry to disappoint you. You want to talk a little Roaring Kitty getting potentially banned?
Oh,
This is a
why
Wall Street
not?
Journal
AX,
story.
Alpha
Morgan
X-ray,
Stanley
I
ICO
like Morgan Stanley, they're
Axos falling a
and
very
they
short,
report a
short
story this
report.
morning that says they're thinking maybe
Shares
about
hitting the
banning
intraday
it
high
because of
now,
market
down
manipulation.
about
Not sure
11%. That's
grounds
Alpha
it
X-ray.
So I'm Ted Pick. You're somebody. You're a little lawyer.
AX.
Hey, what do you think? What do you think of this? It's Roaring Kitty.
Like, isn't he can do whatever he wants.
Oh, but wait a second. I mean, I don't know. Is that good? Maybe.
Maybe it's good, maybe it's bad.
Well, do we have anything from the SEC? What we're doing, we're playing
pressing his own
We have
advantage,
anything from the
which
SEC
is that
saying
people
you?
follow him and listen to him. Fine.
You haven't heard anything from the SEC.
Oh, nice breakout right there.
Go. I mean, because it's great for us. You know? Why give it
Coming up at 10,
Nice.
job openings for April, expecting 8.37 million. Factory orders plus 0.7%. Durables X Defense also coming up at.
All right, guys. I think you all know what time it is.
I don't know. What do you think? I don't know. I'll ask my wife. That's the way it works.
Did anybody get that breakout to 240?
It's like they sit down. What does Brandeis say? And what would Holmes say? You know, how about Brennan? No, it's like, hey, what do you think? I just canceled. Said anything? I don't know. It's good for business. Okay, next. That's corporate America, as we know it, and yet they make us seem like it's real.
Yeah, no. My mantra is after all these years of following it, nobody knows anything.
No, call your counsel. Well, counsel is saying
They're taking a shot. And when the wind's at your back, it's great. When the wind's
on the
back,
one
it's
hand.
a lot harder.
No, I mean, I just feel like when I see that, I just say that in the end, there's someone in the room who just says, this is really good for us. And a lot of times that guy wins until Gensler calls it. Gensler doesn't call. Good.
What would he call about?
What do you mean? Did you buy calls? Did you buy calls?
I bought calls before I put out a weird thing of a guy leaning forward.
So let's say, you know, we do this ridiculous stuff where we recap what the hedge funds did that month.
Yeah, the 13Fs.
Okay, so which is so stupid. We should not do that.
It's not.
So how about the last day of agent, they buy a lot of GameStop and say, oh my God, look at that, so and so bought a lot of GameStop, and then he blows it to Kingdom Come into your idiotic buying.
Yeah.
Legal.
Totally.
I rest my case.
There you go.
The defense rests.
Invisible friend over to the left.
Thank you. Yeah.
All right, before we head to break, let's give you a bond report. Of course, we did talk about treasuries a bit earlier. You saw the yields were
I just got to reset this because of.
last week. That continues to be the case. Take a look at the 10-year. You can see where
There it goes, guys. There's the extension. 240 target. Let's go. You got to take profits up there, though. Take some profits, baby. We got to hold this level. Got to hold 236. It's a nice extension. Very nice extension on Coinbase. Let's fucking go.
The Bond Report is brought to you by PIMCO, a global leader in active fixed income.
Take profits on the extensions.
We had a bond on this project. I asked Markham. You know what? Here's an idea. Let's ask Markham. That's good. Now, lunch.
All right, we should start to get a pullback here.
Get all the answers? Ask Markham, accountants and advisors.
MLGO, Michael Alco resuming trade now.
This week, Dave. I like fishing. Or is this a little
Shares
more
hitting
stuff?
$7.80 at the high, up about 380%. That's MLGO.
What about when they're not? That's why you need this.
There's your pullback, like we said.
Survival kit, featuring your guide to
That's why we say take your profits. That was a nice move. That was a really nice move there.
3 indispensable guides. Yours free for calling 1-800-213-5317. Fisher Investments' disciplined approach will help see you through the market's ups and downs.
All right, Meta's falling. Let's see here in video.
Comfortable retirement.
JP Morgan's still going up at highs too. So there's your 202.
Free retirement survival
target. All right, 202.50 for JP Morgan.
If your dream retirement is on track, if your retirement portfolio is $500,000 or more, give us a call. Call 1-800-213-5317.
In 1990, an expert in
All right, what are you gonna do, Vid?
of entertainment products founded a company and grew it into one of the largest physical media and entertainment product distributors in the world. Alliance Entertainment on the NASDAQ, stock symbol AENT, a global distributor of vinyl records, CDs,
Let's go.
video games, collectibles, consumer electronics, and retro arcades.
Nice. Hold up, there's some nice volume there. Some nice volume there.
This bakery needs new equipment fast to keep up with demand. So they're going to OnDeck, the online lender that makes it easy to choose your loan and if approved, get funds as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck.
Skating for over 45 years has taken a toll on my body. I take Qunol turmeric because it helps with healthy joints and inflammation support. Why Qunol?
Did anybody take any of these trades?
Qunol, the brand I trust.
What is Circle? Circle is what you hope for when life tosses lemons your way. Circle is your frosted treat.
Guess not. Okay, whatever.
Circle is the effortless energy that gets you in the summer. Circle, available at Walmart and drinkcircle.com.
Take the bull by the horns every morning with Jim's Top 10.
Think, watch out for McDonald's.
Right to your inbox. Sign up now for free at CNBC.
Look at that. You have the 20-day there. Sorry. Just want to see what's that 295.50. 295.50. Let's see what happens here. We're gonna break out or what? It's already a bit overdone. Might fail. I feel like McDonald's might fail this breakout right here, guys. Let's see. Let's see.
Amongst the keys, which were important, and he's in conversation there. We are going to have a lot more fun.
What time is it? All right, we have 10 minutes till this data comes out.
Right up next, stop trading.
10 minutes till this data comes out.
This healthcare network uses CrowdStrike to defend against cyber attacks and protect patient information. What if they
All right, there goes McDonald's. It's trying. There it goes. It's trying. Come on, can you break through the high? Nope.
You founded your
Let's
kayak
see.
company because you love the ocean. Now it's
Right on.
LSF getting a pop here. Laird Superfood, Lima Sandy Foxtrot, LSF.
Indeed
on
instantly delivers quality cannabis.
small volume now,
Visit
$3.18.
Indeed.com/hire.
We need a small business.
Nvidia is still holding up. JP Morgan pulling back off 202.
And if approved, get your funds as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck.
This is Remington. He's a member of the family for sure. We always fed them kibble. It just seemed like the thing to do. But he was getting picky. We heard about the farmer's dog, and it was a complete transformation. His coat was so soft. He had amazing energy. He was a completely different dog. It's a no-brainer that Remington should have the best, nutritious, and delicious food possible.
Alright, let's see here.
Get started at longlivedogs.com.
Let's go look and see what
You have to make it. And if you want a successful business, all it takes is an idea.
damn, like everything is red. What the fuck? Alright, CRM, Dell, oh Dell.
BTDR at the highs now. Bravo Tango Delta Romeo, BTDR. Bitdeer, $6.90.
What's going on with Dell today?
Company yesterday announcing a share purchase agreement with Free Chain. That is BTDR.
Which has made him a bit
Unruly.
You call yourself the uncanny?
Bravo Tango Delta Romeo.
On this commercial. The first line.
So if you could change the price,
Check with me. Sorry, Doc. I know a lot.
So how can we undo the damage? We could all unsubscribe.
I'm thinking about a Dell long, guys. Thinking about this Dell long
Okay, that's uncalled for.
to 240 or 140.
everyone walking all over me.
it's pretty high in premium, man. So 36, 7, 8. We're paying $2 for a $4 move. That's still kind of trash. I don't like going that far out the money. I mean, this stock's at 100 and some bucks. We have this data coming. I'm going to hold off a minute. Keep an eye on Dell. Keep an eye on Dell. And, you know, write that down. If we get pullbacks, I would like to try to get long Dell if this market continues to the upside. Yeah, the volume's kind of trash, too. You're coming into resistance there. I'm going to be patient. See what this data does. McDonald's is still breaking out. It's still going higher. It's just climbing a bit. It's green on the day. XOM is, holy shit, getting slaughtered. It's already down to 110, man. Holy shit. I told you guys, there was a lot of people that were bullish this, and I'm like, yo, this is actually probably getting ready to start making new lows, and we got a ways to go. I can't believe it's already at 110. That's a $3 move. That's a big move for Exxon. It's at the 100-day moving average. Can't get short that now. Tesla.
We just lost the contract to trade desk. So I think that the case gets weaker and weaker and weaker. Whereas I've been liking what the FTC's been up to.
Got it. Oh, yeah, I know, right. You actually like the... All right. Okay. Let's find out what's on Matt's.
All right, so it's a plethora of companies.
Yes.
I have what I think is, maybe the most important anti-cancer franchise, taking on Rob Davis.
AstraZeneca.
It had two plenary speeches.
Coming up, Jolt shop openings.
I know J&J had one. We had them all, but this is the man.
For April, expecting 8.37 million.
Big pullback on Apple. 195 to 193. That's a big pullback. Double top there. Damn. That's a nice move for Apple.
With a note, says after a long journey, voyage continues to impress with positive 52-week histologic analysis. That is Victor Kilo Tango X-ray BKTX.
Is that a sign? X, US Steel. If US Steel breaks here, it was just a commercial. Alright, NVIDIA's breaking down. TSM. Alright, TSM, you're pulling into 152, guys. TSM 152. CCJ pulling back again. Fuck, bro. God damn it. This is fucking horseshit, man.
Meet Can-Fight Biopharma on the NYSE, stock symbol CANF. Can-Fight Biopharma is now in a pivotal phase 3 clinical trial with its innovative new drug for advanced stage liver cancer. Secured fast track and orphan drug designations from the FDA and EMA. Can-Fight Biopharma stock symbol
Coming up in less than a minute now, job openings for April.
When we decided to take our old deck down, we knew right away we were going in with Primatech.
the longevity, the sustainability.
Thing about it, it doesn't look like plastic. It's beautiful. I mean, you can really create the custom deck of your dreams.
Okay, so we have
Left to find themselves, leaving you lost. You need to hire.
just about 30 seconds here for this.
Indeed Instant Match
And the arm is just sitting right above yesterday's high, so it's like
Indeed.com/hire.
It doesn't matter to him that our technology helps
kind of setting up.
She doesn't care that we work with billions in assets. And they aren't even aware that we spent over 2 decades focused only on our items. We understand what really matters to your clients is having peace of mind. Your dedication says you'll always be there for them. And at Trade PMR, it's our mission to always be there for you.
JP Morgan climbing. Look at NVIDIA. What just happened? Look at the spine. Look at the Qs. Is that a pump in front of the JOLTS data, guys? Look at that. We said 256 possible. Damn, this thing's getting volatile, y'all. Oh, it came out already. I'm sorry. My fault, guys. My fault. All right, JOLTS openings 8.59, greater than the 8.3, 8.4. So new job openings came in at a beat 8.05. Oh, under. I'm sorry, came in under. Came in under. Okay, previously 8.355, coming in at 8.059, 8.06. 8.06. Factory orders came in line. Tip we don't have that yet. Optimism index, factory excluding transportation, was actually up. All right, factory orders excluding transportation was up. JOLTS job quits 3.5 greater. What did we say? Drug tests, things of that nature. 42-day bill auction at 11:30. API crude oil stock. So there you go. There you go. There's your data. That is JOLTS job openings 8.5. So there's less new openings, more people quitting, but there are still some decent factory orders month over month, excluding transportation. Excluding transportation. All right. So we are bouncing. That's what we want to see. It's exactly what we want to see.
Businesses can expect. Jeff Solomon, the TD Cowen president, is one of the CEOs here. We're going to talk to him on this show about what he's hearing, how he's feeling about the market, the economy, the Fed, and what we're getting from Washington. So it's a good opportunity for CEOs to really have the conversations about how the politics and policy are impacting their business and how they plan in this environment where there's tons of uncertainty.
Let's keep it going. Let's get it here. All right, JP Morgan testing 202 again. Watch that area, 202. NVIDIA back above 1150. We said 1140 is where we wanted to be long. Tesla consolidating. McDonald's broke above. Let's see here. MCD pulling back. 260. Again, we said 265. You could look for a swing trade there possibly. ARM is pulled back into 124. That's the level we're watching for. We said 127 to 128 short there. SPY and the Qs are bouncing, but what is bouncing? What is bouncing? What is it that's causing the Qs? I'm sorry, I did not mean to click that. So there's that. We're above there, above there. Okay, it looks like the Dow is taking the lead. Right now, you're getting a shift, it feels like. Feels like you're getting a shift here. And this is what I talked about this morning about being able to sense the rotation. Look, yesterday's pivot low. Let's go to the Qs. QQQ. Yeah, the Qs are below it. The Dow. So the Dow was further down than the Qs. So it looks like it's trying to regain and start to climb here. 389.
strip out transportation, lose a little bit. It remains at 0.44 exactly as expected, exactly as the mid-month read. Now let's look at capital.
IWM is still weak.
Non-defense X air, that's a capital spending proxy, up to
Look at Goldman Sachs. Goldman Sachs is performing nicely. You can look for like 458, 460 on the upside on Goldman Sachs. All right, JP Morgan, which we already talked about. Just keep an eye on your Dow names. If the Qs cannot hold up. Okay, I am on a 5-minute. I'm sorry. Let me do this real quick. Let me zoom this in because
there's many more voices that think they won't, even though German unemployment jumped in their latest reading. David Faber, back to you.
Hey Rick, obviously you mentioned the yield reaction here. We were already starting to price in.
All right, we're pulling back.
September rate cut by the Fed before these.
Come on.
This might solidify that view.
I hate fucking with charts. I really do. Come on, Qs. What are you going to do? All right, Qs are breaking down. Fuck.
AAPL, Apple, information reporting Apple held talks with China Mobile to bring Apple TV Plus to China. That's Alpha Papa Lima. AAPL.
That ain't going to do shit. Watch if that level breaks on Apple on 193. TSM. Watch TSM holds here. Possible long down here. You got to break back above yesterday's close, though, or yesterday's low. Just watch NVIDIA. NVIDIA's just... We said 1140, so it's like it's not all the way gone if we pull back here. Like, we're watching 1140. At least I am on NVIDIA. We have so many ideas here. Coinbase, let's see, AMD. Let's go to Coin. It's a rejection. It's a nice pullback on Coin at 235. All right, we said Coinbase. We were looking for 232 entries long to, what was it, 240? It's a nice $10 move.
Down still about 9% after that short report earlier. That's Alpha X-ray.
Real GDP in these last 2 years.
And why are we in better shape than the IMF and everybody expected? Well, number one, the resilience of the U.S. economy, which has been a huge global story and a big driver of growth, and then also emerging markets economies, which she was quick to point out are in very different shape than they have been coming out of other crises. Their fiscal positions are in better shape. Their growth trajectories are more resilient than we've seen, and for those two reasons, she expects the world economy to land softly. She says inflation will continue to come down. She said that interest rates will come, not necessarily coordinated, I think in a nod to what Rick was talking about, and the fact that we are expecting a cut this week from the ECB, a little bit later on this year from the Federal Reserve, and that should preserve a global economy that's still in growth mode, but she said in the medium term wouldn't grow as fast.
So I'm like I said, I'm just watching these levels here, and I'm waiting to get like confirmation on something. It just Spy's pulling back. Okay, so NVIDIA is technically rejecting there on the 15-minute chart. Just sucks because ARM is above its prior level. I guess you could look for like 120 on ARM.
She says people don't learn the history lessons as it relates to their economy. Acknowledge that there are national security
Or 122.
Production of certain manufacturing items, chips, commodities at home. She acknowledged the reasons behind it, but really is worried about the economic fallout from that. So when she goes to G7, in Italy, and she goes to these G20 meetings, David, I think it's interesting that she's the one voice there who says, no, and she used the word willy-nilly.
I need a bounce back.
We're seeing a lot of them, and they don't make a lot of economic sense. And it is something for investors to ponder.
I need a bounce back to like 126 or that pre-market low to get short.
Well, she's certainly against trend. There's no doubt about that. Given
exactly.
Yeah, given where
really it's like 125. In front of 125. If NVIDIA is still... Listen, I'm going to tell you guys right now. If NVIDIA bounces back to 1150 and we're still at... If we bounce back to 1150 and reject it, I'm going to look to get short it.
At this point, futures perhaps pricing in a quarter-point rate cut in December. Odds, though, of a September move. You heard Rick mention this as well in answer to Mike's question.
Coinbase is rallying again. It's just a beast.
He's Jeffrey's chief market strategist and a new CNBC contributor. Welcome.
Thanks, David. You're welcome. I like that. I like the combo title.
Happy to have you as a contributor, although you always
His name is David Zervos.
There goes coin. It's a nice rip. What's going on with...
less tight, I should say, or less restrictive than we otherwise would think because of the balance sheet. Yeah. Continues, and I think with
Keep an eye on Mara.
it's probably,
If you get an extension to 21.
than I might have even thought at the beginning of the year. So I think that's been a helpful tailwind. I guess I don't have a lot new to say on that subject. The new stuff seems to be the beginning of this month. Just a lot of trades getting unwound, a lot of macro stories, whether it's
Alright, I just needed to grab some crackers for my cracker ass. My cracker ass had to grab some crackers. Alright, Mara's got a little volume behind it.
I think the economic story, and from the Fed's perspective, is very much on hold. We need 3 months of something to confirm there's a move, if at all. And so I feel like the volatility, it's a summer volatility story unless we get a big shock of some, geopolitical. So that's kind of how I'm thinking. I'll say I was a little surprised at the size of the market.
KRE.
SLBR.
So we'll wait and see.
Damn, like everything is...
Shares getting another pop here, 62 cents up to 135%. Sandy Oscar Bravo Romeo.
Yeah, keep an eye on like Walmart, Costco.
The story that, because I'm looking at commodities as well, just seeing copper 10+% off the highs, everything. And oil, the oil start to the year was very interesting to me. So, I mean, we're back to
the year or the month.
Start to the month, yes, Mike. But we're back to really low levels.
Bro, Starbucks is working out great, man. I almost want to take some off the table. If you bought with us on this long term, you could probably take a little off the table and look to possibly get in at a lower price, but it may just keep climbing. So that's an old trade hold a core trade core to just get some it helps bring down your cost basis with insurance. It's got a lot of reasons that it helps, but you got to be able to do it correctly.
either the uncertainty related to the election or just a more significant slowing than they had priced. But again, it's early days. I have to say, I thought the price action seemed extremely aggressive for the amount of data or knowledge that we got just for the beginning
So
of
it
the month.
seems like it could just be some kind of mechanical flows or something.
Could be that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, markets do like to, they take momentum and they go.
All right, there we go. All right, NVIDIA's down, going into 1140, guys.
David, thank you.
Always a pleasure.
Welcome as a contributor, David Zervos. All right, let's get to another David here. Sarah's got that for us.
1140.
Into the conversation as we're talking about what's next for the
NVIDIA is at 1140.
I moderated a few sessions at the NYU Hospitality Conference, and we talked to a lot of hotel CEOs that were talking about the more normalized demand. Also talked to David Solomon, the CEO of Goldman Sachs, who was at the conference, and I asked him when it comes to consumer demand, how he perceives it right now and what's happening with the overall economy. Listen to what he said. On the last panel, it sounds like when it comes to travel demand, it's normalizing. It's not booming like we saw necessarily last year, but it still looks pretty strong. How do you think about what the consumer looks like in the U.S.?
Yeah, I listened very carefully to what they had to say because they're obviously a small data point into consumer behavior.
And a strong part of the economy right now.
And a strong part of the economy right now. I would step back at just a very, very high level. I think over the last 6 months, and particularly in the past few months, we've seen, and you can see it in the quarterly earnings from a variety of companies, shifts
All right.
in consumer behavior that to me indicate
ARM's down into 123. NVIDIA's down into 1140. And look at those tails coming in.
And I think the reason for it is very, very clear. We talk about inflation. We talk about inflation coming down, but inflation is cumulative. And so things that matter to the
And what did we say with the Qs?
are 20 to 25%
We wrote down
today than they were 4 years ago.
we wanted to break above 452 and hold it. We didn't hold it.
That I think
Down to 452 rejection. We're looking for 448.
is in very good shape.
That's not good.
Two, I think, kind of macro tailwinds that are driving
Do you guys see this now?
growth despite the fact that we've tightened monetary conditions.
Can you type something in the chat if anybody here, there's anybody here? Matter of fact, I can look. Hold on.
And in addition, this infrastructure shift around technology as we transition
No.
from CPUs to GPUs.
All right, never mind. I don't need to waste my breath.
Data centers and power and all the infrastructure we need to keep up with compute capacity. Those are big tailwinds. Big tailwinds.
All right, so you're seeing divergence. All right, you're coming up with the Qs. 452. We said look for that to be a rejection point.
But the economy's still chugging along, pretty well, bro.
David Solomon, the CEO of Goldman Sachs, talking about the consumer and data that
Look at NVIDIA holding. Let's see what that does to the Qs. Look, it broke above 452. Let's see. See what we have here.
that the Fed doesn't cut rates this year and said that they were totally taken out of context and refused to make a prediction about how many cuts we'll get, whether the Fed cuts this year, because he said that it's just hard to tell. But so he was clear about that. But did say, on these rates that we're
I want to see if we can get a pullback on Coinbase.
heard this from a number of bank CEOs and a number of investors.
I want to get a pullback on Coinbase. If I can get that like 240 area. All right.
Interest rates that were an anomaly. So don't expect that we're going back there anytime soon. Just something to think about as we watch these daily fluctuations and these lower bond yields that he, I think, is one with others.
I like the short on Coinbase. I'm saying it right now.
Elevated rates, and that doesn't mean it'll restrict activity. They're saying signs of capital markets.
Telling you guys right now.
M&A, not horrible, he said. Should pick up a little bit further here. Obviously, they're seeing more activity, but the sort of high yield environment, something for investors.
Why are my charts doing this?
As we figure out, how to price equities in the coming years.
ARM, you have to watch this for this gap fill down at 120.50.
Don't change over the course of the year, which is a decent
120.54.
Anybody who came into the business before the 2000s would remember 10-year Treasury yield in the zone of nominal GDP is kind of the way history says it ought to be, and that's roughly where we are. If anything, yields are a little low.
And also, he said, just given the amount of, first of all, debt that we've taken on, equation, right, for where bond yields ultimately should be and should settle. He characterized the
JP Morgan's holding up at 201.
and being buffeted by
All right, TSM broke 152. TSM is going into the gap now.
he's very excited about. I asked him in the final question, what's most exciting? What's the biggest opportunity for you right now at Goldman, and something the audience can take away? And he mentioned the generative AI possibility, but those two sort of more structural.
You have a little support here at 150 when TSM possibly in front of 250. Yeah, it feels like semis are just getting sold right now.
As we head to a break, here are three big movers we're watching this hour. GameStop giving back gains, still up double digits on the week. You see it down.
TSM.
We'll bring you the latest on those lean moves. Intel unveiling new AI chips at the Computex conference in Taiwan, looking to better compete with the likes of NVIDIA and AMD, both of which had similar announcements over the weekend. Intel down a third of a percent. And watch Tesla today. CNBC's Laura Kolodny reporting Tesla CEO Elon Musk ordered NVIDIA to put thousands of the company's AI chips that were reserved for Tesla to Musk's other ventures, X and XAI. Well, more on this.
You might be able to look for a bounce on Intel.
Welcome to Street Back.
Look, JP Morgan going now. JP Morgan trying to bounce. Goldman Sachs is a monster right now. The Dow's doing really well, man. All right, I think I might trade this. Goldman has room to 460.
TRP, DC Energy shareholders voted to spin off liquid pipeline businesses to become
We'll see if we get a pullback to 455 on Goldman. And then you could look for a bounce to 460. That's a nice trade. Oh shit, hold on. You have the 20-day up there too. That you broke below. That's not good. It's Blue Chew. He pump faking like a motherfucker. Yeah, Blue Chew. It's all good. Alright, so...
For all those investors out there who are following news and trends and want to figure out what to do next, CNBC Pro gives you the tools that you need, access to market movement.
Yeah, look for that 460. I think 460 is a good level. 458 to 460, that area. And see what happens here. Let's see if the markets do decide to pull back, because I might just trade the Qs, and I don't know. It feels like the markets are undecided here.
Hands-free sneaker built for comfort. You heard that correct. Zebras are hands-free, meaning you can put them on without bending over.
Did ARM stop trading or something? ARM stopped moving. Did anybody else see this? Like, ARM hasn't moved in like a while. Alright. NVIDIA, 240. Or 1140. Until it breaks 1140, you have TSM. It broke. You have room down to 150. Coinbase. Looking for a pullback on Coinbase up here at 240. Alright, 240 is a nice level. You get a bounce into 240. Keep an eye on the volume. Like, you have, it's like a $2 range, so you get pops into like 238.75, 238.50. That's the entry. What else am I looking at? So JP Morgan held up. JP Morgan. I don't know why I have a 30-minute chart on here. Bro, I wish they would shut up about GameStop. That shit is trash, bro. Did it break or hold that level? Yeah, it held the level. So you want to look to see if you can break above 28. You need to get some buyers in here to break above and hold 28 on GameStop. That's your range. It's like 25.50 to 28. It's like a $2 area. Like this whole area, you got to hold this level. If you break down from 25.50, I think they really pack on the punch, really packing the, you know, they really sink their teeth in on the short. And sellers really start to step in. All right, JP Morgan's about to fall down. Q's 252 on the QQQ, top right. That's your level. All right, see if we just don't have no volume going off the level. It feels like we might just sit here and consolidate. But Coinbase gives me 240. It's pushing in there. Keep an eye on Mara, Riot, all those names. All right, ARM. We told you guys this morning. 128, 127 short on ARM down into 124. You got your trade there. It's a $4 or $5 move now. You're at yesterday's low. So if you don't hold yesterday's low, you have a gap. You're looking at like 120. You're looking at that next level would be like 120. It looks like on ARM. Oh man, I meant to look at DJT and like Palantir and I didn't. Fuck. So yeah, 122. Yeah, 122 would be your support level. All right, let's get a bounce here. Come on, NVIDIA. The Qs are still below 452. They got to get above here. They got to get above 452. We practically haven't moved. The markets haven't even moved. Right? The market opened up at 452.87 and we're at 452. We've moved 80 cents in an hour. So don't get crazy if you haven't taken a trade, or don't get upset. I mean, the market hasn't even moved. It's moved 50 cents. That's it. The SPY is literally right where it opened. Look, the SPY is literally right where we opened. The overall markets haven't moved. But energy, gold, they're all weak. It's probably because the dollar's pulling back. Right? Yeah, it's up here rejecting 104. And maybe that's why we're getting our outer performance out of Bitcoin and crypto. But I want to put myself on the right side of the trade, and that's volume. I want relative strength and relative volume. Now look, Bitcoin looks like it's about to pull back off of 69.79. So now it looks like that Coinbase short might start working now. Look at the volume picking up too. All right. You got some support here at like 69.2. So that's, I'd pretty much look for like $1,000 move on Bitcoin. And let's see if this gets going and if it can help Coinbase. It should start soon. Alright, let me throw this up here. So look, see how Coinbase is like trying to turn back around. It's got a little bit of strength. We need that volume to start picking up though. The thing is if you get the Qs and look at the SPY, it looks like the SPY is trying to attempt to go to make some upside move here, but look at this look at this volume just falling off. The volume's pulling back. Alright, here we go. NVIDIA, did anybody look? 1140. 1140 is holding. Did anybody get that? I might try an ARM trade. I might go to the high. I might try ARM. A long on ARM back to 126. All right, watch NVIDIA. Watch the market. All right, here we go. Here we go. I just got to know where my entry point is. We rejected VWAP earlier. Pullbacks into 120. It's not going to let us, is it? Fuck. Real quick. FSLR. It has not popped yet. Ford, nothing. Tesla. arm, so everything's kind of sideways here.
Involvement, that is Hotel Papa Echo.
Up by more than 40% on just that year-to-date basis, so keep an eye on that. And then we're going to end here with a check on AstraZeneca, which announced upbeat results for a number of its treatments, including key drugs aimed at breast and lung cancer as well. Those shares hitting a record high in this morning's trade, so it gets a little star up here. And by the way, be sure to tune in.
That's pretty crazy.
With Jim Cramer.
$3 for a $3 move. I don't really like that. Really, $3 for a $2 move, guys. You're paying $2.38, right? You're paying $2.30. You're paying a 30-cent premium on a long to back to 126, and you're not even guaranteed to get to 126. McDonald's is just still climbing. Nice job for anybody that took that. Target on that's 265. 264. Apple turning around. Microsoft trying to go green here. Microsoft trying to go green. Look here. You could probably get a quick little trade on Microsoft if you hold this level right there, 412.70, 412.80. If you get above there. The volume is done though. It's like the volume is trash.
Just in terms of the election itself, because I know it takes place over a period of time. Can you just explain when we're going to know the final results?
Yeah, in a couple hours we will know the final results of this election.
All right, Coinbase is pulling back.
1.4 billion people that have gone to the polls, so it's a Herculean effort amongst the government officials and others to sort of orchestrate this huge undertaking. But again, this is a big surprise. Everyone was expecting a landslide victory for this individual who has not only appeased his base, but also a number of corporate giants who, when he came to the White House,
Is Johnson & Johnson green again?
Bezos among others, to meet him.
So Marcus reacting to the possibility or likelihood that he won't have as free a hand, I suppose?
Exactly. Not an outright majority in the House to pass some of these economic reforms. They still may get passed, but it'll take a year versus...
Look at Boeing. I don't know what happened there.
President Jean-Claude Trichet with his take on whether Europe gets a rate cut this week and what that could mean for the U.S. and global economy. He joins us next.
All right, the Qs can break up here. Look for 256, 254. Notice how the Qs were above the SPY earlier this morning. So that means the Dow or the IWM is our leader. Exactly. Let's look for Dow names. That's our leader. Oh my God. It's coming into resistance up here. Yeah, the Dow has some resistance here at 388, so it's really tough to go long anything if you're coming into the resistance zone. This sucks. This really sucks. Alright, so you have, what is that, 390 right there. If I show you guys this half-hour chart, you guys will see 388 or whatever. What is this? That pivot low right there, 388. Yeah, 388. You got one more dollar and you're in front of resistance. Yeah, look, the SPY rejected. Oh my God. Let's go. Alright, I'm just gonna have to trade Coinbase. Did anybody take that short up there? Is anybody able to take that short on Coinbase?
Better hurry, then I'll schedule. Sign up for Rinse at rinse.com to get $20 off your first order. In Ren Kitchen,
It's gonna be one of those days.
Get up to 60% off fully built kitchen cabinets with 0% APR for 84 months.
And look at QQQs. I told you. I told you. I told you. Mm-mm-mm.
In Ren Kitchen Spring Cleanup Sale, get up to 60% off fully built kitchen cabinets with 0% APR for 84 months. Plus, get 10% off quartz countertops. This is the great renovation.
Watch 234 if 234 holds.
Welcome back. I'm Pippa Stevens with your CNBC News Update. Opening statements are underway.
234, 235.
Federal gun charges trial. First Lady Jill Biden
Who gives a
stepped
shit?
into court just minutes after Hunter entered this morning. A source tells NBC News there will be a steady stream of family and friends attending the proceedings. Hunter Biden has pleaded not guilty in the case, which accuses him of lying about his drugs used to obtain.
You guys want me to go get some pictures with the Biden trial?
Sullivan is expected to meet this morning with
With Biden's
of Americans believed to be held by Hamas in Gaza.
little crackhead son.
As the U.S. pushes fragile ceasefire negotiations in the Israel-Hamas war, and after the Israeli Defense Force announced the deaths of
4th Street bully.
hostages in Hamas captivity, 3 of them in
NVST Microvast
and the
announced
Southwest is preparing
up
for
to
the first
$25 million
this summer. The
corporate
National
loan
Weather
facility.
Service
That's
says
Michael
people
Victor
from Las
Sandy
Vegas
Tango.
to Phoenix can expect to see dangerous triple-digit temperatures from Wednesday morning to Friday evening. Sarah, back to you. Okay, Pippa, thank you. Pippa Stevens. Let's turn to the global economy. Europe racing for the possibility of interest rate cuts later this week. Big meeting on Thursday. Let's bring in the former head of the European Central Bank. He was the president there, Bank of France honorary governor Jean-Claude Trichet. It's great to have you. I can't think of a better guest this week to talk to. So do you think they'll pull the trigger and cut rates?
Well, we still, of course, value in intuition is that they will pull the trigger and decrease rates by 0.25%, even if there has been some bad news that were more or less unexpected as regards the goal, which is to stabilize prices and having inflation going down. So the bad news, there are 4 bad news, if I may. One, headline inflation at 2.6%, 0.2% more than the previous month. Core inflation 2.9, equally 0.2% inflation more than the previous month. The negotiated
Voila.
wages are picking
Bada bing, bada boom.
this year, and services inflation are also picking up quite strongly. And of course, it goes probably for the new quarterly forecast projections, which will be displayed next Thursday.
Oh no, hopefully I didn't stop the stream.
With some bad news, of course.
Let's see here.
You have also good news, which are more or less the symmetry of the bad news. Unemployment decreased to 6.4%.
Take them. That's a nice move, guys. You guys got $5 in just a few minutes right there.
And also the PMI indicates that the recovery is now going on in the euro area. So we avoided recession.
You can still hold this level.
Recovery going on. Not surprisingly, we have more inflation than was suspected.
I don't think you will because it's low volume.
Microalgo, another pop here, $9.57, NLGO.
And then the other rethink that's going on right now is just how many rate cuts they will be able to achieve this year, given what you say is the bad news of stickier inflation. So what's your best guess at this point? Do you think they'll, after this week, how many more will we get before the end of the year?
Yeah, first of all, we must, of course, accept that
Why does this do that?
would be different.
I would love to know why. I knew something was looking weird with my charts.
Fed take my best guess, taking into account all the information we have today. Instead,
All right, so there we go. There we go. That's a nice move there on Coinbase. That's a really nice move.
before the end of the year, I think it's more reasonable to think of one decrease.
I think that's a really nice move there.
This is, the my central intuition. It can change.
Uh, 236. Bounce backs to like 235, 236, and see if you start rejecting up there for like the bigger move to the downside if we can get it. Notice how NVIDIA, right there at 1140, it pulled back, held. That's a bullish setup. Look for previous highs. All right. Let's see here. Wait, fucking Brian Bell. Oh, okay, never mind. I could see why. All right. I don't get it. It is a wild card. This area is a wild card. But they're gonna get hurt if they
A great man once said, persistence alone is overwhelmingly powerful.
Let's see.
On the NYSE stock symbol
Let's see.
cleared by the FDA.
All right, Coinbase rejecting 236 now.
Cell-sized drug was
Let's see here.
world-renowned Max Planck Institute.
It was.
$500 million invested over 20 years.
I don't know what the relative strength roughly was for that. Okay, NVDA holding.
Before it is weakened by radiation and chemotherapy. Sell side, stock symbol
I should probably try for that Coinbase now. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. ARM should have room back to 126, guys. I feel real good about that. I would look for 126 on ARM. 126 on ARM. 126 on ARM.
I grew up doing rodeo and gymnastics. I'm probably the only
Ooh, bro, 250.
the Olympics for gymnastics. My ambition as an athlete is to be the best that I can be. When you're competitive,
The markets are struggling so bad. They're struggling. It's so hard for them to just do anything at all.
straight elbows, that I think is a good motivating goal to try to achieve perfection when it's so hard.
The Olympics from Paris starts July 26th on NBC and Peacock.
Has anybody looked at SoFi lately? Or like Baba?
Ordered NVIDIA to ship thousands of AI chips reserved for Tesla to his other companies, his privately owned companies.
78 now.
XAI. By ordering NVIDIA,
I feel like you're in you're at an inflection point here with semiconductors, and it is the. Are we going to hold and extend higher? Or are we just going to sit here and pull back? Like, because if we don't continue, if we can't hold this, we're going to start pulling back. Qs can't get out of their own way. NVIDIA is struggling at every freaking level it tries to hold. Same for ARM. So keep an eye, keep an eye on like McDonald's, Walmart. Like this is rotation. All right, JP Morgan's pulling right back into 200 again, guys.
No matter why you started your business, your goal,
It's a nice support level.
and with the help of financing from Capitus,
All right, we're gonna pull back here.
because
Do I take it?
$1.82 at the high of 600.
We're not at 126 yet.
Michael Limagoff, Oscar.
the opportunity seekers,
I'm really thinking about it.
we finance small businesses.
This is our future, Mom.
MLGO.
Creates a logo, website, even social posts.
All right.
Hey, I like it. Who wants to come see the future?
Come on. Fucking piece of shit.
Your record label is taking off, but so is your sound engineer. You
FSLR.
Indeed you do. Indeed Instant Match instantly delivers quality candidates matching your job description. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
The investing club is about
I was curious if this really looks. This could be really nice. This could be a really nice. If you get like some decent buyers to step in here and you start breaking this thing out, this could be a nice trade here. I mean, it's already ripped though, so that's probably where I'm going wrong.
UAL, United Airlines
Alright.
executives said we've started hiring pilots again. That's Uniform Alpha Lima, United.
Wearable biometric devices measure subtle changes in
Oh shit, that's weird. The minute they say that's the minute it's at resistance. That ain't weird at all. You have support down at 52. What do we have? What do we have? Give it away, give it away, give it away now. Look at Arm. Arm doing really well. All right, here you got a little bit of strength there out of nowhere. Just like out of nowhere, some of these names, like Coinbase and Arm, they just ripped for no damn reason. But they're still just ripping into resistance. Like don't get it twisted. While globalization is not gold, I'll still hear a fat ass sitting in the seat. And globalization. I'm just gonna end it with that. Globalization. Trade is slowing down. There's not so much free money going on around the world, so things are cooling down, and I'm still sitting in this seat. Globalization.
What we are seeing is, while globalization is not gone, there are changes in trade patterns very clearly. We see, especially across politically non-aligned blocs, trade is slowing down even more than it is slowing down otherwise, and it is slowing down. We have seen tripling of trade restrictions.
I'm looking at a Coinbase short, guys, right here.
1,000 years ago to 3,000 now.
237.
And the most worrisome thing
Hold on,
is
let
we
me
see
make sure.
an embracement of industrial policy willy-nilly everywhere.
Willy-nilly industrial policy. She called out China, she called out the U.S., and she called out Europe. That was, of course, IMF Managing Director Kristalina Georgieva this morning here at the CNBC CEO Council Summit, talking about...
Nobody cares. Talking about shit we don't give a fuck about. Talking about we don't give a about. Okay. 3 minutes. Alright, ARM's coming right back. NVIDIA just is still consolidating, so that's not doing us any good. United Airlines is pulling back. McDonald's. Is anybody still in McDonald's? You guys still in that? Okay, it's pulling back now anyway. Yeah, it's breaking down. Let's look at the 30-minute chart and then look over at this thing. Okay, so here, the level for that would be 260.20 for McDonald's. Let's see if 260.20, 260.20 to 260.46, I would say roughly. I would feel better at. See, it's already broke. It's already broke that level, and look, the SPY's pulling back down. Everything's pulling back down now. It's that shake and bake day. It's that shake and bake day. Let's see here. And that's it. That's another rejection up there on the SPY. They just don't want to. They just don't want to pay us on the downside. Like, you're not getting extension to the downside because the volume is poop. Like trash. It stinks. I'm going to be a little frustrated that I messed my charts up, but it is what it is. I don't care. I do care, but... Alright, so... Alright, 527 on the SPY. Coinbase is testing back up there at 239, 240 area. That's an area you want to look for a rejection, but it's got a little decent volume with it today. So if you break above 240, hello 245. All right, hello 245.
Option says proprietary market data issue has been resolved. All systems currently operational.
Yeah, whatever. Who gives a shit? So far everything worked out. So far everything worked out today. 120. That bounce back on arm looked to get short at 127, 128. 452 on the Qs. That's what we're watching right now. Does this... No, hold on. Let me use the 5-minute. I'm sorry, guys. JP Morgan longs to 202, and I think it's rejecting now. Let me fix my charts. I'm just trying to find something that has some relative strength and relative weakness. The strongest thing I see right now is Coinbase. I'm going to be honest with you. It's got the most consistent volume. It's doing a little bit better. Like the Dow is really outperforming, but it was coming into resistance, and now it's pulling back. So with the Dow pulling back, maybe you could look at Goldman Sachs. Right? There you go. Goldman Sachs is pulling back. They both hit resistance. They're pulling back. I don't know if it takes the whole move back, but you could look for like 452. I think these markets are trading sideways. We're waiting on data. It feels like the market's really waiting on data, and you're just gonna get chopped unless you find something like Coinbase. There it goes. Hello 245. What are we at? 3% right now. Let's go. Increase in volume. You know what? Damn. Nope. No, I can't do it, guys. I am not. Ain't no way in hell. Because we could have just got the 240s for like, I don't know. I can't remember how much we could have got them for. But now they're $7. I'm not paying. We could have got it for half of that. I think it was like 450, 395 to like 425 earlier. If I had to guess correctly, we could play Mara. I'm just not wasting that. I'm just not spending fucking 20 grand on a position when the markets are trading sideways. You feel what I'm saying? Do you see what I'm saying? Like, I'm good. I'm okay. Keep an eye on Meta. All right, McDonald's pulled back. It broke out, pulled back to 260. Your resistance zone, bottom right screen, bottom right monitor, 260. Watch for if the Dow can turn itself around, or if the market turns around, I should say. 265 on McDonald's, but chances are this is about to break. You could look for a 257.30. Looks like we're starting to get some movement here. Finally, it's about damn time. It's about damn time. Nope. They're just gonna bullshit. They're just gonna bullshit. I really think they're just gonna bullshit. All right, 126 short. We said going up into that previous lower high there. Watch NVIDIA. Hopefully we get like a random weird move. You know how the markets like to move at like 11:30, 12? I just don't think so. Moderna gave us our move right out the gates. It moved its $10 right off the bell, and it's still pulling back. All right, JP Morgan just broke 200, but it's an area, so you would want to look for like, your stop loss would be just below 199.80 on JP Morgan longs, but it did it out the gates, and then 202 rejection. So there's trades out there. You just have to find them. You just have to find them. And what's going on here? Because we're at the 20-day moving average, aren't we? Oh, it doesn't have it on this one. Shit. All right, Coinbase is pulling back.
What I look for in a contractor is someone who's reliable.
We're going to get our double top now. Or what? Yeah, look at that. It's already pulling back hard. I'm trying, guys. I'm trying. Oh my gosh, it's already up. Are you serious? Bro, they were just 120. Now they're up to 53. Gosh, damn it. Oh my God. That's I just tried to get short there on Coinbase. Look at this. Watch this. I'm gonna show you guys something. Look at this. Just that quick. They went from $1.20 to $1.60. Like, I couldn't even get it. I couldn't even get it. It's still not bad, but this far out of the money, I need it when I need it. You know what I mean? Like, I need it ASAP. ASAP. Number one, I'm fighting the trend. Two, that's really it. I feel like I'm fighting the trend. That sucks. You know, the reason I say this and to watch this stuff is because if you were to get short here and it bounces back to like 238, okay, you're not wrong. And it bounces back, you're down money, and then it goes, you know, then you get the move back to where you went, where you entered, and you're still not green because you're so far out of the money. You're gonna be like, damn, son. Damn, trading's rigged. It's not rigged. You just gotta know what you're doing. Fuck. Can we get down to 232? Give us a bounce here. Let's go check in on Bitcoin real quick. I'm still gonna try and take this Coinbase short. I may still try it. I still may try it because 232 was the entry long, and I feel like it may give it to us. Maybe we can get down to like 225 today or something. There it is. That's probably the entry point right there, guys. That test of that right there. Come on, let's go. Watch time and sales in level 2. Fuck, they're already back to 150. They're front running these contracts like crazy. Bid down, ask up. That's ridiculous. Look, they're jumping up to look how it was at 50 and they those bids went to 60, or the asking price went to 60 because they were trying to. They thought they could open it up as it extends, but here I'll go back here. You guys let me know if you guys have any tickers you guys want to look at, or you know, if you want to ask about it, or just if you want me to throw it up on the chart. That sucks. JP Morgan might be pulling back a ways today, guys. I might try. That's not cool. That might be a failed breakout. JPM might be back to 195. Look at this. The volume's pretty decent too. Look at this. Fuck. Bro, JP Morgan's going straight down. What the fuck? Alright, 195. And look at the volume today. Look at the volume. Even though these were already points of entries. Let's see, resistance support. What is that, 197? 197, 197. Alright. 197. That got a little weird right there, didn't it? That's a big double bottom. I mean, that's kind of what. Damn, look at that. I ain't even gonna say it. I'm not even gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it. All right, let's go get a kill. Let's get a kill here. Where we at? And we're looking to get down to 97.
Elon Musk tweeting now said Tesla had no place to send the NVDA chips to turn them on, so they would have just sat in a warehouse. The south extension of Giga Texas is almost complete. This will house 50,000 H100s for FSD training. That's from Elon Musk at tweet now. That's NVDA and TSLA. Shares of Tesla fell earlier on that news. Tesla share is now at 175.71, down 50 cents off the earlier lows for Tesla.
And we got 11% headline earnings growth, despite the fact that the third group, which is energy and materials, you know, as you know, low multiple stocks, which means they are a bigger part of earnings, down 25%. And that mostly reflects what's happened year on year to oil and commodity prices. So, you know, it's not very it's very easy for them to stop being such a big drag. And if you think now about the second quarter, we're looking for earnings growth to continue to pick up.
Once again, 126. Look, 139 again. Is there anybody on these? Look at this. Look at your 220s. All right, 120 entry there on Coinbase. You're at 180. JP Morgan. We said ARM. Bounce backs to 126. Get short. It's just like this. Just that easy. All right, it's not always easy, but today you just have to follow the technical analysis and just follow it. Bounce backs to 126. Okay, 125.44. Same difference. All right, that it's an area. It's 125.50, whatever. You got VWAP, 9 EMA, all up there. Just piece of cake. JP Morgan's falling though. All right, and we said bounce off 200 into 202. You could get long off 200 into 202 and look for that short up at 202. And here you go. Just every single one. We have it, and we did it all live today, this morning. It's all fully recorded. Moderna, 150 rejection, looking for 140. Let's go have a look. You opened up at 147.8. Where'd you go to? 141. I'll be damned. That one would have been a little harder because it's right out the gates. TSM, 174 long. You know, obviously it all depends on, we said, watch NVIDIA. Let's see here. TSM 152, the 20-day, quote unquote, the 20-day. So we're still there hanging out at it. Just keep an eye. It just feels like semiconductors are, NVIDIA's having trouble breaking out. So that's where we're running into a little bit of problems here. All right. All right, watch for bounce backs into 200, and if you would like to, look for 200 to now be the rejection entry short.
levels, 103, 121. But again, we started to leak lower. I've had really a hard time holding that upper 121 level. Now, the bullish scenario here is that we're really just bouncing around a large area forming around 117. So again, that leak lower, not what the bulls wanted to see, but not necessarily invalidating this longer-term trend to the upside. And so I'm sure, a lot of our regular viewers are looking at this going, Ben, this is leaking lower, right? I mean, why are you still taking a bullish stance on this one? And here's why. Because that longer-term chart, when you can see, first and foremost, double bottom.
Sorry, I know you guys can't hear me. I'm really thinking about JP Morgan now. I feel like there's something going on outside of, what's his name, leaving? And I feel like they're really going, I think they're going for this 198 level. Damn, I only got $1 left on it. Fuck. Sorry. Oh, wait a minute. You want to do it at 200, but we'll see.
These charts are going to offer up a little bit for both sides here today. I like the 3 picks Tom's brought to the table.
Yeah, and look, I mean, he's going long on the others. This one he's selling short. Final thoughts here, Tom, on Exxon.
The oil stocks, where Ben pointed out the bottom of that consolidation, that's what oil stocks love to do. They consolidate for long periods of time, then they break tops out again, consolidate. So that is what I'm looking for right now, basically the bottom of that consolidation. And, if you get it at that bottom of the consolidation, you get a nice trade, man. Even going back, just flipping it around and going back topside.
All right, next up, we're looking at Barrick Gold. I don't know if you saw yesterday, there was a glitch here at the New York Stock Exchange.
I did.
Barrick Gold was on the headlines. Oh, I'm sure you did. It was shown down more than 98% before the trading of this Canadian miner was in fact halted. That and a few other names too. I mean, they quickly fixed the issue, but you must have had a small heart attack for a brief moment. So today it's at 1660. Where do you think it's headed?
So we're looking at Barrick right now. You get it at 1660. Now, this went to 5 cents yesterday, and that was a trip. There's no doubt about it. You can put a stop at basically under the lows today. And I'm looking for 1895. 1895 is your next swimmer down. They like to go test it. Barrick is, fundamentally has been having a hard time. Barrick bought Rangel years ago. Rangel was the best stock in the gold market. But I see a lot of value here. The CEO is a great CEO. They're in Western Africa, and Western Africa has the least amount, the price is the least amount to get the ore out of the ground. So I think it's been struggling, but I think it's just at the time that it's going to be getting some action right now.
Yeah, and the sustainability strategy delivers real value to stakeholders. I mean, there's been some positive comments on this one. The high was 1895. Let's see what Ben says about the technicals.
Yeah, Nicole, as I look at this one, similar pattern, right, as our last example is Exxon. We got a little bit of short-term weakness, but a bit of a bullish pattern paying out here as you step away from the more granular time frame. Let's just begin. First and foremost, with the tick-for-tick type chart, you can see, as our last example, a couple areas of consolidation as your eye gets trained to sort of just focus on these balance areas, these markets areas where the market forms value. You can see 3 on this chart, and they have been at lower and lower levels. So let's take a step back. That's just a 1-minute snapshot, a 1-minute candle chart, a snapshot of some of the recent price activity. But that look at some of that selling that we just identified, that's this right here, right? You can see high conviction trade to the downside, and this comes in continuation of the pattern we've been seeing, because there's that price you were just talking about. I think you mentioned 1835 just a week or so ago, Nicole, and you can see high conviction on the left side of your screen, sideways consolidation, that transition from the vertical to the horizontal, and then look what happens here. We break out in a vertical phase again as we seek value lower, and actually we're maybe starting to get something a little bit more rotational over here. You're starting to see something a bit more overlapping play out here, where you kind of lose that high conviction, lower lows and lower highs. Do we start to balance out down here? That's exactly what the bears want to see, because that sort of solidifies that working assumption that value continues to establish itself lower and lower. Now, this is on the more granular, more intermediate time frame. Take a look here. You can see a similar pattern playing out on the daily, but you can also see how we're in this wide range. Shares of GOLD have been range bound since June of 2022, currently in a balance forming around 1650. That horizontal phase that we're in, Nicole, it's a low conviction, very random phase, right? We could continue to chop, test the upper, the lower extreme, but until we take out these parameters that we've set, ultimately, you're just in kind of this consolidation phase, right? Establishing value. Again, the area we're contained around is 1650 right now. So, again, a kind of an example where we can see a little bit for both sides. There's some room for the bulls and the bears to kind of battle it out here still.
Low conviction, fairly random horizontal path. I mean, at this point, it's interesting because what we've seen with gold, when gold, the actual equity, commodity, hitting new highs, and it does make some big moves, and yet this one has been just less exacerbated, right? I mean, for example, gold's down $21 today. Do you watch gold closely as well, meaning the commodity at $23.47? Do you keep an eye on that too, Tom?
I do, Nicole. And what has happened in this run here, okay, so I can bring it back to 2000, but we'll stay present here. What has happened is that the gold equities and silver equities have been much weaker than the actual gold price. Now, what happened at the end of May, as I said at the beginning, that's the first time I got a buy on a monthly basis since 2000. So I expect that that's going to start changing, you know. So there is no doubt when people see gold, they say, oh, the gold equity's got to go. Well, it didn't go yet, you know. So we'll see how this shakes out. When the fundamental numbers are coming in, they're coming in good. But what is also happening is that their expense ratio is going up because of cement and because of oil, because that's the biggest expense part in the mining business, you know.
All right. Next up, Hecla Mining. You're watching above $7.50 as an area that it's trying to claw its way up to. Tell us the Hecla Mining story.
It is, and silver is on the run. You know, when you talk gold and silver, you know, you get the bulls and the bears, and, you know, silver has always been, you know, the bulls in silver think it's going to go to like 8,000. I'm exaggerating, but that's kind of how it shakes out. What has happened, though, is that silver is getting more action than gold. And in Hecla's situation, it's a very strong stock. They're huge into silver. I'm looking for Hecla right now. You know, you can put a stop at 529. And your next level up there is the 762. You know, and as what does happen with the commodity market in general, you can, just like today, they can kill this market in a second. But as long as it pulls back to the bottom of those consolidations and the volume contracts, they're mostly buys. So I'm looking for Hecla to go higher in the context of real fundamentals also.
Really nice.
Yeah, look, I had a guest who was talking about the risk-on environment, but it could be risk-off at any moment. You know, you sort of feel that anticipation of what could happen. That's the market. Ben, your thoughts?
Well, I'd agree with that. A big part of the premium we've seen in gold as well, one could argue, has been the geopolitical tensions, which hopefully we get some resolution for what's been going on in the Middle East in the coming days and weeks here as they continue to strike a deal. But just taking a look at another one of these names that's in a very similar pattern, short-term weakness, long-term strength. You can see, again, identically as the last two examples that we looked at, balance forming and high conviction trade to the downside in between, and then we transition back into this overlapping, very random consolidation phase. Now we're looking at it on, again, a 1-minute candle chart, but I just wanted to point to how this transition from one phase to the next occurs across all time frames, bull, bear. I mean, that's really what draws me to it. And the simplicity, right? So we've got weakness on the short-term time frame, but that's stacking up potentially for a longer-term buy because we're now working our way towards the lower extreme of range that we've been in. Take a look, bottom left, top right, when you go all the way back to the beginning of March of this year, stock was trading down around $3.50 all the way up to, well, it's almost doubled, $6.50, just shy thereof. This is a 30-minute candle chart, Nicole. You can see, again, my eye was drawn to 3 areas of consolidation that have formed, currently working our way out of this 620 range, which, again, similarly to our Exxon example, this could just be one larger range that's forming, right? Not necessarily what the bulls wanted to see, the price decay off 634, but still hanging in there. We're above 520. That's kind of the line in the sand when you're looking at a 30-minute price time frame. Taking a look at the longer-term chart, similar pattern, right? You got shares of HL, which have been range-bound since the spring basically June of 2020, currently in a balance, which is forming value around 560. The horizontal phase, we talked about it before, right? It's a low conviction, very random type phase. So there could be room for both the bulls and the bears to find some opportunity as long as we're within this range. We've got well-defined upper and lower extreme. The parameters are set, and here we are just kind of chopping it up right at that key area.
All right. Thank you for that. I'll give you the final last word here, TFNN.com. Tom?
Yes, as Ben said, what's so cool about this one, I call it building cause. You know, that chart that he just had went back to the 2020. It's really cool when you're actually going sideways. I mean, it takes patience. But when you go sideways and you just keep consolidating, and in this particular case, every time we went higher, you had higher volume, went lower, it contracted. That mostly is building cause for higher price, and that's where I figure we're going.
Yeah. Great to see you both on this Tuesday, Tom and Ben.
You
Tom
also.
O'Brien of TFNN and our own Ben Lichtenstein. Thank you. On the charts. Coming up next, we're going to spotlight crypto in a different way because maybe you haven't noticed, but there's been a surge in female engagement in that space. Trading 360. We'll be right back.
Ameritrade is now part of Schwab, bringing you an elevated experience tailor-made for trader minds. Go deeper with Thinkorswim, our award-winning trading platforms. Unlock support from the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders who live and breathe trading. And sharpen your skills with immersive online education, crafted just for traders. All so you can trade brilliantly.
Young lady who was mid-30s, a couple of kids, recently went through a divorce. So she had a lot of questions when she came in. I watched my mother go through being a single mom. At the end of the day, my mom raised 3 children, including myself. And so once the client knew that she was hurt,
nice scout
we were
right
able to
there.
help her move forward.
That was a
Your
really
client
nice
won't
scout.
care how much you know until they know how much you care.
Cut the cord on the way you get market news. It's Market on Close. Join me, Oliver Rennick, for the biggest earnings coverage and insights from the smartest minds on Wall Street.
I wish I could get rid of this.
Monday through Friday, 3 p.m. Eastern. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Only on the Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Nicole Petalides, live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. It's time to spotlight crypto. Lots of headlines that have been emerging. We're around 70,000 near those highs on Bitcoin. But here's this. There's been a real surge in female engagement in this space. Joining me right now to explain all of this, she's got all the deets, and that is Jamie Leverton, Director at WonderFi. Thank you so much. I know you have the details on everything. So much so that when you sat down, you were telling me about some international news pegs that are happening. Tell us about some of those. We want to be abreast of things.
Yeah, I mean, in crypto, there's never a dull moment.
Yeah.
We're seeing a lot of really exciting things happening in Asia Pacific as a region. Us at WonderFi, we recently announced our international expansion, which is going to start with an acquisition in Australia.
Wow.
And big news coming out of Australia today, their spot Bitcoin ETF started trading this morning. We also saw yesterday, I believe, an announcement came in for another spot ETF being approved in Southeast Asia. And then yesterday, Hong Kong's ETF saw very significant inflows. I think they brought in 32 million yesterday in Hong Kong's alone.
This says growing interest,
Yes.
demand.
Very much so.
Let's take a step back. Maybe not everybody's familiar with WonderFi. What is WonderFi?
WonderFi is a regulated, publicly traded company. We're based in Canada, although, as I mentioned, expanding into Australia.
Yeah, exciting.
We've recently gone through significant, a three-way merger, actually. So WonderFi has consolidated 5 of the 11 regulated exchanges in Canada. We've got over 1.7 million users. Fully licensed and regulated for trading as well as staking out of Canada.
So what you are seeing is a surge in female engagement. You know, we always used to see the T-shirts of the young girls getting into science and technology, engineering, that girls in STEM, right?
STEAM,
or girls,
yep.
Or girls who code.
That's right.
You know, and because sometimes girls weren't as interested in this in yesteryear. Now it's a new age. Tell me about the surge in female engagement for crypto.
Yeah, some of the stats we're seeing, obviously we can see it on the trading platform and through or internet traffic at WonderFi. In 2001, women represented about 15% of the traffic versus 2024, where we're seeing them represent about 28% of the traffic. So a really significant increase over the period. And we're also seeing them engage with significantly larger investments into the space. And really, I think this is on the back of the US approving the spot ETFs. The more kind of regulatory clarity, the more institutional adoption. There's tons of research out there that suggests women are a little bit more risk averse. They like to do more research.
Right.
And certainly, I think as the space has matured and really made a step change this year, that's attracting more women into the space, which is obviously a very good thing.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, to your point of the approval of those Bitcoin ETFs in January 11th or so, you know, that brought optimism, that brought Bitcoin up. It didn't bring it to the highs of that 75,000. That happened a little bit later, but I think it brought some clarity, some validity, you know, some comfort to folks. I'm sure you're finding that. You talk about higher investment levels. You mentioned that. More money. I mean, that means they're each day that Bitcoin's around or some of these other digital assets, people are believing in them more. Are you finding that?
That's absolutely the case. I mean, we've started to see pension funds in the U.S. looking at the asset class. That was big news earlier this week. I think we're up to 5 publicly traded enterprises that now hold Bitcoin on balance sheet that are not in the crypto space. And I think these are trends that are going to continue to emerge, as well as additional international spot ETF approvals, all of which drives demand back to what is a finite asset.
Tell me a little bit about some of the alternative, you know, when we look at DeFi and we look at crypto. I mean, we often talk about Bitcoin, but there, you know, Ethereum, where there's still a look there, whether or not we're going to get some approval there for ETFs. You know, we've had guests on talking about Solana. We talk about Dogecoin. I mean, there's so many ways or having exposure to stocks that hold Bitcoin. What are the alternatives other than just Bitcoin?
Yeah, I think obviously Bitcoin's the bellwether. It's got the largest market cap by a very significant margin. In Canada, we've actually had Bitcoin spot ETFs trading for over 3 years. Ethereum spot launched almost 2 years ago. So we were kind of leading the space as far as regulatory clarity and bringing these assets to market. I think it's all really, really bullish for the space to see this increased maturity across other blockchains, and I do believe that trend will continue as well.
Yeah, I mean, BitO was one that was really positive. I think iBit or Bitwise trades here, but what about the other ones? I mean, are they less interesting? Is it more just about Bitcoin and Ethereum for you? Is that what people are asking for?
No, I mean, we've seen a big uptick in Solana. One of the other kind of fun data points in this space was President Trump has become the first president to accept Bitcoin payments through the Lightning Network.
Oh, yeah.
So I think there's a lot of really, really interesting innovation happening on layer 1s, layer 2s, and that's a trend that's going to continue.
You know, without getting political, I always ask folks, you know, that manage portfolios, are you positioning a certain way for the election, one candidate over the other? Are you finding it, you know, we've heard former President Trump saying, I'm your crypto guy. Do you find that people feel that way? Do you find that since you're in the industry, does that seem like it could be beneficial for the world of crypto?
I mean, certainly I think as an industry, we would prefer it to be a bipartisan issue.
Right.
I believe the latest stat I saw is there are about 92 million crypto holders in the United States. So it's higher than dog owners. I think I saw Anthony Scaramucci tweet that out this morning.
Yeah.
So it is not an insignificant portion of the population and the voter base. And I think, I mean, my personal preference would be it not be a politicized issue.
Right, understood. You know, it's interesting too, because, you know, Bitcoin really held during last year where we saw a lot of volatility. We saw a cleanup act that was happening when it came to crypto. But, you know, it held its own, and that really said something as well, didn't it?
Yeah, I think that's true. We continued to see investment coming into the space. We continued to see signs of incremental adoption by institutions and enterprises, and I mean, certainly that trend is continuing in 2024.
Yeah, AMBC Crypto's analysis now, it says Bitcoin's path to 100,000, that really 67% of crypto users believe Bitcoin will rise 80% by year end, AMBC Crypto survey finds. Are they being too optimistic? Is 100,000 in the sights? If it's not this year, is it in the future?
Look, across the industry, there was broad consensus that we would hit a $100,000 high in the last cycle. That did not happen. If I could predict the price of Bitcoin, I would probably be on a tropical island somewhere. So it's really difficult to predict, but certainly when it's an asset that is finite and we see increasing appetite for that asset, you would expect it to go up and to the right, continuously over time.
Yeah, and I'm glad you mentioned the pension funds, because that was something that got my attention recently as well. You know, more and more investors in Bitcoin and more. Thank you so much, Jamie Leverton, Director at WonderFi. Thank you. Coming up next, the disruptors. George Sillis will take a look at First Solar. In fact, there was a bullish analyst note from Morgan Stanley. The stock is up over 50% this year, and George will give us the details and an example trade as well. Next.
Looks like Coinbase ended up bouncing again. I didn't even get the damn name of that place either. Shit. I didn't get the name of it. Fuck. Spotify to stream video content. Spotify to stream video content.
And for reasons that I can't.
Oh, so here's a prime example I wish I could show you of the Biden administration. I just want to let y'all know that I love Taylor Swift, by the way, but I'm a lawyer, and I'm going to, you know what I'm saying, like, we're going to make it hard for you to be a business because you're a big business. We can come up with all these little different scenarios, and we're going to have to find you. It's just the butt, though. It's just what funny. Like, just the psychology of, let me let everybody know that I am a Taylor Swift fan. Like, okay, everybody likes her music, but I'm a Taylor Swift fan. So when I say what I'm about to say, don't get mad at me. That's the Biden administration. It's just funny that, you know, they tell other people or businesses about like what they can and can't do and step over grounds. They you know, when they go to do things, but the government steps over their authority all the time. This is like this is the ass backwards shit that where we're at. They try to make it so complicated. I don't know. I'm not going down that route. Why do I always get around it at lunchtime? Oh, it's because of CNBC. I think we need to turn Bloomberg on. Hold on. Look at Spotify, guys. This thing was... Oh my god. This is one of the bigger winners that I don't think anybody's really talking about. That's crazy. Look at this. That's crazy. 75 bucks. We could have got Spotify $75, and it seemed high. And it's back at all-time highs now. That's wild. That is wild. All right, what do you guys want to do today? What y'all want to do? Mara has room. Look, NVIDIA is still holding on up there. The volume is very low. The volume is very low. So this is where we're at. We'll do a little, damn, there it extended again. Shit. 67. Fuck, man. I think you can get, look, it's just going to go. It's going to $21. This thing will be in the money in no time. That's 70 cents. Look, you're trying to get 87.90. Come on, bro. Fuck. Well, I was trying to get that. I was thinking about taking that Mara trade on that extension because I figured that there were a few cents that I could have made there on that extension. It just took me a little longer than I wanted to get in there. What are you doing, Goofy? What are you doing? QQQ still under 452. JP Morgan just slowly grinding lower. Off of the back of the news that somebody is leaving. I'm not sure who exactly it was. ARM, we said 123 to 124. That's your buying. That's your buy zone. You broke through on an increase in volume. You know what? You guys want to see what ARM 130, what a ARM 130 call is going for, and try it out. See if NVIDIA holds here, even though the market's barely moving. So here you go. Mara, okay, 21 bucks, $21 on Mara. All right, we saw Coinbase early that, you know, this was our trade of the morning. One of our top trade ideas was Coinbase back to 240, breakthrough 240. You're going to 245. But Mara, you have that little bit of room there to $21. All right, it's well above the 100-day moving average. ARM, this is still a low consolidation here. It's just all up to NVIDIA. I feel like we're going to need NVIDIA and the rest of the semiconductor market to turn around, and like the Qs, right? We need the Qs to get back above 452. The overall market's not moving, and I feel like the market's waiting on this data, so it kind of makes sense on why crypto is going, because I don't know. I would say crypto is not really data bound, but it is. Like look at Bitcoin breaking out on huge volume breakout to all-time highs. I showed you guys this morning that this was a really nice bull pattern here. Look at this wedge. I drew this out this morning. I told you guys, look at Coinbase for the breakout of Bitcoin. I said you got to break through 69 though. You got to break through that 69, 70,000. It started to reject it this morning. You got the reversal. I mean, hey, you know what I'm saying? So I gave you guys Coinbase. I gave out a lot of trades this morning. But look to see if Mara, if Bitcoin can continue this. Maybe we can continue for maybe we can continue this rally for I don't know, maybe a couple days, unless we get some crazy data that says we got to go lower. Let's see here, what do we have? So we're above that. So that is our level right here. $20. 22. Is that 22? Yeah, 22. Come on up. All right, I gotta go. I'm gonna go feed my cat real quick. Never mind. She's just jumping up here. I might go feed her real quick. If you get pullbacks on Mara and Coinbase, you might have room. You might have room to 22. You just got to be careful. I don't know. I think the trade has already been taken from you, honestly. I feel like it's been taken from you. Let's see. This is up 5%. It could be up 8 to 9% today. So, all right, baby, I'm going. I'm coming. I'm coming, boo-boo. Break above 21, see if we can get a pullback, see if we can't buy the dip on Mara. Look for like a 21 call or something, which I might put out some limit orders here and see if we can take this a bit higher. That's what I'm going to do. We have a nice increase in volume here. I still think you'll get the pullback and you'll get a chance to take that 15-minute trade line and make that your entry point, because it's just crossing above VWAP now. So I feel like this move is just getting started, honestly. It's a flat top resistance there. You get a pullback to 2040. See if we can't get it. Watch time and sales, watch level 2, because you'll be able to see the orders that are getting filled and coming through to kind of give you some, whatchamacallit. Let me go feed my cat, and I will be right back, guys. It's 12 o'clock now. I don't want to turn on money movers, but because they'll copyright me. So give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Exxon? XOM? XOM might have another leg down off of that news.
Jenny Harrington and Jim Lebenthal will check the markets. We're uneven a bit today, as you see. We're down across the board now. JOLTS lowest since 21. The 10-year is the lowest since May 16th. That's interesting.
I'm coming, Turkey.
Weiss, Jenny Harrington and Jim Lebenthal will check the markets. We're uneven a bit today, as you see. We're down across the board now. JOLTS lowest since 21. The 10-year is the lowest since May 16th. That's interesting in and of itself. Second straight day, right? Yields down, stocks down. So no relief.
It's already up 10 cents.
I asked at the top, what's going to lead us? What's going to continue to drive this market?
Bottom left, if you can
Mega
see
caps or a rotation? Josh Brown continues to bet on one big tech stock, and that's where we begin our show today, because he is doubling down on Amazon. So you doubled your position here in Amazon. Tell us why.
Amazon right now is selling at 18 times enterprise value to EBITDA. The 3-year median is more like 22. The 5-year median is 25. The 10-year median is 30. This is the cheapest you have been able to buy Amazon stock in quite some time. In the meanwhile, this is a company
everything is acting really slow.
Is going to
Sorry,
be
look, JP Morgan, more
during
lows.
This AI revolution.
197
not just on the AWS.
197 on JP Morgan is the target. 197. Dude, everything is working out today, bro. This is nuts. This is everything. It's not always going to be like that, but dude, there's no reason why half of y'all could have not flipped your damn entire account today. You should be up 20%.
Or the slower growing areas, they have absolutely.
You should be up 20, 30% your entire portfolio.
Splurge on employees and facilities, etc. And now they are delivering some of their fastest profit growth in years. Amazon should grow earnings per share somewhere between 25 and 30% next year. The stock is, I don't think, appropriately pricing in all of the levers that they continue to pull, including having just become the 3rd largest advertising platform in the world in just the last couple of years. So the stock's been an underperformer. It's been doing well, but it's underperformed the other tech giants. I think there's really no reason for that other than it not being discovered yet. I could see this being a leader in the second half of this year, and I just want to be bigger here.
Weiss, it is the worst, to Josh's point, it's the worst mega cap over the past month. And it's coming off its third negative week. Right. You own the stock. I mean, it speaks to the broader question. Do you want to be adding to mega caps here or playing for other areas of the market? If you think we're going to have another leg higher. You know, maybe you don't. You're as invested as you said, as you've been in a while, though you've lightened up a little bit, but still.
Yeah, look, if I were to put money in it, it would go into the mega caps and some others, you know, that aren't as popular in the market. We talked about like TransDigm or Leidos or other names like that, or GXO. But I think you have time. I don't think you have to rush in to buy Amazon or anything here. Now, Amazon has, and what Josh left out, what he's talked about before, is that it's a reform company because they don't spend on dreams anymore. So they've really rationalized their CapEx. They've changed their models, going to smaller footprint warehouses now and shedding some more expensive, bigger warehouses. And cloud is still going to be a huge growth industry. Where I worry about it, though, is in terms of their e-commerce business and retail, because I'm just not that positive on the consumer. Now, you can make the argument that the consumer's going to trade down, and that's good for Amazon, and they're going to stop traveling to stores, and that experience spending, which I believe is starting to peter out and go more to spending on goods, and we see that that durable goods orders have picked up in this market. So I think it's a really good holding. I'm not looking to sell any, but I'm just being patient in terms of buying, largely because of the market. It's a big enough position, so I'm not looking to add.
Here's a question I think, as I mentioned at the top, I think our viewers among others are thinking about. Yields are down. Why are stocks down? Why are stocks weak if yields are falling?
Because the economy is showing cracks. And I have been very optimistic on this economy, but I'd be a fool to deny that the cracks are showing up, whether it's the ISM, whether it's the JOLTS survey, whether it's retail sales last month. There are cracks. This doesn't mean that the economy is falling through the ice into freezing water below, but it does mean that each sequential piece of macroeconomic data.
This is why, y'all. I'm going to show you all why. This is why I bought puts last week and the week before, or whatever. Last week, I think it was. I think it was just last week. Right there. That's why. Liquidity is getting drained. And guess what? The 2023. January, February, March, April, May. This is what took us to where we are. Once this goes away, it's going to take it away. It could. At least I feel like it's not going to take it all away, but I feel like it's could be a reason for us to pull back. All right, here we go. We may start to get our consolidation long. Let's go. It's an area 2040 portfolio. Come on. Let's fucking go, dude. I don't know what's going on with my shit today, bro. Look, no sound.
Appreciate the heads up the first time.
Look, I'll take the teasing and the joking, but I think you'll agree I've been fairly optimistic for quite some time. I'm telling you, I'm getting an uneasy feeling. Okay.
All right. So it speaks to, especially if we're going to get a softer macro backdrop. We don't know if we are. Jim says cracks, can become larger. They can get filled. We'll see.
All right. So
it is why some suggest that you should stay with the mega cap trade, like Tony Pasquarello, who I've said has suggested these stocks offer you sword and shield, offense and protection. This is the kind of market where some are going to look at these stocks and say, I want the protection that the mega caps provide. CapEx, buybacks, dividends, balance sheets, going where the puck is going towards AI. Wolf
moats,
today,
big
moats. Wolf today, or at least if not, moats, first mover advantage. NVIDIA. Too early to say. Do they have a full moat? I don't know. They have such a significant first mover advantage, though. It feels like a moat. Wolf today says tech earnings are too strong to turn intermediate term bearish. What do you think?
Dude, it fucking filled me on this shit, man. Yo, I'm so tired of this, bro. Fuck E-Trade. Fuck E-Trade. I don't care. Like, I should have not gotten filled there. I should have not gotten filled. Guys. I did not want to get filled. I don't know what the fuck this thing is doing, bro. Oh my god, this shit's gonna piss me off.
What's happening in this market is you've got really kind of like superficially nothing, right? We're kind of at up 10% on the year. We're kind of trading at 21 times $250 earnings.
I can't believe it. I can't believe this shit. Fuck. I'll let you guys know when I sell it, though.
15 years. The room was overflowing. Everyone was in there. All people wanted to know and talk about was, what does the power need look like? What does the demand look like? When will AI start to really promote this business? They gave this amazing example of a piece of land that they have near Dulles Airport that they've been sitting on as unprofitable for like since 2018. Once it actually goes into operation, it'll start to produce $1 billion. So I think you don't have to stay in that large tech play. And what's happening in this market is you've got really kind of like superficially nothing, right? We're kind of at up 10% on the year. We're kind of trading at 21 times $250 earnings. But beneath the surface, there's all sorts of opportunities being created. And so I thought that was interesting on Digital Realty. You know, I've been talking about buying UPS for a while. I'm not quite there, but UPS has traded down from like 155 or 160 to under $140. I'm finally close. I think at that point, it's going to have a nice margin of safety. So I don't think you have to be there. If you are there, you're going to make money. But I think that this market is just creating opportunity.
I got a limit order out.
Josh,
I got a limit order at 60 some cents. I just have a limit order out there. I'm not going to tell y'all where it's at. I can, if you want. If you want to know, I'll tell you. I'll tell you where my limit order is. It's not getting there, though. It got there the first one. Let's see. Let's go back. Dude, this thing is so fucked, bro. This thing is so jacked. I think you have a little bit more downside because I think you can come back to that 100-day. Yeah, see, it's going to pull back. Fucking piece of shit. This thing is a piece of shit, bro. Unbelievable. Guys, I did not want to take it then and there. This is what I don't understand. It keeps doing this to me. Like, I can't even preview the order.
Seeing signals from the labor market. I think you're seeing industrial production numbers cool off. So if we're back to that world,
It's just, what the fuck, man? I'm just fucking so pissed right now, bro. I'm really so fucking pissed. Like, I'm so tired of this. This is the last day I'm using this fucking piece of shit broker. Last fucking day. Last fucking day. Abby, come on, please. You can come in. What's wrong? Come on.
To go from like 4% to 1%
You're fine.
and change almost overnight is for me, it's telling. And what it's telling is that the Fed is largely getting its way, and we can.
Fucking volume died. Look at that. Volume died. It's going to consolidate probably. Just give me a fill, please, you piece of shit. Just go up higher because I'm not accepting anything. I know. What are you yelling for, Boo-Bo? What's wrong? Whoa, 79, gang? Whoa, hold on. Hold up. I mean, I'm not going to go that... Hold up. Hold up. Snowflake? No. Come on. All right, oh my God, bro.
They're not for the average institutional investor like somebody right here or Josh, and they're not for the average retail investors. So that's why I'd say now, however, your gains are defined by your point of entry. And I just don't believe this is right troubled by the bond market continuing, rates continuing to decline. Because as we talked about, normally that's a sign for equities to move higher.
Well, not necessarily. Not if it's because of the old growth.
All right, so baby love, you're gonna have to hold on 1 second, please. Please. All right, guys, let's see what happens here. I don't know why these 63, 63, 66, 68. I am at, I'll tell you guys right now, we'll see. I was at 64. I was at 64. No, I don't. Give me a fucking, let me lower that here. Here.
Clearly, to me, underscores that this is a growth spare, to your point.
6. No. Let's see here. Where are we at? So you're not even getting through 64, so. Bro, come on.
UBS says stick with it when they talk about the market, okay? They say 6% upside to equities by year end. They're looking at the all world. They're talking about global equities, but they're pointing to all of the reasons why, some would suggest it's hard to.
All right, let's see what happens here.
Increases because of AI, okay? All of the spending going to AI. Earnings
fuck
better
that.
than expected. They're going to continue to hold up. And the Fed is on hold, and the next move is going to be a cut.
I'm sorry, Josh just told me we can't. Oil prices falling, Josh, is not good.
There we go. Let's go. All right, guys, I got cleared there. 66 cents. Let's go. It's going to go hit 81. Watch. See if it hits 81. See if it hits 81. Let's see if it hits 81. Is it going to? I thought it was going to extend there. Yeah. See, after it clears them out, look. See if it'll hit like 80 cents. See if we get 80 here on the ask. See if we can get 80 on the ask. Everybody's jumping down. Everybody was at 68, 67 cents. Look at them. They're filling up 68, 69. Go up. I don't see why we can't get this to 81. Now you're going to get 80s. Watch. They saw 81. They're probably jumping to 80s now. 69, 70. That's what's up. So I originally put my limit order at 64. Went to 68. Then I'm like, the volume's drying up a bit here. We'll get probably a double top. So I am out of Mara. I just took it all off. Because I wanted to trade it, I just did not want it here. I didn't want to be in it there, wherever it put me in at. So even if it extends higher, because I still think today that this thing will be at 8 to 9%. It should finish the day 8-9%. I think you can get 21. I do. Let it consolidate. Let it do one of these, right? Look, that's the lower high. Let it pull back. Let it consolidate, pull it back, consolidate. You know what I'm saying? And then what it'll do is it'll tighten itself up a little bit, put in a higher low. You know what I'm saying? Another higher low. And then that's when you, right there is where you enter. And then boom, or that one, and then bang. All right? This is all through like 12 to 1:30 or so. Look at this, man. This thing's just ripping. What's Bitcoin doing, guys? Bitcoin's going off the rails right now. Nice green trade. At least we turned the good into the bad into a good. I did not want to get filled. I did not want to buy there. At least I got a decent fill. Because I could have got 54 cents, and I was waiting to see if I could get the low 50s again before I went back in tomorrow. So, not anything to brag about, but just a little trade. Come on, let's go. All right, Bitcoin is breaking out, guys. Bitcoin is breaking out. The Bitcoin breakout. Let me see. Damn, 70. Just had to be a little patient. I was honestly not sure if we were going to get this high. I was not sure if we were going to get that. I got nervous when I had my orders up there. So that was, I don't know, that was probably like 12% gain, roughly. Alright, so you're up at highs. Let's see here. What's the volume look like? It's nice and green. Look at that breakout. That's just a beautiful pattern, man. Beautiful pattern. And if you notice, this previous high here, pulled back to it. It's holding it. I think you still have more room. Damn. To think if we would have got those low 50s, bro. You should. This is. It's good shit, man. It's good shit. All right, so let's go surf the web a little bit today. Let's go surf. What do y'all want to do? Even though there's nobody here. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I honestly mostly do this just to record my screen. That's what I've come to realize. Is that like I don't have much of like a creativeness to like keep people on a stream and stuff like that. My camera's obviously it's been acting up lately, but so that's what I'm gonna do. I might go look at some houses or something. I might go try and find a deal. I don't care whether it's a car, a house, and then I want to also look up FSLR. So there you go. There's your $20. Okay, 1 minute.
Is very focused on it already, okay, and that's probably incorporated into the current valuation.
Give me a couple other things here. You sold Toast. You got completely stopped out. It was down 5% yesterday. You made the positive and bullish story on this show, many occasions. Why this happen?
So the stock had a huge rally after the earnings. It was up big on the year. I raised the stock to around what my average cost was. Last week they had an investor day that was very disappointing, and price action took me out of the name. There was nothing in there that made me say, let me violate my stop. So I did like just barely okay with this. It'll still be on my radar, Judge, but I think this stock kind of got caught up in the SaaS sell-off. I mean, after all, predominantly the people that own the stock own it because of the ARR possibilities with Toast software. But so if it's going to get caught up in that and I get stopped out, it does force me to reevaluate, and I'm not buying it back anytime soon, I don't think.
You did get trimmed. You trimmed Live Nation. We've talked a lot about it with you of late because of the suit. Is that the motivation here? You cut half the position off?
Yeah, so
I'm thankful we were able to take that off. Like, I'm glad it gave us the move when it gave it to us, because I did not want to sit in that for nothing. I would have been pissed.
The other thing that gave me pause on Live Nation was seeing all the concert cancellations. I don't know if these are idiosyncratic situations where J-Lo cancels her entire tour and, people kind of point to...
What does idiosyncratic mean? Like, I hear people say that, and I'm like, bro, that word sounds like it takes way too much energy to even say it. Like, what are you doing? Man, fuck recommendations.
Because it was too ambitious. The tickets are too expensive and the venues are too large. The Black Keys are awesome. Everybody understands that.
That ugly piece of shit. It's not bad. Still ugly piece of shit. Let's see here. Idio.
With some of the things that we're hearing from other areas of travel and leisure. So I just looked at the picture and I said, you know what? I don't need to be as big here. I'm probably not going to miss anything. I still want to be a long-term investor in Live Nation, but cutting the position in half enabled me to do other things.
Okay, relating to idiosyncrasy. peculiar or individual? She emerged as one of the great... idiosyncratic. This is not the definition.
Allergies? With Allegra, they won't stop me. Nothing beats Allegra. It's the fastest non-drowsy 20...
Having a strange... Oh. Excuse me, sorry. Having strange or unusual habits, ways of behaving, or features. The film, 3 hours long, is directed in his usual... Okay, whatever. Who cares? Don't give a shit. Okay, Bitcoin still ripping and roaring. Where's old Mara? She is bussing through 21. Bussing through 21. Let's go. Bussing through 21. Let's go. NVIDIA turning back around.
Finding opportunity in fixed income today helps secure tomorrow. Our time-tested fixed income suite, backed by over 145 years of risk experience, helps investors meet their goals. PGIM Investments.
Alright, so... Dude, what the fuck?
I educated myself so that I could educate her.
So I am not in Mara anymore, as you guys should know. There you go. You got your 81. There it is. What the fuck is that? Sorry for the language, but...
The investing experts at CNBC Pro recognize I have goals, and today is
They recognize I have goals. Watch list. What's on my watch list? What do they have here? 1 year return, 48%. CCJ, Echo. I don't even... I haven't... Damn, look how wide those spreads got now. It's probably going to start pulling back, and those spreads are going to get murdered. The spreads on those contracts are going to get rough. Let's see if... The thing is with look at ARM right now, because it's about to break through that double top there. Well, which really is like this here on the bottom left of my monitor. This was actually a lower high, but now you're breaking through this level, and see if it can hold and actually like not break 125 to 125.14. Like not break this level here. That initial morning low. Look, I'll draw a line there for you. Just in case you're blind and you can't see. Because I know you can't see the level. Oh shit. I don't know why it gave me 14. But it's right there. That level right there. See if we can't pull back to that level.
In their billing, and there was delays in billing, so their guidance was very, very poor. We ended up getting out of that stock and pushing aside. We've been watching it for quite a while.
125.10.
Now you're starting to see their EPS guidance lift up. I like the diversity in the infrastructure business where they put a lot of cash and spent on different ventures. Like IEA was a company they purchased. It costed a lot of money to integrate it. There's less integration costs down the road.
All right, so there's some progress made. Watch NVIDIA right here. And see if NVIDIA can still continue to hang out. Or not hang out, but it's consolidated above yesterday's price. See if we can break 115. See if we can break 115. I'm all out of Mara. All right, you got the target. It's 21 bucks. That was the target. And... don't overstay your welcome. Alright, I do think there's a chance that we get to 22, but you need to be long to 22 from 20, not 20.85. Alright, I think you're doing yourself a disservice there. You need to wait for that pullback that we got here. That's why we went long. We got our pullback, we went long. Because Morgan Stanley is shit. E-Trade is shit. Ever since the new CEO, it's garbage. It's garbage. I lost all respect for Morgan Stanley. So I don't know why he I mean, I don't blame him for selling it. Okay, SPY. SPY QQQs. The Qs are still below 452. NVIDIA hanging on to yesterday's high. ARM, we're watching to see if we can break through 125.50. GME is just a load of shit, just hanging out. This is, I'm not going to say it's bullish, but you know, if you want to be bullish, GME, you got to be bullish at like 25.60, right? 25, the bottom of this box, and you got to break 28, right? You got to do one of these. Like, you need to break out. Like, it needs to start going for it and break out. I don't know what's going on there. And then hold it. And then extend. And then you would look for $32. Alright? Then you would look for $32. You know what's crazy? It's just seeing how motherfuckers are. That's all. What, sweetheart? I know. I say it all the time too, Boo-Boo. I know.
So, Bill, Weiss sold Cat yesterday. You sold it now too. Why? Oh, you sold it last week. Sorry. Weiss sold it last week.
You know, if the Fed starts easing sooner, which not just one or two, but really easing, then you can see the equity market open up sooner.
Well, I mean the capital markets for IPOs and stuff. Yeah, I mean, I think even the leading VCs think 25.
Yeah, and
is the
that's
story.
That's
so maybe got a little ahead of yourself.
But what's going to be most interesting then is you've got such a flood of new supply coming on. Can the market handle it?
Yeah.
Because huge pipeline.
So, Bill, Weiss sold Cat yesterday. You sold it now too.
I sold it last week.
Oh, you sold it last week. Sorry. Yeah. Weiss sold it last week. You're selling it as well. Why?
Yeah, we sold it on the open yesterday. I mean, I look at the trajectory of PMIs right now, and I don't. That is worrisome. Yesterday's manufacturing PMI, in which we sold just ahead of it, was poor. You know, some of the backlog that was sort of appraised coming into the year, you're starting to erode, and it shows a little bit of a very cyclical business here. If the economy starts to take a downturn, look at Atlanta Fed GDP now that Josh was just referencing the previous segment. You know, if some of that happens, Caterpillar is a name that's going to get hit. Now, we also own United Rentals, and so I feel like a little too much exposure with that direct, reliance on some of the infrastructure spending, the Inflation Reduction Act that's coming out this summer. So taking away a more global name and reducing Caterpillar and focusing, again, some of that money went into Mass Tech. We also own United Rentals. The idea here is we're netting out cash as well, and we're taking a little bit of a cautious approach.
You sold Target.
Yeah, disappointed in the earnings report. You know, I was hoping to see a little more lean into the ad revenues. But overall, this is a bounce back. I think Friday's move was a gift back to where the earnings breakdown was. So I'm, again, overall, just stepping out of that. I mean, if I get back into more staples, some of the discretionary staples, I think there's better places to be than Target. So I am worried about that. And again, overall, these moves, selling 3 and adding 2, and even going back to some of the moves I made last week, I've netted about 3% cash. We also own the SPY put spreads, which I highlighted 2 weeks ago. So taking a cautious approach here as we work through the data this week, as well as the Fed next week. And, you know, I'm really worried whether bad news is going to be bad news. So that's where I am right now.
Good stuff. All right. I appreciate you joining us. Thank you. Bill Baruch. We'll talk to you again soon. You said you're like a little personal buyer strike for a little bit, but you are looking at Chubb.
I'm looking at, because PNC Insurance has done great, and Bill's absolutely right. That's the creme de la creme, and I was listening to both Bill and to you, Steve, and here's my thoughts, man. I look at Caterpillar and United Rentals and all of these things, and even Morgan Stanley, which he sold. I can see the value there as long as the cracks don't get worse. So, look, I'll be on with you Friday. We'll make a decision then.
Okay.
You may see me selling Friday. You may see me buying Friday. Let's see what the data dependent.
Suspense.
Tune in.
And suspense.
Well, okay, there you go. Tune in. Same bat time, same bat time.
All right, let's get the headlines now with Pippa Stevens. Hi, Pippa.
Hey, Scott. President Biden is set to announce this afternoon a new set of executive actions on immigration at the U.S.-Mexico border. According to a senior administration official, the orders will bar migrants who unlawfully cross the southern border from receiving asylum and will go into effect temporarily when there are 7 consecutive calendar days with encounters exceeding 2,500. The official says that threshold has been met and the policy would begin immediately. An aide and 2 lawyers for the 2020 Trump campaign have been charged with forgery in Wisconsin for the so-called fake elector scheme. That's according to court records. The charges are the latest in a series of criminal prosecutions related to Trump's attempt to overturn the 2020 election results. And tennis star Novak Djokovic has pulled out of the French Open ahead of the quarterfinals. Tournament officials say it's due to an injured right knee. The withdrawal ends Djokovic's bid for back-to-back titles at Roland Garros. Scott, back to you.
Wow. He just played a couple of marathon 5-setters back-to-back, too, and that helped take a toll, I think, on that knee. Pippa, thank you. It's Pippa Stevens. Coming up, calls of the day. Got a price target hike for one credit card stock that Jenny owns. We'll get her take on that because shares are up more than 25% this year. Debate it and find out if she thinks it has more room to run when we come back.
Make money.
Okay, calls of the day. Jim Lebenthal, do you know what the best performing stock in the Dow is year to date?
No, Scott, but I'm ready
Okay,
for you
good.
to
I'm
tell
glad
me.
you don't know. Weiss, do you know what it is? No, you don't know either.
Taiwan Semi.
I won't even
Not
go
even.
there with you. I know the answer before I asked it. That was kind of the point of the question. Jenny knows. You know why Jenny knows? Because she owns American Express.
Wow. Jenny.
And that's
There we
what it
go.
is. And the target was raised to 275 from 265 at Wells Fargo.
Right.
Top pick, overweight rated, growth story underappreciated.
I think that's true. And so what you have, this goes to the comment Josh made earlier about consumers being choosy, right? There is a wide range of consumers out there, and American Express, to their great fortune, caters to the higher end consumer. And so when you look at American Express and their delinquencies versus, say, Discover, they have far fewer. So what you have right now is a company trading at 17 times earnings with earnings growth for the next 3 years in the 15, 16, 13% range. Phenomenal, right? That matches up nicely. I think this is the kind of company that you could really own forever. You know, it should just continue to grow. I don't know if it'll grow at 15, 16% forever, but it should grow above average forever. And it's well run and well managed.
Okay.
So, but there's nothing unique in this analyst call.
Okay,
It's just
so-
kind of like highlighting a great company.
We lift you up.
And you break me down.
And we bring you back down.
That's
Keep everything
okay,
in check,
I'm
it's like
used
life
to it.
itself, right
Yeah.
here, okay? Stanley Black & Decker, downgraded to equal weight from overweight. That's also yours. Price target goes to 86 from 100. Sluggish sales, muted growth. Wah, wah, wah. What do you think?
Yeah, so this is a really interesting analyst call. If you can get your hands on it, it's from UBS, read it. What they're saying is, they're saying that the multi-industry companies were characterized, and this is exactly right, by excess volume stocking up and price inflation. And what they thought was that correction was going to happen a lot faster. So last fall, they upgraded a lot of price targets, and they're saying, whoa, that's happening at a glacial pace. Well, interestingly, when we bought Stanley Black & Decker last May, exact same thesis. Now, what I did smartly last May was I bought it with what I thought was a significant margin of safety. So I was right. So fast forward a year later, I'm up 11% on the stock. I've collected 4.5% of dividend income. And I think you can keep holding it from here, but you're not going to have a home run. It kind of goes to the beginning when I was saying here are different kinds of stocks that you can buy. I think it's slow and steady. So they've got an $86 price target on that now. It would suggest like 3 or 4% upside from where the shares are at now. I think I think that's a little low.
Can we ask Patty?
No, Josh.
Josh?
This was,
Can we ask?
this was,
Sorry, go ahead. I was just.
Are you going to apologize, Josh?
Josh, go ahead.
For what?
Yeah. Okay, this
Josh,
was the
go ahead.
stock
I
that you
wanted to ask you a
proclaimed to be the
question.
worst the worst chart
No, I
you've
was
ever
gonna-
seen in
I was-
history, and we had a major fight over it. And yes, I was right. I have a 15% return in a
All right.
year. Thank you. What were you going to say, Josh?
All right, Jenny,
Sorry.
you were wrong. You were wrong
Sorry?
on things, and so was I. Let's agree
No,
to
this I
disagree.
was
I want
right
to
on,
ask you
and you
about.
were wrong.
Stanley
ahead.
Black & Decker?
Yeah. When I bought it at 78,
The stock-
you had a
the stock is
conviction
selling-
fit and proclaimed it to be the worst chart you'd ever seen. I have 11%
It still
return in a
is.
year, plus a 4.5. Don't even, Joshy.
You're bragging about 11%. Do you understand that the Nasdaq went up 50% last year and the
Josh,
S&P went
I
up
don't
25%?
invest for the Nasdaq.
Why
I
are
run
you
a dividend
gaslighting
income
us?
strategy. If you want me to pick on your
Congratulations.
missteps, I'm happy to.
I don't. I want to ask you
I wouldn't either.
why you think this stock is selling below where it was trading in 2018. What do you think is going to change here? Because I agree with you on the valuation here, but like this literally is the worst chart I've ever seen.
Oh my God. Okay, so the reason it picks up is because once interest rate cuts start to come, you see a recovery in housing, and that directly benefits the bottom line there. That's it. Like volumes go up, sales go up, earnings go up, it regains its old earnings growth trajectory, and then it is afforded a bigger multiple than it has now. It's pretty straightforward.
I think you both should dial it back a little bit. You know, I'm the voice of reason.
You are
on
the
this
voice
show.
of reason. Look at you.
Yeah.
For this moment.
Yeah. Will the real Steve Weiss please stand up? Speaking of Weiss, Netflix.
Yeah.
Overweight JPM. Price target 650.
Yeah, look, I think Netflix could really be a recession-resistant play here. As the consumer continues to atrophy somewhat, Netflix now offers a separate pricing plan, which is their ad-supported plan, which gives you the option of cutting your costs and cutting other streaming services to go with them at what really is discount price for great content and the most content out there. So I think it's kind of positive for Netflix what's happening with the economy. So for them, unusually, it's a win-win situation if the economy does well or not so well.
Jenny, really quick, and I mean quick. Kinder and Williams both upgraded to overweight at Wells. Okay, you own both.
Yeah, this is going to be hard to do quick. So 2 weeks ago, I was at a midstream energy conference. Williams' CEO is talking. What he's saying is, that he said the physics have outrun the politics, which means that, like, politics want solar and wind. The reality is the demand for energy needs really reliable energy. That comes from natural gas. With all the data centers that win, the companies that win have access to power. That means they need to bring in natural gas. They are selling hand over fist, Williams and Kinder, selling hand over fist, or rather supplying natural gas hand over fist to utilities, direct consumers like the data centers who are building up their own utilities in-house because utilities can't get there fast enough. There is enormous, enormous demand for natural gas. Sorry, that's my version of fast.
That's okay. You did well. You did well. Thank you. Mike Santoli's next. Mike Santoli, our senior markets commentator, is here at Post 9. What do you make of the trade?
You know, 24 hours ago, we talked about how maybe we were on alert for a little bit of a change of character in this market. Bonds rallying, meaning yields coming down, not filtering through to stocks the way we got used to. Same type of thing today. You see yields come in, a little bit of a soft labor market indicator, and you have banks underperforming, small caps underperforming, a really heightened sensitivity to bonds rallying because of slowdown fears as opposed to better inflation. don't know if we should make more of it than that over 2 days at the beginning of a month when maybe you're seeing a lot of sort of global unwind of this reflation trade that was in the market. But just noting it that, you know, it has persisted. Very modest moves at the index level. We're still just kind of chopping around a very familiar zone here, the S&P between 5250 and 5300. But it is interesting how it's staying there.
And if you know, it's funny, when we come off of the worst levels, no matter what the day is, it's now NVIDIA's green,
yeah.
Apple's green, now albeit slightly, yeah. But, you know, Apple's almost back at 195. And
yeah.
That's ahead of next week, you know, this WWDC deal.
And again, I always say, like, the way this market these days plays defense is to reach for the highest conviction or most, you know, financially bulletproof companies.
Amazon's green.
You know, we'll see again if it's more than just kind of sloshing around and noise right here. But the bank's inability to rally with bonds is something that's a little bit different right here.
Interesting midday moves, though. You know, if you look at these intraday charts on the Amazons and the Apples and the NVIDIAs, and we'll follow it, and I'll see you on Closing Bell.
Sounds good.
Take you through the final hour of trade. Coming up here, we'll give you the setup first on CrowdStrike ahead of its earnings. Josh, obviously, as you know, is in that name. We'll give you the trade next.
Every day it's something else. I gotta watch this with y'all. You guys gotta see this. God damn it, I'm sitting here talking and the mic ain't on. Look at NVIDIA and ARM. Fuck. Sorry for the language. My bad. My fault. I gotta stop cussing. Alright, AMD, or NVIDIA, what are you gonna do, baby? What are you gonna do, NVIDIA? Fuck. I was hoping NVIDIA would pull back to 1152. And see if we can get ARM back down to 125. And see if we can't take a long. This will be the second trade of the day. Why is coin not, or QQQ not back above 452 yet? Oh, it is. Okay, good. This is the craziest range I've ever seen.
Better outcomes.
All right, CrowdStrike reporting tonight in overtime. Josh Brown, this is the best performing cyber name year to date. It's up more than 20%. Guess that means the bar's pretty high tonight.
It is. I think the big question is CrowdStrike ready to join the $100 billion club? I'm a long-term investor here. My answer is probably not yet, but it's a $75 billion market cap, and I think at this point it's become the acknowledged leader in cybersecurity. I don't think it's Palo Alto or any of the other names. I think everyone now realizes CrowdStrike is going to be like one of the most important names here. But the fundamentals just have not, in my opinion, have not come along far enough. It's a young company, but the results every quarter are just so outstanding that even though it's an expensive stock, you really don't want to not be in it. This is my opinion. So we're looking for earnings per share of 89 cents for this quarter. That's a 58% increase in earnings year over year if they can hit it. Revenue should be about $904 million. That's also up huge over last year. Lots of customer wins expected, et cetera. JP Morgan just put a $400 price target on it. So it was $350. Now it's down closer to $300. They have it on their like conviction list. They think it's a $100 billion company. So I'm staying long. I don't need it to have a huge post-earnings move to continue to like it. If it does, I won't complain. But this is not a stock that's underperformed. So like people can calm down a little bit is my outlook.
Okay. All right, good stuff. We will see in overtime. I look forward to that. We'll take a break. We'll come back, and we'll do final trades next.
and I trust.
All right, 3 o'clock Eastern, closing bell. Take you through the final hour with Adam Parker, Malcolm Etheridge, Alicia Levine. I hope you will join me then. Jenny Harrington, at 12:48 p.m., Jim Cramer tweeted or emailed his investing club. Quote, we're buying more of a stock that should rally when the Fed starts cutting rates. That stock?
Stanley Black & Decker.
There
Love
you go.
too, Jim.
All right.
Thank you.
Good
well
company.
timed.
All right. What's your final trade?
Ventas. It's the largest healthcare REIT. They benefit from the senior population, 3.6% dividend yield.
All right, Jimmy.
In an uncertain time, I look at the stock that's the most steady in my portfolio. That's Alphabet.
Okay. What do you got?
ASML, if you think the market's going to bounce here, that's one that has a lot of juice in it. If you don't, then don't buy it.
All right, Josh Brown, what you got?
Pfizer breaking above its 50-day moving average for the first time in 18 months. Pay attention.
All right, thank you for that. We will certainly pay attention to these markets, and I will take you through that last hour. The exchange is now.
Thank you very much, Scott, and welcome to the exchange. I'm Kelly Evans, and here's what's ahead. ISM jolts this morning. Atlanta GDP. Look at yields in oil. They're all flashing slowdown signals as we're counting down to the big monthly jobs report this Friday. Is the market right to brace for bad news, or is it pricing it in just in case? Our guests are still bullish, at least in the short term. We'll talk about where they're finding opportunity. And raising some eyebrows, Roaring Kitty trader Keith Gill's options to cash in may come down to his options on hand. We'll explain what trade he could make to avoid regulatory scrutiny and how much he stands to make. And our analyst calls this name a direct but underappreciated beneficiary of AI. Everyone's looking for him. He just upped his price target by 50% in the last 2 weeks. He'll tell us what makes him so bullish on that name and one more. Before all that, though, let's get to the market action with Dom Chu and bonds making a comeback. Well, you know what I mean, in terms of the headlines.
Absolutely. No, for sure. We're going to get to that in just one moment, Kelly. To your point, though, things are relatively stable in the equity markets right now. It's mixed, but just marginally so. The Dow Industrial is currently just about flat on the session, up 4 points on a basis of 38,575. The S&P 500 is at 5271. It's down about 12 points. That's 0.25% declines. We were very modestly higher at one point in the session, up just 1 whole point, just 1 point. And meanwhile, down roughly 26 at the lows. So it's been predominantly a lower day so far, but again, just fractionally so, nothing crazy yet. The NASDAQ composite down about 0.1% to 0.2% now, 32 points for the composite index, and the NASDAQ 16,796. One of the tech trades we are following more closely is on the semiconductor side. No surprise, given that Computex, that big tech conference going on in Taiwan, is still ongoing today. Earlier today, Intel and CEO Pat Gelsinger introduced the new Xeon 6 chips. They're AI-oriented processors meant for high-end data centers. Earlier in the session, we did see some gains. We're now down about 2/3% there. NVIDIA and Advanced Micro both made their announcements on their next-gen AI chips yesterday at that same conference. You can see here up marginally for NVIDIA, Advanced Micro down almost 1.75%, and the Vanek Vector Semiconductor ETF down about 1% as well. And Kelly mentioned those signs of a slowdown. On the commodity and rate side of things, we'll start with rates first. The 10-year Treasury note yield is down 7 basis points to 4.33%. What's interesting is at this point right here, just a few weeks back, we were at roughly 4.62%. So we've dropped around 30 basis points in just the last week and a half or so on this particular move. And by the way, you got to kind of go back towards May for the lowest levels that we've seen at one point today. That gives you an idea that people are bidding up bonds. You don't do that when you fear inflation. You don't really do that if you think things are going to be robust in the coming months and years. So it's something to watch out for. And then, of course, the OPEC announcement this past weekend about easing up on the production cuts, putting some more supply on market starting this fall, did take prices down lower. We're seeing them lower again by about 1%. WTI crude $73.35, but it's been on this near-term down angle as well. So are all of these signs, Kelly, that maybe people are not as worried about inflation now? It remains to be seen. It's certainly a macro trade we're following. I'll send things back over to you.
Just as we're getting comfortable with one narrative, the market gets us another. Dom, thanks very much. Dom Chu. If we do round up the data from the last 2 days, it's all pointing in that slowdown direction. Fewer job openings, softer manufacturing, and new orders especially. And the Atlanta Fed's GDP tracker has slipped below 2% for Q2 now, which would follow the already disappointing 1.3% first quarter GDP growth. And most importantly, if we are seeing a slowdown, Analysts warn the stock market is trading much too expensively at around 21 times forward earnings for the S&P. But despite all that, my next guest is staying bullish. Joining me to discuss is Andrew Slimman, Senior Portfolio Manager at Morgan Stanley Investment Management. Andrew, it's great to see you. Talk me off the cliff.
Well, I think the first thing you got to remember is the market was up nearly 5% last month. So no better that, we need a little bit of the heat to come off the market, a little bit of a fear of a slowdown. But, as much as you can point to things like the jolts that say, oh, the market's slowing, I can point to a bunch of things that suggest, well, maybe that's not happening. I understand a little bit more defensive nature today, but boy, consumer staples, which is people run to if the economy's really slowing, they haven't done very well relative to cyclicals. Don talked about the bonds, but the yield curve tends to uninvert if the economy is really slowing, and that's not happening. It's actually getting more inverted. So I think there's definitely reasons to not jump into the, oh my gosh, the economy is collapsing or really slowing meaningfully. Although I do concede, we're due for some, rest here, given how strong May was.
Yeah, and I think the point for investors is the market simply priced too rich? You could argue that 21 times for the S&P is too rich no matter what. It's kind of on the bad side of history there. But the idea that aren't earnings going to be vulnerable to some kind of slowdown? And this is where, we talked about this a couple weeks ago. Is it a nominal GDP slowdown or just a real GDP slowdown? Companies can still earn nominal profits in a high inflation, low growth environment, but maybe that's not a situation that can sustain forever.
I think you're right. I think it's a nominal slowdown. So one of the things that, like just stress testing that thesis, I look at, okay, what happened after Q1 earnings reports? Well, Q1's earnings report cumulatively beat. 2024 cumulative bottoms up estimate went up. 2025 bottoms up estimate went up. And the reason why that's so important, Kelly, is if we're thinking about, well, is the market overpriced? Where is it going to end the year? What's my return from here to year end? Well, you've got to remember at year end, the forward earnings are going to be 2025 earnings. That's gone up. So it's almost at $280 today, and you stick a multiple, maybe 21's too rich. We started the year at 19.5, somewhere in that range. I think there's upside. It doesn't mean we can't have pullbacks. I think there's a bigger pullback coming this summer. I think it's too premature, but I still look to earnings estimates. And I guess, the reason I do that, Kelly, is last year was a great lesson for me, which was I kept talking to companies and they'd say, yeah, our business is pretty good, but Wall Street keeps telling us the economy is, going to really slow down or collapse. And boy, oh boy, it was listening to companies. And that's what I'm hearing today. And that's why those earnings estimates haven't really collapsed.
That's it. Because it almost feels to me like this year is the opposite. I'm so glad you put it that way, because it's exactly right. All of us were worried about a slowdown that a lot of companies, we're not so sure. But then look ahead to this year and you look through the beige book and you look at a lot of the sentiment surveys. And again, I know it's election year, maybe that's affecting everything, but it feels like there's this malaise while on Wall Street, everyone's saying, no, everything's fine. And everyone else is like, yeah, we're not so sure.
Right. Well, don't lose sight of the fact that the market had a nasty 2022 and only bottomed a year and a half ago, and that's I think the fact that so much money is poured into the money market because it's yielding 5 to 6%, and that's pretty attractive. Well, that is symptomatic of low expectations for returns in equities. And the only way that money is unleashed from the money market is multiple years of good returns in the market. So, bull markets are born on pessimism, they grow on skepticism. I think we're still in those stages because people still think it's better to invest in money markets than in equities, even though the long-term return of equities has been double, where money market rates are today. To me, it's a sign that sentiment is very, very fragile for investors still.
Right. That's why we've kind of been asking people, what analogy would you draw? Is it mid 90s? Is it late 90s? Because listen, I'm a believer in the AI stuff. Absolutely. It's for real. It feels like it's bailed out the entire economy and given us, potentially another, spurt in productivity and all real GDP and all these good things. I don't know if you would be kind of a stock picker in this environment and what exactly you would do if you sort of balance, okay, believe the AI story, but it's expensive, obviously. You know, the market itself is kind of, and you mentioned that you think we could be seeing a bit of a slowdown this summer, at least a hiccup in stocks. So what's the investment strategy that ties that all together?
Sure. So first of all, I do think a hiccup's coming this summer, because if you look at the year-over-year inflation comps, they get a lot tougher starting, last summer, which means this year is going to be tougher. So I think we could, it would take a couple months of bad CPI, or at least not improving CPI, to start to worry, could inflation, be leveling off and the trajectory is no longer lower? And could that come at a time when, we get some weak economic data and then suddenly you hear the stagflation word? I don't think that's the case, but I think that's a risk this summer. I think if you think about last month, NVIDIA did so well and really was the standout that there are a lot of other stocks that have very good fundamentals that just that didn't perform as well because people are so focused on AI. So I always like to find companies that are, beating numbers, raising guidance, and take advantage of when the market's focused on something else. And I think that's what happened in May.
Progressive, Amazon, Google, is that what you're talking about?
Exactly. Those are all companies that if you look at the last 3-6 months, their numbers are going up. They're doing better than what Wall Street expected. And so I think those are types of, insurance. We know what Google, we know what Amazon does. I think those are great stocks to buy because they have not performed as well recently relative to the AI trade. The one thing that I would say about the AI trade, however, is be careful with when someone says it's expensive. If I told a year ago, I heard people telling me, Kelly,
I know.
NVIDIA was expensive.
I know.
But if I went back and put the real estimate of what they earned,
what would it be? Do you know the number?
6 times earnings.
Was it 6?
6 times.
So if we went to last year's estimate of current earnings and used that price, they would have been trading at 6 times. That's insane.
Well, that just tells you that people aren't so good at predicting earnings. And so watch the trends versus the absolutes.
It would have been one of the cheapest stocks in the market. Just, better than all the dogs. I love it. Andrew, thanks so much for joining us. It's good to see you. Appreciate you making your case today. Thank you for your time.
Take care.
Andrew Slimman with Morgan Stanley Investment Management. Speaking of the bulls, FundStrat's Tom Lee is out with a new bullish call. He says the S&P will climb about 4% to hit a record 5,500 by the end of this month. And he says there's a fundamental case to be made. To find out what it is, scan that QR code on your screen or go to cnbc.com/ProPick. Meanwhile, it's a reversal of fortune for GameStop, with the shares sliding about 4% today. The meme stock was up 21% on the close yesterday after Keith Gill, known as Roaring Kitty, posted a screenshot of what appears to be his GameStop holdings on Reddit, revealing a $116 million bet on the video game retailer. Now, GameStop's up about 60% since he reappeared on an X account in May. Meanwhile, the Wall Street Journal is reporting that E-Trade is considering barring him from its platform due to concerns about potential stock market manipulation involving his recent GameStop options purchases, and the SEC may also be looking into his trades. In fact, former SEC enforcement lawyer Jacob Frankel weighed in on the legal risks on Squawk Box.
If he is telling people in a public forum what he is doing, I don't know that it would constitute manipulation. On the other hand, if he's having private conversations, let's move the price of the stock to X, and he's going to benefit. Maybe there is no change in beneficial ownership. That's something that the SEC specifically looks at when it's talking about stock manipulation. In other words, is a person using multiple accounts to drive the price of the stock.
Interesting. Let's talk more about what Gill's options are to cash in without attracting regulatory scrutiny. For that, we talked to Chris Murphy. He's co-head of derivative strategy at Susquehanna, and everyone's buzzing about this, Chris.
No, we're not buzzing
walk us through
about this. We're in fact not buzzing about it, as a matter of fact. Nobody could actually give a fuck. Nobody gives a fuck. I don't even know why CNBC is really talking about this right now. I really
the options market.
I don't understand.
Market, is it pretty clear?
I know that they don't have anything to talk about.
There have been those big purchases, block retail purchases that appear to be from him.
Well, when the purchases were happening, you have no idea who's doing it.
Right.
We have a market intelligence desk for our clients that tracks all the trades and we saw the blocks trading, we might have even joked to ourselves, maybe that's Roaring Kitty or something, but nobody knows who it actually is. The only reason people do is because he's putting out this information. But you do see the footprint of the trades, both on the way in, you see large blocks of options trading, and then potentially on the way out, except we have not seen any of the sell blocks trade yet.
That's what's interesting. If we saw those blocks trade and everyone thought, oh, there we go, he put out these tweets, he immediately cashed in, he's kind of playing his audience, but that's not the story the market appears to be telling, at least right now.
Well, yeah, and also, it is 120,000 calls. That's not very easy to get out of all at once. So it would probably have to trade in smaller pieces. But once the smaller piece trades, everyone starts to say, oh, it's time to get out of this thing. And because it's such a following and such an army, it is going to be somewhat difficult to get out if he's just going to try to get out through the options.
Would there be, let's go back to what the former SEC guy said this morning, this idea of cooperation. A lot of people are speculating, could he be partnering with hedge funds now? And he's tipping them off that he's about to, tweet this, and then they are going to, and so, what would something like that look like?
Yeah,
and
I don't think
and obviously
anybody
that
had said that. I think she just made that up too. And nobody gives a. I don't think anybody said that. I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't know. That's not my field. If he's doing something illegal, he's doing something illegal. I have no idea about that. If he's going out there and buying options and the world sees these option blocks trade, then the information is out there. Obviously, you don't know who it is, but someone who's going to buy 120,000 options in any stock, you should at least look at that if you care about that stock as well. So, I guess that's all I can really say about that.
Right. And what would you say then the next move would be for him to avoid regulatory scrutiny and kind of just, put a nice bow on all of this?
I mean, not sure about the regulatory side of it, but he does have the option of just selling the stock. And, so on June 21st, when these expire, he has the opportunity to buy 12 million shares for $20. That's a lot of money. He doesn't have that much money at least in that account that he showed to us. So if he does not want to take in that much stock and put up that much money, even though he's buying it for a lower level than it currently is, he can go out there and short the stock. It's around $27 right now. And if he has a short stock position at 27 and he's put into the calls at $20, he makes $7 the amount of times that he has those options. So he can do that. It trades 160 plus million shares yesterday. So, working out of 12 million shares over the next couple of weeks actually probably wouldn't have that much of an impact. And no one would really be seeing those blocks.
That is fascinating, Chris. That is why we turn to you for a sense of the drama that awaits us in the weeks to come. I appreciate your time today. Thank you. Chris Murphy at Susquehanna. It's going to be interesting. Coming up, as companies race to the surge in demand from bad actors. The CEO of PagerDuty joins us next on that, live from the CNBC CEO Council Summit. Plus, with a portfolio of more than 250 communities and 60,000 apartments on the West Coast, Essex Property Trust has a front row seat to the country's housing shortage and affordability crisis. Later on, we'll ask their CEO what her top concerns are and how they're preparing for rates to potentially remain higher for longer. The Exchange is back after this.
This is The Exchange on CNBC.
All right, I'm just chilling, guys. I'm gonna grab something to eat real quick. I'm just going through some of these charts. I'm gonna My cat wants some food. I don't know. I fed her, but she doesn't want what she had this morning, so she's wanting something else. I'm gonna feed her. And just take it as it comes. I don't know. We'll see if we can get something. Do we have any data tomorrow? Like, do we have anything tomorrow on the economic side to like get this market moving in the afternoon? Let's see. ISM services. Bank of Canada interest rate decision. So they're expecting to have a rate cut. That's crazy. Why? I know that there's been a little bit of time, but why?
We have focused and really become the leading firm in consumer cybersecurity. How do we protect you, your family, online, your kids, your parents? So it's unfortunately, it's a tsunami of challenges.
Welcome back to The Exchange. Another technical glitch hit markets yesterday. You can see it there. It sent some nicely listed stocks, including Berkshire Hathaway, on a wild ride. And a similar hiccup happened just last Thursday, impacting S&P and Dow quotes. And as companies rely more heavily on tech, one would expect these incidents to happen more frequently. Hollywood mogul Jeff Katzenberg does, at least, raising nearly $500 million for his investment firm focused on cybersecurity and consumer tech. Here's what he told Squawk Box today.
We have focused and really become the leading firm in consumer cybersecurity. How do we protect you, your family, online, your kids, your parents? So it's unfortunately, it's a tsunami of challenges for every single one of us today.
My next guest knows a few things about that. They're providing infrastructure tech for the likes of NVIDIA, Priceline, and Carnival Cruises. Joining us now from the CNBC CEO Council Summit in Washington is Jennifer Tejada. She is the CEO of PagerDuty. It's great to see you again. Welcome.
Great to see you too, Kelly.
I don't mean to put you on the spot, but is NVIDIA one of your clients? I'd love to hear what they and others are kind of turning to your company to do right now.
NVIDIA is a customer, but most of the Fortune 100 and half the Fortune 500 are customers of PagerDuty. And that's because every large business, every consumer brand out there in the marketplace is relying more and more on technology to deliver their customer experience. And at the same time, we're seeing globally an increase in what we call tech debt. Legacy systems, infrastructure that new innovation is layered on top of that creates more and more fragility in these technology ecosystems that we rely on every day, whether we're buying plane tickets, moving money through our bank accounts, or just trying to watch streaming entertainment.
Right. And so my understanding is you guys are kind of on the, I don't want to say the transaction side, but that consumer, that customer piece, right? Trying to make that a flawless experience, really. And what are the major threats there?
Yeah, so think of us as infrastructure software that helps companies improve their operational resilience. We use AI and generative AI to both detect events coming in, diagnose them, and get the business and that technology to recovery as quickly as possible so that customers don't feel the burn and so that companies don't suffer revenue losses or labor cost issues as a result of having to deal with these unstructured, unplanned major incidents. They can be caused by tech debt, they can be caused by a cybersecurity threat. But the bottom line is we can't prevent these incidents from happening. And on average, they can cost an enterprise up to $400,000 a minute in either lost revenue or increased costs when they happen. And so the more we can do to detect these events coming in, prevent them from becoming major incidents using the intelligence of generative AI and more broadly machine learning to help our customers respond to them more effectively and prevent the same issues from happening over and over again.
It's interesting you say that because in light of the major hacks we've seen with, I think, Ticketmaster being the latest, United Health earlier this year, we asked one industry specialist last week, is cybersecurity failing to do its job? And he was kind of critical of his own industry, saying we need to do better. Do you think that's right?
I think we can always improve in every part of the industry, but the reality of the matter is that the complexity is proliferating at a pace that humans can't keep up with. So you need to rely on technology to help, again, not just try and prevent these incidents from happening, but when you identify them, being able to manage and orchestrate your resources more effectively so that you can limit the losses or the impact associated with these incidents when they do happen.
Can you give us an example for us non-specialists who are trying to understand this technology? How exactly, as much as you can talk to about it, are you using generative AI? What is that experience like in trying, where does that software come from? How is it being employed? How can you trust it or train it? And kind of what are your plans with it?
Sure. So like many companies, PagerDuty started with machine learning and analytical AI. We collect a lot of information through APIs that connect to over 700 of the most popular observability or telemetry software sources. We're able to see signals coming in that provide kind of an early warning system that something may be going wrong or something may be abnormal within your technology ecosystem. That can be in your infrastructure, in your networking, in your application layer where customers are engaging with you. We then use AI to help responders who are notified that these issues are taking place to give them an update of what's happening, to provide them with up-to-the-moment information on what's happening within the ecosystem, as well as what's happened in the past that they can learn from so they can quickly try and drive change or improve the health of the environment to stop that incident from happening and to get all systems back to sort of go or in a recovered fashion. And then generative AI can do things like very quickly pull the after action report, pull the postmortem. That helps teams learn from the incidents that happened before so that they don't repeat those mistakes, and more importantly, so that they can address or fix the contributing factors that cause the major incident or find, the open gaps in their security environment.
Sure.
That means that every time an incident runs on PagerDuty, the team's getting smarter, the system's getting smarter, and can get more and more preventative over time.
Yeah. Do you think you're going to can your AI stay ahead of the bad AI? I mean, it seems like it's just going to be one, pitting one against the other.
The reality is that no software is perfect, and there will always be issues. And it's about increasing your operational resilience so that when you are confronted by a problem, you can respond to it more quickly, you learn from it, and you prevent those same issues from happening again.
And as you mentioned, you guys have the new AI assistant coming this summer. We look forward to seeing what other innovations might help corporate America fight this plague. Jennifer, we appreciate your time today.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me,
so much.
Kelly.
Jennifer Tejada, CEO of PagerDuty. Speaking of tech, Cisco shares are higher after the company announced the launch of a $1 billion global investment fund for, you guessed it, AI startups. Nearly $200 million of the fund is already committed. Cisco shares are meanwhile hovering near their lowest level in over a year. CEO Chuck Robbins will join Jim Cramer on Mad Money tonight with more. We look forward to that, 6 p.m. Eastern on CNBC. Still to come, emails obtained by CNBC shedding some light on the so-called Musk mandate and raising concerns of a conflict of interest between Tesla, X, and Musk's artificial intelligence startup xAI. We'll bring you the details and look at another high-profile founder dealing with some of the same issues. And as we head to break, here's a look at Apache and Schlumberger, or SLB as it's called now, falling to new 52-week lows today as crude oil remains under pressure. In fact, hitting a 4-month low as OPEC Plus plans to increase supply and concerns about surpluses are now in the market. We're back after this.
meets opportunity.
Welcome back to the exchange. Stocks are kind of mixed right now. The bigger action is in the 10-year yield. The Dow is up 73 points, a little bit off session highs, and we were in the red for part of the session. The S&P and the Nasdaq right now are negative. 4318, you heard Dom a moment ago. We've really slid about 30 basis points on the 10-year in just the last couple of weeks. If it goes below this level to around 420s and change, a lot of people are going to be watching for the signals. That tells us breaching the 200-day moving average. Elsewhere, cruise lines are leading the S&P with Carnival, Norwegian, and Royal Caribbean solidly in the green. Royal Caribbean, in fact, I'll give it a star like Dom would, hitting an all-time high today, despite the macro we've been talking about. On the flip side, Bath & Body Works is the worst name in the S&P, plunging 13% on disappointing guidance for the current quarter. That overshadowed their earnings beat, as the company now expects to earn 31 to 36 cents a share, below the analyst estimate of 38. CEO Gina Boswell says a slow start to the first quarter initially led to more promotions to drive traffic, saying things changed in recent weeks, and as demand grew, they've eased off of those promotions. Shares are still down, or up, I should say, about 3.5% since Jan 1. And Bath & Body Works is saying they do continue to see customers carefully managing their spending, and that's pressuring basket size as a result. So it's the worst day for BBWI since the pandemic lows April of 2020, and the lowest absolute level in about a month. Elsewhere, the India ETF is down 6% on its worst day since 2021, as India's Prime Minister Modi suffered a surprise setback in the election, with voters leaving his party's parliamentary majority in doubt. It's a 6% drop right now for that ETF, and it would be a blow to Modi's dominance, which has steadily grown since he gained power a decade ago, and would force him to form a coalition to remain in power. Let's get to Tyler Matheson now for a CNBC News Update. Tyler?
All right, thank you very much, Kelly. Sean Diddy Combs announcing today he's selling his majority stake in Revolt, the media company he founded more than a decade ago. This as he faces multiple lawsuits over sexual assault allegations, which he's denied. Last month, he issued an apology after CNN aired video which appeared to show him kicking, hitting, and dragging former girlfriend Cassie Ventura. The former interpreter for Los Angeles Dodgers star Shohei Ohtani pleaded guilty to bank and tax fraud in a sports betting case this afternoon, admitting he stole almost $17 million from Ohtani to pay off debts. And before closing arguments in a massive pandemic fraud trial were set to begin yesterday in Minneapolis, a juror was dismissed after reporting someone tried to bribe her with $120,000 in cash, promising even more money if she voted to acquit the defendants. The judge questioned the remaining jurors about any unauthorized contact and sequestered them for the remainder of the trial. Kelly, back to you, see you in a half hour.
Wow, Tyler, thank you. Tyler Matheson. Coming up, with interest rates staying stubbornly high and construction costs not coming down, are apartments the right place for investors to be right now? We'll ask the CEO of Essex Property Trust about that next.
CNBC.
Welcome back to The Exchange. We had been in one of the biggest apartment construction booms in decades, but things appear to be cooling off, and quickly. The Journal reporting today that higher rates and slowing rent inflation have left developers sitting on empty lots, with multifamily building starts in April falling to the lowest April rate, I should say, since 2020. Joining us to discuss from NAREIT's annual conference in New York is Angela Kleiman. She's the CEO of West Coast developer Essex Property Trust, along with our very own Diana Olick. Welcome to you both. Diana, kick things off.
Well, thanks, Kelly. Yes, and thanks so much for joining us. Your first time on CNBC since taking the helm last year. Congratulations. You heard some of the stats. We know that apartment construction was just completely overbuilt in the last 2 years, and yet we're seeing occupancy holding steady at 94%. Give us the fundamentals that you're seeing in the market right now for apartments.
Oh, sure. I'm so glad to be here, and thank you for having me. It's an interesting dynamic because you would think that with supply where it is right now, the multifamily fundamentals is very strong. And it's really for two primary reasons. Even though there has been building, there is still an acute housing shortage. And in certain markets, the supply has ramped up. But for the most part, especially in the West Coast where we are, where the supply is about 0.5% of total stock. So that's very low. We actually need to build a lot more than what we have. But the second key component is affordability. It is much cheaper to rent than to own. And so consumers are still choosing the more affordable option.
And that's, of course, because we have interests on mortgages at, near record high, well, not record highs, but near the cyclical highs at about 7.5%, driving people to rent. If we do see the Fed start to lower rates and mortgage rates start to come down and more people get into home ownership, do you think that's going to hit the rents?
I do think that in certain pockets where there's already significant supply, it'll be more vulnerable to mortgage pricing. But for example, in the West Coast, because there's such shortage of housing supply, and on the flip side, what we're seeing is a strong demand. And what is happening with our markets and in certain parts of the U.S. is that you have growing industries. So for example, artificial intelligence, they're hiring a lot more people. Now, 85% of those companies are in the West Coast. But that job growth is the key driver for new household formation, which will drive demand for new housing. So what we're building right now is barely keeping up with the demand that's necessary.
That is fascinating.
And Kelly has a question for you.
Diana, thank you. But Angela, I just heard you say that Essex is an AI play because all the employees being hired are living potentially in your area of the country. So that's super interesting. My question was just going to build on what Diana just said. Are you cheering for interest rates to go up or to come down?
Boy, that's a really tough question. What we have expected was that the Fed has announced that they were going to lower interest rates at some point, and they kept pushing it back because it's not a bad reason, because the market is strong, the economy is strong. And so for those reasons, it would be tough to see an interest rate decrease at this point, especially with the continued inflationary pressure. But at some point, you would think that relief valve has to occur.
And what about the cost of capital, especially when you want to get into new development? You're not necessarily going to the big banks and lenders, but to private capital, private equity. Is there money on the sidelines looking still to get into more apartment?
Well, there's a large amount of capital interested in apartments. However, the focus is really more completed projects. And so what we're seeing is that whenever, transaction volume across the U.S. has been quite low, historical low. So whenever an apartment comes available for sale, especially in our markets, there's a significant number of buyers, all the way ranging from both domestic and international large institutional owners. And so for those reasons, we're just going to see the dynamic to continue.
And there's a lot of talk here at the REIT conference. In fact, we were just talking to the CEO of BXP about office conversions to apartments. And we're seeing more of that in places like New York City, some on the West Coast. Do you think that's going to add too much supply if we start seeing all of these distressed office buildings becoming apartments? Obviously, not everyone can, but they're starting to pencil differently and get more creative in changing that supply.
That's a great question. What we're seeing is that in certain cases, specialized cases, that could work, but it's so hard to make pencil because the office plate, the physical, building makes it prohibitive because where the elevators are, you need to have a certain distance to the wall. And so large office buildings, by nature, you just can't even convert them. And it's really expensive. So you've seen one or two in the West Coast, but certainly not at the volume that people have anticipated. So we just don't expect that to occur.
Now, we're seeing big jumps. In fact, a 20% jump in single family built for rent only. That is, companies like American Homes for Rent, Invitation Homes, and others building entire single family rental communities. Does that eat into the demand for apartments when people might be able to rent a single family home at the same price?
Yeah. I do think that there will be that competitive supply pressure in certain markets. And in fact, supply is probably the leading cause of rental pricing disruption. But in our markets, it's so difficult to just even get a large tract of land. And so in the West Coast and where we operate, downtown Seattle, suburban Seattle, in those markets, it's virtually impossible to put up large amount of supply.
Angela Kleiman, CEO of Essex, thank you so much for joining us. It's been a pleasure. Kelly, back to you.
I love it. A lot of different angles. The AI play, I think that's an interesting point she made there. Diana, thanks for bringing that to us, Diana Olick. Coming up, AI companies have strong financial incentives to avoid effective oversight. That's what current and former OpenAI employees wrote in an open letter today. We'll dig into that and the potential conflicts of interest from two of the industry's biggest names. Details next.
CNBC.
Welcome back. Elon Musk ordered NVIDIA to ship thousands of NVIDIA's AI chips that were reserved for Tesla to his startup xAI and his social platform X instead. That's according to emails seen by CNBC.com. Musk has since confirmed that, posting on X that, quote, Tesla had no place to send the NVIDIA chips to turn them on, so they would have just sat in a Musk isn't the only CEO with side ventures under scrutiny right now. For all of that, let's get to Deirdre Bosa in today's Tech Check. Deirdre, what do we know?
Hey, Kelly. Well, there's Sam Altman, his sprawling empire. That's also raising questions of side dealing, conflicts of interest, and the safe development of generative AI. A former OpenAI board member said that one reason the board lost trust in Altman was his failure to tell them that he owned the OpenAI startup fund. And that is just one of his investment vehicles. There are at least 3 others with investments in more than 125 companies, according to PitchBook. The journal reports that a growing number of them do business with OpenAI itself, either as customers or major business partners. And that puts Altman on both sides of a deal, raising question, is this the best deal for OpenAI and the responsible development of the industry, or is it the best deal for Altman? On the latter point, there's growing scrutiny. A group of OpenAI insiders this morning publishing an open letter calling for more transparency and better protections for whistleblowers. Musk, likewise, to bring it all home, he is juggling his public and private interests, leading some investors to wonder, is he doing what's best for Tesla or what's best for another venture like X or XAI? And how are the Tesla and OpenAI boards keeping their founder CEOs accountable and check? Critics have argued that Tesla's board has a lack of independence and oversight. OpenAI's board, of course, just underwent a major shakeup, replacing most of the members that ousted Altman last November over AI safety concerns, replacing them with CEO and executives that have corporate and public company experience. Proponents, though, many of them here in Silicon Valley, they're willing to look the other way if a founder like Musk or Altman are shipping paradigm-shifting technology, as they are with Tesla and OpenAI, but eventually these questions arise around conflict of interest. Kelly?
You know, I think a lot of us are still trying to figure Sam Altman out. Is he trying to be an Elon Musk, or is he trying to be more of a Satya Nadella? What's the personality type? and I guess that would point to, do there need to be more controls in place or not? Or do investors want him to embrace, like, who is he? What are his goals?
Good question. The irony of it, right, is that Sam Altman and Elon Musk have beef with each other. Elon Musk left OpenAI because he thought that Sam Altman was turning it in the wrong direction, and now kind of jeeringly calls it closed AI because they work on closed large language models. Who is Sam Altman? That is, you know, the multi-billion-dollar conversation. You know, something that's talked a lot about here. I'm trying to think of what I can share now. He certainly has a sprawling empire, and he is seen as, you know, a genius in some ways more favorably than others. But, I mean, just take what's happened over the last 6 months. At first, you had 90% of OpenAI employees saying that they were going to leave and go with him to Microsoft. And now you have a small group of OpenAI insiders saying they don't like the direction he's taking the company. So let me leave it at this, Kelly. Polarizing. That is safe to say. That polarizing figure here.
You know,
like
and
Elon Musk.
that sums them both up quite well. Deirdre, thank you. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Kelly.
Stay tuned for more. Deirdre Bosa. Coming up, First Solar gained 29% between May 21st and May 22nd after UBS called it an overlooked direct beneficiary of AI-driven electricity demand. And that was before NVIDIA's After the Bell report. Since that call, shares are up nearly 39%. We'll talk to the analyst behind it and get the other names he likes next.
and make it count.
Welcome back. NVIDIA has been the ultimate AI play so far, but my next guest has two names he calls underappreciated beneficiaries from the AI boom. One of them is First Solar. He's now upped his price target twice in just 2 weeks, and First Solar has soared nearly 40% since his initial call on that in late May. Joining me now is UBS analyst John Wyndham. John, it's great to have you. Welcome. And, you know, a lot of us know First Solar as kind of the U.S. solar play, and that worked for quite some time until we kind of hit the post-COVID hangover. How much of an AI beneficiary do you think it could be now?
Yeah, I appreciate you having me on. You know, really, in our view, First Solar benefits from three of the largest macroeconomic trends going on right now. That's first, the decarbonization of electricity, two, the reshoring of U.S. Manufacturing jobs, and then three, and maybe the most overlooked, is their direct exposure to growth in electricity demand, particularly as related to AI. And just to give you some evidence of how that's been playing out, those three big trends, First Solar's order book is up 350% in 2 years, even though the stock and a lot of clean energy stocks have traded sort of sideways to down around some pessimism around higher interest rates and the impact on their earnings. We're projecting First Solar, which made less than $8 a share in 2023, for their earnings to grow to more than $36 a share in 2027.
Wow.
So there's tangible financial estimates on their benefit from these three big factors.
But don't you think people are coming around to that now, or do you think you're still out of consensus on how much their benefit? In other words, is that benefit already priced in?
Yeah, I think we're a lot less out of consensus than we were before we published the report 2 weeks ago. It was really on the 21st of last month. Really what we had seen in the market was maybe a little bit of a misunderstanding about how these large tech companies actually meet their 100% renewable goals. And we just sort of spelled it out to people a little bit on how they charge a lot of their operations directly off the grid, but then through their sustainability offices will then go procure renewable power equal to their consumption. And that actually underpins a lot of the direct financing of utility scale solar, in particular in the United States. And I think the market was just missing that link. And as we highlighted that to the market, I think it got a really good reception, and investors are interested in digging more into the idea.
The shares are up 55% year to date. Now they're trading at 267. Your price target started at 252, you know, not even a month ago. It's now at 350. Is that right?
Yes, and it's really, when we think about a price target, is really with First Solar in the near term, it is a multiple re-rating story, as I think a greater number of investors appreciate their direct connection to the growth in electricity driven by AI. Longer term, however, there is earnings upside for a lot of the hardware suppliers in the utility scale solar supply chain. That's largely driven because we're short utility scale solar projects in the United States. And so as demand takes off, we're building up a backlog that should be able to drive longer term earnings growth for these companies.
Fluence is the other name that you think could be a beneficiary. Why?
Yeah, Fluence is really one of the only pure play storage names in the market. Tesla is the largest provider of utility scale storage, but you know, the short of it is essentially that as we add more renewables onto the grid, it creates large predictable price changes intraday. The easy way to think about it is the sun comes up during the day, solar power comes on, prices go down in wholesale electricity markets. And then at night, prices go back up. Well, if you buy a Fluence battery system and connect it to the grid, financial players can actually arbitrage that. And that's driving, I think, a lot of demand. And Fluence, which is a much smaller market cap company than First Solar, I think might actually have more leverage to the upside on this whole idea.
Wow. And considering there's been significant upside for First Solar already, that is saying something. John, thanks for explaining it to us. We appreciate your time.
Be well.
John Wyndham with UBS. That's it for us. We'll see you on Power Lunch with Tyler Matheson on the other side of this quick break.
Well, motherfucking market took the day off, didn't it? She don't want to do shit. Must be the vacation from over the 3-day weekend, along with the NASDAQ breaking down yesterday. Let's see here. We're gonna go scan the markets. That's what I'm gonna do. Let's scan around here, see if we can find some opportunity, because this looks good. This actually looks really good. Look at this. Tesla's putting in a wedge here. I don't really like that. Listen, give me 1 second. I'm going to be right back. Or you can, you know, stay and... or you can go. Let's see. Give me this daily chart. I'm gonna make
Sets us apart.
I'm gonna make a prediction. I'm gonna make a prediction that Tesla does get back up into $200. All right. I do, guys. I think Tesla if you look at it, it looks like it's going to break down and like reject the 100-day, which it could pull back. I think I may try to. I'm going to see what these calls will be like. What is this? What do we have here? 200, like 210. Still have these gap fills. 210, 200. Let's see. July 20. Okay, here we are. Okay. Let's see. August, July 19th. 1.8 for that. 1, 2, 3. I'm going to tell you guys right now, I like these 200 calls. And we'll see if we can get them. Let's see if we can get them at a better price. Never mind. You know what? What? What do you want? What is it? Due to a technical issue at the New York Stock Exchange, quotes for some securities may be inaccurate and industry-wide. Some impacts again? Issue was fixed. NYSE issue quoting issue was resolved as of 11:41, and then again today, 11:19 English. I don't know what the date was on this. Hold up. Okay, nice. They don't have a date. Alright, whatever. Who gives a shit?
President Trump could really campaign on anything but keeping them in place. And yet, practically speaking, you have to wonder if under either administration, taxes will end up going up.
You do have to wonder that. You could chalk some of this up to campaign rhetoric. I think that's possible here. A lot of the folks I spoke with, both economists and political analysts, think that even Republicans in the next administration, if they had control of Congress, would find a way to pay for some of this, that there's likely an in-between for the corporate tax rate, right, between the 21% level where it is now and the 35% level where it was. Maybe they could land somewhere in between, but it is clear it's a good campaign talking point, right, to say that you're going to fully extend tax cuts. That's one way to get businesses on your side.
All right, Megan, thank you very much. Megan Casella reporting from Washington. For more now on the fate of the Trump tax cuts, no matter who wins the election, let's get to our panel. Kyle Pomerlow is a senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute, and Brendan Duke He is Senior Director for Economic Policy at the Center for American Progress. Welcome to both of you. Kyle, let me begin with you.
Thank you.
Does anyone credibly believe anymore that major tax cuts in any substantial way?
Well, I hope not. I think if you're talking about a $4 trillion reduction in revenue, you're going to maybe impact the economy some ways. You're going to encourage some people to work. Maybe investment rises. That might raise a little bit of revenue to offset the cost, but you're still going to lose revenue overall. And I think the data is pretty clear from the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act from between 2018 to about 2019 that the federal government did lose revenue. Now, that's not to say that the TCJA didn't make improvements to the tax system, but I think it's a stretch to say that that it paid for itself.
How much of the part of that, if I'm recalling correctly,
whether the cash was not, the federal government deemed that money to be repatriated and taxed at a lower tax rate. This was in exchange for a new system going forward that would tax foreign profits at a low minimum tax rate, or for any profits taxed above that, they would be excused from tax. Now, I think it's a separate question whether that has any impact on the U.S. economy, but I certainly think that the government collected revenue from that provision.
And now we're sort of digging through the numbers, Brendan, but my understanding in part was, and correct me where I'm wrong, that government revenues, despite the tax cuts, have been, somewhat steady over the past, COVID makes things a little bit weird, but that spending is kind of structurally 3 or 4 points higher than it was pre-pandemic. Do you think that spending is structurally higher because inflation remains in the system and will work its way out, or is spending structurally higher and will it stay that way?
So I think a key thing is that the projected deficit over the next decade is actually lower than projected pre-COVID, which is really good news when you exclude interest, which is obviously an important part of that, the primary deficit. So that's good news on the deficit front. But what we're talking about right now, we're talking about extending these tax cuts, which are not part of the CBO baseline, and would exacerbate that and would cause debt to, continue to grow, interest rates to rise, and, make, buying a home, investing in a business much less affordable than it is now. So I think that really lays the stakes that we've actually made some good progress on the deficit over the last, few years relative to pre-pandemic projections. Obviously, again, when you exclude interest, but passing these tax cuts without paying for them, just putting them on the credit card would exacerbate the situation.
Well, I think part of the problem is what you said. So it would be one thing if we were arguing about, the size of the deficit and we had no debt. But because the debt is already so high, anything that adds to it feels concerning. So a lot of people who argue that the tax cut plan was bad are actually more concerned about what it did to the debt pile and how much it boosted us. So here we're starting at 120% of GDP. And you could make a case that the interest payment on that is now the most important factor going forward. So I don't know if we should really be asking about the plans around tax cuts, or if we should simply be looking to the Federal Reserve and potential and economic slowdown to lower rates and maybe bail us out of the situation, Brendan.
Look, I think the key thing is that, both candidates actually have proposed pay-fors for extending the tax cuts in some sense. President Biden has proposed, letting them expire for the top 2% of households making over $400,000, and paying for the extension of the tax cuts below that amount. Donald Trump actually does have some pay-fors. He has proposed a 10% tariff on all imports into the United States and a 60% tariff on all imports from China. That is actually a huge revenue raiser. It raises about $3 trillion over 10 years. It helps pay for those tax cuts. But of course, it actually really hurts families. It actually wipes away all the tax cut they would get from extending those tax cuts. It's about a $1,500, $1,700 tax increase for a typical family, which wipes out any tax cut that they would get from extending the tax cuts.
So let me turn back to you, Kyle, if I might. Are there people out there who seriously believe that you can get to anything approaching a balanced budget or debt reduction or deficit reduction strictly by cutting spending? Or if you gave them truth serum, would they say, to get there, we really are going to have to raise some revenues.
Tariffs?
Yeah. I
Tariffs
think
are
lawmakers,
deflationary. Let's
policy
remember that.
analysts need to be realistic about what's politically possible.
So when they say Trump is inflationary, well, he kind of counterbalances himself with some of the deflationary acts that he has. Remember, this isn't Yellen. This is, you know, people like Steve Mnuchin who are really good at their job. Okay? It's not Trump. So let's not say that this is Trump doing this, because he is not a banker.
Eliminates the deficit or reduces the debt.
Real estate agent.
I think that would be highly aggressive, but at least things could become more, or be made to be more sustainable in the long run. And that's important given the fact that interest rates are so high. So it's not just the level of debt as was discussed, but it's also the interest rate on that debt that has risen.
Let me just try one
significantly.
final question on both of you, if I might. Very quickly, Brendan, I'll start with you. What if all income, I mean all income, corporate, capital gains, carried interest, all of it was taxed at the same rate?
In some sense, President Biden has tried to move toward that. He wants to equalize the tax rate between, capital gains and workers' incomes for high-income households. He's actually, proposed applying a minimum tax to unrealized capital gains for billionaires. So I think there's ways to move that direction. There's also other loopholes to deal with. So, I certainly think that has to be a part of the discussion.
We have to leave it there. Thank you, gentlemen.
Okay.
Interesting stuff. In fact, let's get over to the CNBC CEO Council, where Eamon Javers is sitting down with House Speaker Mike Johnson, and listen in.
Years, but I think that we do well to hold fast to those principles. I'm reminded of what Ronald Reagan said in his farewell address. He said, "They call me the great communicator, but I really wasn't." I paraphrase him, but he said I was basically communicating the same great things that have guided our nation since its founding. It was about the message, not the messenger, he said. And those same great things we are now the stewards of, and I think we abandon them at our peril. So we're fusing these new ideas, the new emphasis, into the tested and tried and true principles, and I think that will serve us well in the days ahead.
You talk about the idea of free markets being so vital to your coalition, but I think Trump really shattered the norm on free markets, right, with his approach to tariffs on China in the first term. And as we look ahead to a potential Trump 2 term, the president is now campaigning on 10% across the board tariffs. That's not something traditional economic conservatives would have supported. It is something the new populists are supporting. Is it something that you are supporting?
I believe there's a role to play for that, and I think we'll have some very thoughtful discussion, a vigorous debate about exactly when that can be applied and how it should be. You can't argue with President Trump's approach. I mean, look, I'll say this. After the first 2 years of the first Trump administration, I came to Washington the same time he did for the first time, January 2017. And everyone in this room knows we had achieved the greatest economy in the history of the world, not just the United States. I mean, we had every demographic was doing better, the economy was roaring, and we did that because we applied those tried and true ideas under Trump's leadership. The Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, we reduced taxes, we reduced regulations dramatically, and that unleashed the free market, it unleashed the free enterprise system. We effectively tried, and I think achieved, getting the government off the backs of job creators, entrepreneurs, risk takers.
Listen up. Oh, you motherfuckers out there, listen the fuck up, okay? Get the fucking government off the back of you and the back of businesses. Fuck Biden.
Implement those same plans and principles again.
What you just said, though, does not sound like a ringing endorsement of 10% across the board tariffs. I mean, the idea that we'll talk about it, we'll have a discussion, that doesn't mean, yes, sir, I'm going to salute and march and execute that on Capitol Hill.
Well, look, I don't know that we know all the details of all the ideas yet, but I'm open to those discussions. But as the Speaker of the House and the leader of my party and the Congress, I'm going to be very careful about what I commit to on the front end. But listen, it is a thoughtful debate. We're in interesting times. We're in unprecedented times in many ways, and I think we need to adapt to that.
One of the things voters seem to be saying, screaming out loud, is that inflation is an enormous problem for them. The economy is, by almost every measure, an incredible economy. Inflation has been the sticking point. That's the thing that voters seem to be screaming about the most. One of the criticisms of the Trump economic agenda is that it is inflationary. You do the 10% across the board tariffs, particularly on immigration. If you deport millions of people who are currently employed, that's going to be inflationary. How do you deal with inflationary pressures and a populist economic agenda at the same time if there is a Trump 2 in 25 and you're the guy executing on Capitol Hill?
Well, we make those plans methodically and we carefully implement them, and I think you've got to be,
these
you've
are
got to
all
be careful.
assumptions.
I've spoken with President Trump about the deportation necessity. I mean, I think
assumptions.
that's right. By our estimates,
think you
maybe
know
as
you're
many
right
as
because you're
16
coming
million
to a
illegals have come
logical,
across that open border since Joe
a
Biden took office.
logical sense
But
that you
the
think
reality
you can
is
create yourself
deporting them
without
all is not a
creating.
simple
That
thing.
hasn't
I'm not even
happened.
sure you could
You
locate
can't
many
say
of
that
them.
it's
I mean, that's part of the
inflationary.
problem.
How do you practically do that?
Well,
I mean,
that's
the size of the police force that you'd have to do that would be enormous.
no,
The cost of that would be
Donald
enormous.
Trump
the
is not an
logistics of
ignorant
that
asshole
would be
to sit there
enormous.
and say
The legal fight around it
He will
would be
say
epic.
it. Don't get me wrong. He'll
It
get
would, and
them
the
white
point is, so
people
the
in a bunch,
theory in
and he'll
this
stir them
is
up by
probably
saying dumb
different than
shit,
the actual
and they go to
application
hang
of
on
it, and that's what we'll
But
have
at
to
the end of
sift
the
through.
day, he's
Look,
somewhat of a
I think this
realist.
is
If
doing
you see the
untold
other
damage
shit
to the
that he
country. It's
does
catastrophic
and
what the
some of
open
the other
border has
interviews
done
he
to
does,
us,
like
and I don't
fight
need to
interviews
recount
and
all
shit
the
like that.
parade of horribles with this group because you know it. But we're going to be dealing with this for decades to come, and it is a nation-changing, nation-shifting kind of problem, and we'll have to deal with it and develop responses as we go.
The other thing we've seen with the rise of economic populism on the right is this idea that, you talked about Republicans years ago, and the idea was we're with the job creators, we're with the CEOs, we're with the big companies, we want to help them thrive and grow. Now you see a movement on the right economically which says, hey, wait a second, these CEOs in terms of the culture wars are not with us. The Republican base necessarily. They're jamming maybe cultural values down our throats that we don't like. CEOs are not our natural ally. In many cases, they're our enemy. And you've seen Target, Disney, Anheuser-Busch, all the companies that you can list, targeted by the conservative movement. That's something very new for CEOs like we have in the room here to hear from the Republican Party. Do you feel like you need to build a bridge to those CEOs of those targeted companies? Do you feel like the Republican Party has gone too far into targeting individual companies, individual CEOs?
Well, I think in many ways it was a righteous response. I mean, I think what happened is a lot of the corporations sort of went too far. The pendulum swung too far, and I think some tough lessons were learned by some of the biggest companies in America, and that is that to be a good corporate citizen, you don't have to wade into the culture war issues. It doesn't seem to be a smart business proposition. What we need to do is go back to the fundamentals, I think, and take care of customers' needs and desires and kind of stay in your lane. I mean, I just think it's good business practice. And I think that's advisable going forward. Look, it depends on how you define populism. If you look it up in the dictionary, by one definition, it is appealing to the needs and desires of ordinary people. That's not a bad thing. That's what we're for. And we're for hardworking people, hardworking families who are having a very difficult time right now. And there's a lot of unrest. There's a lot of angst in the country. People are angry about a lot of things. I mean, if I was a corporate CEO, I would be looking for less things to anger them about. For us to give advice.
Bottom right is time and sales for these options I'm watching.
Another target of economic populists is often the Federal Reserve. As a leader in Washington, where do you stand on just the concept of the Federal Reserve? Back to first principles, the independence of the Federal Reserve. Do you think it should be politically independent, or do you think a re-elected President Trump should...
Oh my fucking God. Listen, man. Please don't fucking listen to this shit.
It is manipulation in the markets at some level, and understand why it was created and what the idea behind it is. But I mean, they've been wrong on many occasions and wrong in recent years. I mean, I had Chairman Powell come and address probably late 2019 or maybe early 2020, before COVID. I was the chair of the Republican Study Committee, the largest caucus in Congress, largest caucus of conservatives, and we had all the fiscal hawks in the room, and I had Chairman Powell there, and he gave a quick update on the economy and spoke for 10 or 15 minutes and never mentioned the federal debt by way of example. And all the hands went up for the Q&A, and I said, well, Mr. Chairman, I can anticipate what they're about to ask you. You didn't mention the debt. And I don't remember his exact quote, but Chairman Powell said something to the effect of, well, I think too much emphasis is placed on the federal debt. Wrong room to say that in. This was all the fiscal hawks, and I could see the steam coming out of their ears of my colleagues. And they told us inflation was going to be transitory and all these things. And I think some mistakes have been made. I have some concerns about it. Should it be a completely independent body and immune from politics? Probably, but I think that. I think a lot of attention has to be paid with their activities and the jurisdiction they have and the broad influence they have on the markets.
So would you advise a re-elected President Trump to fire Jay Powell?
I don't want to call for anybody's job today,
Well,
but I would say
listen,
that
this is the
I'm sure
thing,
that
bro.
will be in the
Like,
on the decision matrix. I'm sure the leadership of the Fed will be top
he's
of
not
mind,
gonna
and
fire
the president
number
will get a lot of
one.
advice from a lot of people.
He
who
will
are
get on Twitter
that
and say
subject
some
probably
dumb
a lot more
shit.
intelligent than I am. So.
Because
Do
he
you have
knows
anybody
that
that you like better?
us
Is there a
realists
short list?
I don't want to
kind
bring
of like
news here
laugh
today.
and
This promise
You and I are on
Room would
opposite
do a
sides
good
of
job.
that tension. Right? I'm trying to get you to say something.
Yeah, I know you are.
Right.
like,
No, I got
it's
enough
okay
controversy
for Biden
as it
to
is.
say dumb
I don't need
shit,
new ones.
but when
You talk
Trump
about the
does
debt.
it, they just take
Obviously,
it serious.
Your
Instead of looking
caucus
at it
has a
for
lot
what it
of,
is.
fiscal
We're a
hawks.
bunch of people
But
in
your critics will say
Alabama or
that when Trump was in power,
fuck,
we ran up
whatever
the national
state
debt,
you
right?
wanna
And there was
claim,
a lot of spending. And there
around
was
a bunch
tax
of
cutting, and that
idiots
was
and to
bad for the
rile them
debt.
up, I just
How
gotta
do you
say
answer
some
those critics who
outrageous
say
shit.
Everyone is concerned
That's all
about
it is.
the debt when they're out of power, but when they get in power, what they really want to do is spend money and appeal to voters.
Well, I mean, that's probably accurate over the history of the country and in recent decades for certain. But we have kicked the can down the road now and run out of road. I mean, we're almost 35 trillion in debt, of course, and it's not a sustainable trajectory, and everyone here knows it. The mandatory spending is 72% of the federal budget. We spent a lot of time arguing over discretionary spending and how to limit that and how to limit the size and scope of the government overall. But now it has gotten very serious. Now we're spending our grandchildren's finances, and they're not going to enjoy the same liberty and opportunity and security that we have known because it simply will not be affordable. So we have to do big things, and we have to do it in a bipartisan fashion. It's not lost on us that we're probably beyond the days of having 35 and 40 seat majorities in Congress anymore because of redistricting and gerrymandering. We're probably going to have
Nobody
small
gives a
majorities on
shit
one
about
side or the
Biden.
other for this foreseeable future. So you'll need very thoughtful, very responsible members of Congress to sit around a room and arm wrestle over this to figure out what the real answers are. We have some ideas, and we'll have groups working on that. I believe we have to start in the beginning of the new Congress to address it seriously, or we'll be derelict in our duty.
Speaking of bipartisanship, I mean, your speakership was in many ways saved by Democratic votes on the floor of the House of Representatives coming to back you and saying, no, we need to keep this current speaker
Tesla's about
in
to
place
go,
and
guys.
avoid some of the tumult that we've seen in previous months. Did that experience of getting Democratic votes
Feels
to
like
back
it.
you up as a leader change your perspective on the
So we
partisan
have the
warfare we
90
have in
May,
Washington in
20
any way? I mean, did you reconsider any of those members once you saw them voting for you?
No, look, I'm somebody who has built a career on relationships, and I think it's really important. We mentioned Ronald Reagan earlier. I really like the way he did the job. He was a happy warrior. He and Speaker Tip O'Neill, Democrat at the time, everybody remembers, had a famously friendly relationship. They didn't agree on policy, almost any of it, but they didn't hate one another. And when I was a freshman in Congress, in the 115th Congress, 2017, I authored a document called the Commitment to Civility, and it's just a one-page simple statement, a summary statement, basically restating the golden rule, that we would treat one another with dignity and respect. And even though I'm by some estimates, a hardcore conservative, I'm not mad at anybody who's not, right? And so we got every member of my freshman class to sign the Commitment to Civility. 52 out of 53 members, I think, signed on. A few months later, Steve Scalise, there was an assassination attempt on the baseball field. We all remember the tragedy. And after that, Speaker Ryan came to me and he said, hey, that freshman class project about civility, you ought to make that Congress-wide. So we did, and we went to leaders and luminaries on both sides, and people from John Lewis to Kevin McCarthy, and everybody signed on. And 170 or so, I think, members ultimately signed on. We were advancing the idea, the very simple idea, that we're not going to agree with one another all the time, but we still have to regard one another as colleagues and not enemies. And so I've just been trying to implement that, and within my own team and in my own camp, but also across the aisle. And we're not going to agree on a lot of policy, increasingly so. But we can respect one another, and I just think it's a really important part of the job.
I want to ask you a little bit about some of the news of the day. We saw this historic conviction of former President Trump last week in New York. You called that a Banana Republic trial. And I wonder if, as we watch the Hunter Biden trial unfold this week, is that also a Banana Republic trial?
Haven't been able to watch any of that yet. We'll see. I hope not. Look, I think what happened in Manhattan was a travesty, and I say that as a former litigator, somebody who was in federal courts for 20 years, litigating, high-profile cases. What happened there was unprecedented. The charges were illegitimate in my view. They targeted a political opponent. They used the judicial system to do it. The entire case is based upon the testimony of a known perjurer. I mean, the whole thing. And regardless of how I feel about it or any of us, I'm telling you, the American people are upset about it. As of Saturday, I've traveled and done political events in 118 cities in 29 states in the last 6 months. And everywhere I go, East Coast, West Coast, upstate New York, Deep South, it doesn't matter. The sentiment is the same. People are losing their faith in our institutions because they see this. They see the politicization or the weaponization of the judicial system itself. And as a constitutional law attorney and somebody who believes
Tesla's
in our
breaking
institutions
out.
and is trying to conserve
I was wondering
the
what the
greatest
hell was
nation in the history
going
of the world.
on. Fuck. Damn it. Come on.
You went to the Trump trial to show your support for the former president. Obviously, you think that was an appropriate thing to do. Would it also be appropriate for President Biden to go to the Hunter Biden trial and show his support for Hunter Biden?
Well, Dr. Joe Biden's sitting on the front row, and you know, with the motorcade and the Secret Service and the whole thing. I mean,
Biden said I will continue to work closely with Mexico, including the new president.
It's his son. I wouldn't complain about that. I didn't go as Speaker of the House. I happened to be in Manhattan raising money the night before. It was actually on a whim. I called it occurred to me he was going to be back in court the next morning, and so I just made a call, and we arranged it last minute. It was spontaneous. It was my idea. It wasn't his. And I just wanted to go and say, not as Speaker of the House, but as an individual and an officer of the court, by the way, that this is offensive to us, and this is not who we are as Americans, and we've got to protect and preserve our system of justice. And
it's interesting that it was your idea to go because there's been a lot of reporting that suggests that Trump and the people around him were trying to rally support to get political figures to show up for him. Are you saying that nobody from the Trump team asked you guys to? Or you
no, I mean, quite literally, it was about 10:15 at night, the night before, I called one of his assistants who was with him, and I said, the president's back in court tomorrow, right? I've been a little busy. I haven't been following him. The president's back in court tomorrow, right? Well, I'm a few blocks away. It just occurs to me. Maybe I'll show up. Well, come to Trump Tower. That's how it happened. It was spontaneous. I guess I'm breaking that news. I don't know. It was my idea.
Yeah. The former Speaker, Kevin McCarthy, said that every American...
Speaker of the House, but as an individual and an officer of the court, by the way, that this is offensive to us, and this is not who we are as Americans, and we've got to protect and preserve our system of justice. And
That's interesting that it was your idea to go because there's been a lot of reporting that suggests that Trump and the people around him were trying to rally support to get political figures to show up for him. Are you saying that nobody from the Trump team asked you guys to? Or
no, I mean,
the fact
quite
that this
literally was about
motherfucker has to
10:15 at
say
night,
that.
the night before,
Like, are you
I
serious?
called,
Will you vote for
one of
Biden
his
if he
assistants who
wins?
was with him, and I said, the president's back in court tomorrow, right? I've been a little busy. I hadn't been following him. The president's back in court tomorrow, right? Well, I'm a few blocks away. It just occurs to me. Maybe I'll show up. Well, come to Trump Tower. That's how it happened. It was spontaneous. I guess I'm breaking that news. I don't know. It was my idea.
Yeah. The former Speaker, Kevin McCarthy, said that every American should accept the election results in the fall. Do you agree with that?
Well, I hope so. That's the intention. I agree with the sentiment. I mean, we absolutely have to make sure that it will be a free and fair election, and I trust and believe that it will be. So, yes.
If it is a fair election.
I'll probably be out of this by the end of the day. I'm not holding this until tomorrow. I should have already been in the long because I've had the options up down here.
Believe in the institutions, and we have to preserve it. So, yeah.
So you think Republicans generally will vote to certify a Biden win? Because there's been some question about whether there are any circumstances in which Republicans would vote that way, given that it is a near certainty that former President Trump, if defeated, will say again that there was some kind of fraud in this election.
Listen, we hope that it's a just and fair and free election. There's a lot of work being done across the country in the various states to ensure that that's true. We hope there's not fraud.
Tried to put this federal stuff on his name, so that's already pretty fucked.
One of the 7 core principles that I articulated earlier.
Because most people don't know that he didn't even commit a crime. Like, what he did was perfectly legal. They just filed it incorrectly. That's it.
More fair and just.
No, fuck Biden. Just, not even really fuck Biden, but just fuck politics in general that act like that. I like what he said, though. He said, we got the government off the backs of businesses and people, and it really helped. it opened up the pretty much floodgates for a worldwide good economy. And it's the fact. It's the truth. It is the truth. It's the truth. It's a 100% fact.
Stifel Financial. He joins us from the Stifel Cross Sector Insight Conference in Boston. I'm going to call you Ron from here on out just to be safe. Ron, welcome. Good to have you with us. Why do you think the market is a little bit vulnerable to a 10% pullback? What are the factors that could cause that to happen?
Well, first of all, we and I have been saying all year that we didn't believe that the Fed would be decreasing rates significantly. And as the market comes to grips with that, coupled with the rally we've had, we believe that there's more short-term downside risk to the market. We think a 10% correction investors should be prepared for. And frankly, Tyler, to be a bear from May to October isn't necessarily always hard. It's harder to be a bull during this time. So, but that's our belief. I believe.
Yo, the S&Ps
really
just broke
not
out.
Decrease rates this year for a multitude of reasons.
We just had a rather interesting conversation. I don't know whether you heard any of it with Eamon Javers and the House Speaker Mike Johnson.
And
it ranged over everything from the level of debt and deficit and tax policy to the recent trial in New York of former President Trump. Do you think the market has discounted the election result in any meaningful way, whatever that means? And I ask it in part because remember that the stock market set records under President Trump, and it has set records under President Biden. So I guess I'm kind of asking, does the market care?
Cares about liquidity, my friend.
That's a great question, Tyler. Look, the market's done well under all forms of administrations, and I don't really think that the market cares. I think what the market would care is if they thought there'd be unified government, and that might, one party controlling, whether it's the Republicans or the Democrats. I think the market generally would not like the pendulum effects of policy that could come from unified government. So maybe that's an indictment against government as a whole.
Ron, I want to sort of ask you a question about the banks, which maybe you have a strong opinion about and maybe not. But it's been conventional wisdom for the past year that the big banks will benefit post-Silicon Valley and the small banks will really struggle. Do you think, why is Jamie Dimon selling stock and then talking down, his own company's prospects at the investor day? Do you think that we have taken these conclusions for granted and perhaps the opposite kind of trade should be warranted? What, the small banks, are they actually doing better than we anticipated?
Look, I think the new deposit regime, where deposits are more dear, rates are higher, is a tougher environment for banks without scale. And so, I do think it's been a tougher environment. But look, I think, Kelly, and I've talked about this, and I'm going to go on a tangent for a second.
As soon as we get a pullback on Tesla, I'm going to go long. All right, whether that's at the 20-day, whether that's at like 176.50, 176, unless we get some crazy volume there. I'll let you guys know what I do, but I would say watch out for the SPY and the Qs. Make sure you understand where the resistance levels are. I told you guys this morning I was looking for the Qs. If we can break above and hold 452, then I was looking for 456. 456 was the level on the QQQ, and I said 529 to 530 on the SPY.
Money, but in the meantime, speaking of a friend who might have moved money out of Chase recently because it doesn't pay anything, is that actually that large trend going on where people have realized, no, the smaller banks are often, places where you can get better yield right now versus the big money center ones?
Well, I think that's the basis of our phenomenal financial system, is that we have more than 4,000 banks. We don't need 4,000, but we don't need 5. And the best banking is done by local bankers who know the local communities and the local businesses. I don't think Jamie would disagree with that.
Who's to say how many we need and don't need?
Community banking system.
I don't understand why they say that. If one of y'all have money, or if somebody in this world has, or in the States has money, and they want to open up a bank, because we have 5,000, we can't give you the registration to open up a bank. No, motherfucker, go live your life. Like, why do they keep saying this? Like, we might need 4,000, but we don't need 5,000? Well, just because you don't need it doesn't mean somebody can't have the opportunity to go own one.
Power
and make one.
Back after this.
I've been hating hearing that. We have too many real estate agents, so we don't need no more real estate agents. Go find something else. Society, we want you to go do something else with your life. No, you do what you want with your life. I don't know. Sometimes people talk just like me and they don't really think about things. All right, 178's the target. Oh, man, I should have got in there. Fuck. Maybe we can get a reversal at the end of the day here. That would be cool too. Keep an eye on Bitcoin. It's kind of leading us higher. We traded Mara, Coinbase. A lot of things worked out today. I'm going to go pour some coffee. I'll be back.
The Stanley Cup final matchup is set. Connor McDavid and the Edmonton Oilers will take on Matthew Tkachuk and the Florida Panthers, with Game 1 taking place this weekend. The Panthers will be fighting for their first ever victory in the Stanley Cup finals. Edmonton looking to end a 14-year drought. And for all things hockey and beyond, let's bring in Marty Walsh. He's the executive director of the NHL Players Association. And President Biden's former labor secretary joins us live from the 2024 CNBC CEO Council Summit in D.C. Mr. Walsh, welcome. As a former mayor of Boston, I know you must have been disappointed that the Bruins got knocked out, as we in New York were disappointed to see the Rangers go.
Well, hey, listen, you have a Florida team that's very hot. They're playing their second straight Stanley Cup final, and I'm looking forward to this Stanley Cup starting this weekend. It's going to be exciting. Best hockey player in the world, Connor McDavid, an incredible team in Florida Panthers with Matthew Tkachuk and his team. It's going to be a great series for hockey.
Very, very good defense on that Florida team. Let's broaden out a little bit and take you back to your days as labor secretary and get your broad comments on what seems to be an uptick in union growth, membership, activity, whether it's the UAW or unions at Starbucks or unions on college campuses or votes to unionize in the automobile industry, one of which was successful at Volkswagen, the other of which was not successful last week in Alabama. Where do you think the union movement stands today?
I think it's strong. It's growing still. I mean, I think in 2020, when the early days of the pandemic, it turned our world upside down, obviously. And I took over as labor secretary in March of 2021, and there was 12.5 million people out of work then, and there was a lot of buzzwords, quiet quits, and not going back to work, and all this. And I think it gave the unions an opportunity to kind of think about a purpose to start organizing again. And you had large groups of employees that hadn't looked favorably upon the labor movement in generations, all of a sudden saying, wait a second, let's take a look. We have an opportunity to cut the power here by organizing.
Ask this fag where y'all taxes are.
That in some cases. I think there's more to.
Ask this faggot ass Steve where y'all money is.
Now, employees have been put in better positions.
Where's the product that y'all paid for?
Be able to get raises, work for higher pay, better benefits, things like that. So I think the pandemic has certainly, I know the pandemic certainly has changed our workforce. Not forever, but has for right now.
It's a little unusual, it seems to me, that there is as much union organizing on college campuses as there is. Not only employees of the colleges, whether they are student employees or full-time employees, but also potentially the organization of athletes, which will bring us back sort of more closely to the NHL questions. What do you think of that, and is it a good thing?
Well, right now, I know in Dartmouth College that they're trying to get a contract. They organize down in Dartmouth. You're hearing other places of organizing drives going on. I'm not sure what the end result will be. I've had conversation with Liz Schuler at the AFL-CIO to ask her, talking about coming up with a template. What does it, when you organize a college sports team, what does that mean moving forward? And I think everyone is working through that to figure out what it means. What the long-term impact could be for college sports. I think when money entered the picture in college sports, as far as paying athletes, it changed the dynamics. You know, certainly my old governor, Charlie Baker, who's at the NCAA right now, we've had some conversations about this, and I think a lot of people kind of see where it's going to go in the future. We're not sure.
Where is all of this going in the future for those of us who are still wondering whether it was, a great thing to change college sports into something much more kind of boring and professional?
Yeah, I don't know if college sports is ever really boring. I think for me anyway, I mean, it was all, depending on the sport you liked. I mean, college football certainly wasn't boring. Basketball, the tournament, hockey, baseball, softball, and all the other sports. But I think that colleges right now in the whole NCAA and the football leagues over there are trying to figure out what the future of college sports is. I think what I hope it doesn't happen, I hope it doesn't destroy college sports, because that's an opportunity for a lot of younger people to get in through the public, become athletes, become professional athletes. They go through college. You look at what's happening now with the WNBA and the excitement that they've had and the viewership they've had, and see the excitement there. So I'm not sure what the end of the road is. I don't have enough information on what they're talking about inside colleges right now, but I know for a long time colleges kind of ignored the calls by players and the money that we're making, and now they have to sit there at the table with these athletes and talk about what the future looks like. These colleges made a lot of money moving forward here, and I don't begrudge anyone making money, but you know, they made on the backs of these college players, and now these college players saying, wait a second, hold on, if you're going to make all this money on my back and on my blood, sweat, and tears, I want some of that.
Yeah, no, I guess it just makes me think, well, the whole point in the past was to get that degree, and maybe implicit in there is sort of this idea that maybe the degree is not that valuable. I don't know. Anyway, it's for society to debate.
You're right there. I'm a little concerned about that as well. We have a lot of hockey players, NHL players that, you know, they leave college after 1 or 2 years, 1 or 2 seasons, and we set up a program inside the Players Association called Unlimit, and we want to make sure we're helping our players move forward. I mean, that college degree does mean stuff, and again, you know, we could have a long debate on it. I'm of the mindset when you go to college, try and get your degree. If you're an athlete, you know, play your sport. If you get drafted, you get drafted. I just think that there's opportunities here. But colleges made a ton of money on this stuff. So I think that, you know, and they never had this conversation. And now it's, I wouldn't say it's too late, but now they're trying to put the genie back in the bottle and figure, how do we move forward here?
Exactly.
So I think, I hope everyone gets on the same page and does it, because I wouldn't want to see you'll never see the elimination of college sports, but you don't want to see college sports be diminished in any way.
Indeed. Marty Walsh, thanks for joining us today. It's good to check in with you. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Still ahead, something here doesn't quite compute. Elon Musk accused of ordering NVIDIA to ship thousands of AI chips supposedly reserved for Tesla to other businesses such as X. But Musk claims there was just simply nowhere for Tesla to store them. We'll dig into all of that when Power Lunch returns.
She doesn't have no claws no more to get. She's got some claws, but she doesn't have the claws to get her to get out the door. What a rip! What a rip! What a rip! What a rip! All right, Tesla just running. Did anybody take that long? Did anybody say, "Hey, you know what? I'm gonna go long on the breakout"? Coming into your resistance zone, though. That trade's over with. You know what's crazy? It was while this was pumping through the 20-day here, I was watching it on the daily chart, and I didn't think it was that big of a move. Or it didn't seem like that big of a move. What time is it? It's 3 o'clock. Let's see here. Where could we take this to? Yeah, you know what? You might not stop until 180 again, because that's really where your resistance level is. If we pull back, I'm going to tell you guys right now, if we get a pullback and we hold that high a day, we haven't done it yet. You have the trade line there. Why does a 3-minute look like that? I'm going to take this long.
If you don't know us yet, you should. Supporting the biotech that could cure aging.
Because here's how I look at this, right? Like, yes, this 178 is a mild resistance level, but at the end of the day, so it's like looking, if I were to look left, right? If I'm looking left, like down here, right? We have the 20-day. We cleared the 20-day, and then we have to watch out for what? We watch out for that double top, that previous high. So if we break through that, which we just did, and we pull back and hold it, then what do we look for next? Okay, you have a small area here at 178, but really, I think that's your area is 180. I think that's where the real resistance level would lie at, and this could give us a move right back to 180. What is it, Turkey? Oh my God, she just won't quit.
December 2023, Elon Musk ordered NVIDIA to ship 12,000 of these very coveted AI chips, H100 GPUs from NVIDIA.
Welcome back. Amid constant criticism and debate over his leadership, Elon Musk stands by the claim that he can turn Tesla into an AI leader. But new documents reveal he asked NVIDIA to prioritize chip shipments to X, not Tesla. Musk confirming CNBC's reports, explaining the chips would have been backlogged in the Tesla factory. CNBC.com's Laura Kolodny is here to discuss what she's learned. Laura, thanks for joining us. So just take us back to the start here. What exactly happened? What did Musk do?
So in December 2023, Elon Musk ordered NVIDIA to ship 12,000 of these very coveted AI chips, H100 GPUs from NVIDIA, to X instead of to Tesla, when they had been reserved for Tesla. And then in exchange, Tesla would get, the next shipments of chips in January and June. So he effectively delayed Tesla's being able to continue building out data center and AI infrastructure by 5-6 months.
So who paid for the chips, Tesla or X and XAI?
There's still a lot to be reported out here. Ostensibly, Tesla would have paid for Tesla's chips and X would have paid for X's chips, but maybe Elon Musk can answer that for us.
So we don't know whether Tesla paid for chips that ultimately went to another entity. We don't know that yet, but Musk just stepped in, big-footed the process and said, hey, Tesla's not ready to use these chips, not able to put them to work, but X and XAI are, so send the chips there instead. Is that the nub of it?
He's saying now that Tesla wasn't ready for them. This begs the
If
question
only
as to why
they
X
knew
Corp
how
has the
much this happens in
resources to,
small
get to work
business
standing up a brand
America,
new data center, but Tesla,
and how much
he's
it
been
happens
talking
to
about,
people that are on the Democratic
developing
side,
robo-taxis, very sophisticated computer vision
where
and AI.
where at least not even I shouldn't even
wouldn't
bring
prioritize
politics
that and
into
wasn't
it, but
ready. These delays weren't
how much
previously
this
discussed in detail
happens
with shareholders.
All right, Laura,
for people that aren't controversy like Musk, right? Because this happens all the time. You have companies that are. I'll let you guys in on a little something here. Do we even have anybody? Because I think some of y'all might not know this. Yeah, we only have 2 viewers, so I'm not even gonna waste my time. Oh, what was that? I didn't even get to read it about Green Thumb. Stocks rise as slumping job openings fuel rate cut hopes. Taxing profits from stocks. Said to taxing crypto assets. Bloomberg.
Moving average you here commented on quite a bit. This represents 1 quarter worth of prices. shifting, look at the slope of the line. But more importantly, Apple's been stuck in this trading range. Right now, I'm looking at this level here, which is about 194 to this 199. I expect it to find this as an area of resistance unless there is a catalyst.
Technical support. Minutes plus. Our chartist today, Jessica Inskip, Director of Product at Options Play. First up, Jessica, we've got Apple. This is one you're watching in preparation for the Worldwide Developers Conference that kicks off this Friday. Big Apple event. What do the squiggly lines tell us?
Absolutely. So first, we have a 13-weekly moving average. This is the line of defense.
There we go.
Converges
We
with
got
the
the
50
pullback.
daily moving
We just
average.
got the
you hear.
pullback.
Commented on quite
Who's
a bit.
finna
This
get
represents
long?
1 quarter worth of prices.
Who's finna
Once
trust
this
that
overcomes that price, that's my
is
indication
gonna hold?
that trend is shifting. Look at the
Not
slope of the
I.
line. But more importantly,
Not
Apple's been stuck
I.
in this trading range.
I'll take it down
right
here.
now,
We'll
I'm
see.
looking
Look at the volume.
at this level here, which is about 194 to this 199. I expect it to find this as an area of resistance unless there is a catalyst, that catalyst being WWDC.
Could be that convention.
That's right. But that is a key area around that 200. It's really 199 and some change.
55.
That is where a lot of supply exists. The question is demand going to come in and overtake? It depends on what happens.
And
with
it could be the news headline that does it.
that
could
it
be
does.
a news headline
And
that
this
does
is
it.
important because it's a huge component of the S&P 500.
Yeah.
And we need to see
And
what
it's in
happens.
a lot of people's portfolios, whether they know it or not. All right, let's go to Salesforce. This is one of the dogs of the Dow, is one you're watching in light of the recent sell-off. You think it is also showing a buying opportunity. Tell me why.
That it is. So 13 weeks is going to be 1 quarter worth of prices.
Let's
Normally
see
look
here.
at the 26 and 40 for our 2 and 3. The 200 weekly is what I like to call the longer term trend. The quarterly gives us our trading cycle. If this is breached, it is considered very bad. So this is
And it's breached. That's what we're seeing when that little blue line goes down below it.
But this is a wick. So if we talk about
A what?
A wick.
A wick.
A wick, yes. So we have a candle. It represents the open and close for the day, and then the wicks are the high and low. It did not close below. It touched below, but it closed about here.
Okay.
So actually over where you are, there is something called a bullish engulfing candle around 234 to 250. It's where the day, a good day overtakes the previous. And this is weekly, so a huge week overtook it. That is now the area of support, and that's good. So as long as that 230, 250 area is maintained, and this is maintained, it's absolutely a bullish opportunity. But now those old milestones, because remember, a downtrend is a series of lower lows and lower highs.
Do you guys have any thoughts about this afternoon, or like stocks you guys want to share? Sorry for my ignorance and my outlandish, I don't know, whatever they're called.
COGT, Cogent, Biosciences hitting new highs, above $9 now, up about 7%.
I'm human. It's all good.
Resistance, once you breach support, old resistance, new support doesn't go through, bullish opportunity.
All right, and finally, it wouldn't be a day without a little GameStop, would it? A lot of talk about options activity on this one. Walk us through it.
Downside,
so I've layered on the
downside
40 weekly
450.
moving average. So we look at the 13 because that represents 1 quarter, 26 to 43. So this is the last one. We look at the slope of the line in addition to where the security is above or below. Sloping down, downwards trend, we see flattening when the trend starts to shift. That's also part of the Dow theory. We saw that here, so now this is acting
This is what
as
I'm looking
support.
for,
But
guys.
what happens then is
176.50.
we have to overcome those series of
176.50
lower lows
for
and
a
lower
possible
highs.
long here
Lower
on Tesla.
lows, lower highs.
Absolutely. We're going to have you
Lower
drawing
high,
on here, Tyler.
Lower high,
Perfect.
lower high, lower high.
But those become train stops. And
What? Trading stops.
Train
Okay.
stops. If you think
But the bad news is that sell volume just already overtook this up volume. If you guys notice here on this 15-minute chart real quick. Sorry, I just had to turn the volume down. Because, like, look at the volume there. Shit. Look at that volume already. That came in on this.
BURU, Nubaru getting a pop here, Robert
Wait.
uniformly URU.
Yeah, look, it's screaming. Screaming to the downside. Alright, let's see here. So that was a test of yesterday, and what is that, Friday's close? We just tested Friday's close. That's exactly what we did. We just ran a test up to Friday's close. For the most part. Not quite to it, but... I'm still leaning long Tesla, guys. I feel like on a daily chart, you're going to see this thing kind of just like fail, like it's going to break down, and then you get like this nice wick on the daily.
Yellen said we have seen an increase in exports to Russia from China, including dual use goods that can be used to aid Russia's military.
And then I think we go. I think it goes, guys.
Sanctions efforts with
I'm a little, like, I don't have conviction either way, but I feel like it's looking like it wants to break down, but I feel like that's going to be a failed breakdown. It's going to suck people into the short, and then it's going to flip in reverse. I truly do. I do. Let's listen into the panel, 3 o'clock panel.
Company's earnings tonight in OT. It is the best performing cyber name year to date,
Damn,
so a lot is on the line. Look at
the
that
overall
chart
market's
and the
drilling.
run-up that you see there. We're going to ask shareholder Malcolm Etheridge whether it can live up to that hype. It does take us to our talk of the tape, the fate of stocks this summer, and whether there's enough
nothing really
momentum
to see,
keep
guys.
them
He's
climbing.
just talking.
Let's ask
Just let me look
Trivariate
at this
founder
real
and
quick.
CEO Adam Parker. He's back with me. Right there he is at Post 9. Welcome back.
Thanks for having me.
So how does the markets feel to you now that we've turned the page to June? I thought it was really interesting the last couple of days. Yields down, stocks down. Haven't really seen that. And just as I was about to say that to top the show, we have a little bit of a turn today.
Russell, yeah. You know, when I was on with you a couple weeks ago with Joe Terranova, we had a debate about whether a vacuum of information would be bearish or bullish. Remember, he was sort of this notion of, oh, now there's no news out, so we'll trend lower. I don't know. I kind of feel like now we've got some economic data coming this Friday and a couple next Wednesday with CPI and with the Fed, and I think the risk reward is skewed to the positive. Actually, I don't really make the short-term calls, as you know, but to me, I think people think fundamentals are hanging in okay. The company guidance has been pretty decent. The conferences so far in the last week or two, nobody's really taken down numbers a lot.
I should have bought it
I don't think
different
the
when I
fundamentals are
bought it.
deteriorating at a rapid enough rate.
I know you guys
that would
can't hear
indicate
me.
we're going to
It's all
have
good.
like a growth scare this month.
Well, I mean, I was wondering if you think we're having that now. If this is some kind of growth scare, and that's why as yields have fallen, stocks are falling too. But you're suggesting it's a scare.
Well,
that doesn't mean it's a reality.
The area that I feel most valid about the scare is software, because as you saw, whether it's now
Salesforce,
or
now.
CRM or WD,
Mongo.
A lot of these big companies that every growth manager owns at least a couple of the stocks we just listed off, if not all of them. They're down 25-30% in the last 3 months, and they're down for reasons that you can't just say, oh, now it's cheaper. You have to say, like, is there risk to that? I mean, I think we counted 19 software companies that were down 10% or more last week.
You said you wouldn't buy the dip either.
I don't, and I feel worse about it. Exactly. So that's an area where I think the growth scare feels a little bit more merited, or I need to see some confidence that's not real.
Was it a growth scare? Or is it just money is being diverted to more direct AI plays and players?
Yeah, that could be, because you've seen, some of the, obviously NVIDIA goes up every day, but even some of the other semis, Analog Devices had a huge move this month, which is a real company. So I think some people are just worried about how software is changing, how time to market's different, how old code gets obsolete, how
Did Bitcoin fall
AI
back?
can maybe help there. And so a lot of these small and mid-cap software and some of the big ones, their growth rate
could be a
is
shake
little
and
bit,
bake. This
under
could be
threat. So
like-
that's an area where I'd say the growth scare, I'm a little scared. Right, whereas other areas, kind of more macro consumer, I'm not as.
Unless Bitcoin is going to follow, right? The market's going to get ahead of Bitcoin and then follow back to the downside here. That's so funny. Like, this is it. That's a mean pullback. Look at this. I literally just got done saying, guys, we could get some nice downside towards the end of the bell. Did I or did I not say that? You motherfuckers were here. You motherfuckers was here. I know one of y'all heard me say it. Unless it was when there weren't no viewers. I know some of y'all heard me say it. I said, wait, it looks like we might have some nice downside going into the end of the day. And they're doing it. They've already started doing it. They flipped it quick. What happened? Dixie is still just chilling. US 10-year. Okay, that's weird. Hold on. Unless. Wait. Okay, there we go. So look, yields are still pulling back, and unless Canada or these other countries took back their rate hike, so there's some issues going on with some of the countries east of us. What is this? What is this shit? This site has been blocked from seeing text, images, and copy to the clipboard. Cool, great, grand, wonderful. Nice.
Hours pretty high.
So I can still buy utilities after that run?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
That's right. When you say utilities, you got to be careful. You don't mean like, coal-fired
Well, I don't mean every single utility,
gas sets the marginal price.
But
yeah.
the entire space has had a move.
That's because were GDP kind of managed growth businesses for the previous 40 years, and now a lot of them are growth stocks, and they're going to power, kind of AI airports all around the world with 70-pound NVIDIA chips like candy all over the floor. So it's a different world, and I think there's no growth investors in that space. It's 0% of the small cap growth universe is utilities.
What would you always come with names. You're not afraid to talk names either.
Sure.
Have you updated any kind of short ideas in the market that you want to talk about that you think we should lean out?
I mean, look, I definitely think these traditional retailers that have gone up are in your basket of short ideas. Obviously one I picked on a lot is Target in the last 18 months, and that was right, and then it was wrong, and then it looks right again. But these businesses are impaired. They don't grow in the store. They don't add new stores, and they don't grow online. So I think there's a lot of those. We'll see. We got some dollar store stuff this week.
That doesn't mean that every single retailer is bad. I mean, it's a bifurcated market, as we've seen from
Walmart and Costco are different. Walmart and Costco are different. Yeah, and Amazon obviously is different. But if you're Target, you're kind of subscale in your competitive categories, and you don't grow. And I think the same thing's probably true for the dollar stores. And look, there's Kohl's. I mean, Kohl's is obviously going to zero. It's just whether it's 3 years, 5 years, 10 years. But there's a lot of those kind of businesses out there.
Obviously, that's a
big statement.
A little hyperbolic, no?
I mean, I don't know.
Just because some New Yorkers don't
3,
visit
5, or
it.
10 years. But there's no need for those kind of stores, right? They don't do anything that adds value. But everyone knows that. It's hard to make money shorting something that's been underperformed for a decade.
I
It's
get
like,
that,
so if you're at a fund, you're not going to have a massive short position because you're worried to put
these
up
old,
one halfway decent
where the
print,
mom
and there's some
where the older people
is going to be on the wall.
partially true story about their real estate value. I've never been there, and I'm not about to go. That's not my jam.
Here's a piece of advice.
If they sold air conditioning, if they sold air conditioning units for this table, I might buy one.
Yeah, they don't want you, believe me.
Yeah, but nobody, you know what I mean. So I think the physical retail, everyone's known for 15 or 20 years that's impaired. I think the question is, do you get run over because when the Fed cuts, they rip, and that's the risk. Especially these ones that have short interest that's high. You've seen it with Foot Locker and others where the stocks have huge moves on okay quarters. So, that's
I really
the part
want
that I'm worried about. But I know I
arm.
don't want exposure to physical retailers. I know I do want exposure to AI semis, and I do want exposure to housing, which we didn't mention, power, and probably health sciences, just life sciences generally. Those are the places I like.
All right, let's bring in Alicia Levine of BNY Mellon Wealth Management, also here at Post 9 with us today. You're pretty bullish, right? You have been, and you're staying that way.
We're staying that way, although, there are some clouds out there, and that's essentially coming from the consumer sector. Some of the data the last week has definitely given pause. To your note earlier that bond market's rallying, yields are down, the market's down. It's because the market can be okay with higher yields as long as growth is coming in better than expected. But when the U.S. is missing on some of the data points, ISM manufacturing, new orders, consumption, that's when the market starts to get a little freaked out.
Okay, look at the cues.
Why aren't you more freaked out?
I'm not freaked out because I just think this is a pause.
Like in such a short amount of time.
The big story is that household net worth is up.
I think I might get short
$40 trillion
on the cues.
in the last 4 years. $11 trillion since the beginning of November. That is going to power the economy. That's not to say there's not pain in some areas that Adam, my friend here, has been talking about. And clearly the lower end consumer, the lower lower end of the income scale. Those are the folks who, but that's not driving the aggregate data, and that's not driving AI, and that's not driving the investment in AI, nor the
thought part of the
productivity.
story, though, was that we were okay with, fewer, if not, no cuts, because the economy was going to be good enough to give the Fed cover to wait, right? What if the economy starts to weaken, but inflation doesn't come down to the degree that the Fed's comfortable in cutting?
So
doesn't that wreck the story?
You're saying, is it stagflation? And what I'm saying is,
well,
I don't think it's stagflation.
No, not stagflation. There's a piece in the middle.
Right, where you're slowing.
Stagflation implies no growth, and
There's
really
a
high
piece in the
unemployment.
middle.
We don't have to be talking about that. But my story for the bull market was growth is good, jobs are plentiful, and that gives, and inflation's coming down, but so the Fed's not ready to cut. They don't have to cut. They don't need to cut. Who cares if they cut as long as the economy remains good and earnings stay good? You can't have it both ways. If the economy starts to weaken and they're not cutting for the right reason, then don't you have a problem?
That would be a problem, but we don't think that's the problem, because in the end, we think growth is going to hang in there, and we do think that the labor market is strong, normalizing, and the earnings are coming in. I mean, the forward 12-month is now up to 259 or something like that for next year. So the forward 12-month earnings keeps on moving higher. Forward 12-month margins are at 13%, which is the highest it's been in 18 months. So the fundamentals of the market are still hanging in there. There's very little evidence that there's an actual slowdown going on in the aggregate. As to software, yes, software is 10.5% of the S&P, but 7.5% of that is Microsoft, which is the hyperscaler that is exposed to AI. So you're talking about 3% of the market where maybe the earnings models have to change a little bit. It's not going to be detrimental to the overall market. Will we have more volatility in your scenario? We will definitely have more volatility.
Yeah,
Yes.
I would have answered the question yes if people get afraid, whether it happens or not.
Exactly what he's saying right now
Get afraid that
is exactly why
stagflation
you
is a
need to
higher
look at
probability,
this
then, yeah,
chart.
the market's going lower. I would agree with that. I
Right,
agree
that
it's not
chart
the
right
base
there,
case, so
and
maybe
this
we're
chart.
all in agreement.
Right.
It doesn't have to be stagflation, though.
No,
I mean,
it's people afraid that the economy's slowing and
what if you
rates
have
are high.
below? What if you just have below trend growth
This
at
is
a
it.
time when the
This
Fed's
is the
not ready to
market.
cut? Market's going lower. That's happened. That
Flip
happens to
the
people who are
SPY
really
upside
afraid
down,
that's gonna happen
and
for
this
6
is the
weeks.
chart you got
Market's
right
going
here.
lower. Yeah, for sure. I think the story for the bull market has just been simple. Financial conditions have been easy, and margins
And then
have
you
been going
just
up.
learn how to
And
trade
you want to fight a market. You want
the
to fight the
in-between
U.S.
levels.
equity market when those
So
two
it looks
things,
like we're still
you
going to
go
be
for it.
stuck
You're gonna get your face
between
ripped off and you
452
Okay, it's that simple.
and
Easy
454.
conditions
We're
since
still
last
stuck in the
November, and
range.
margins were going up for most companies.
I love
You're
when
long.
people
You got to be
leave.
long.
Like, what the fuck?
Right. So now I think the question is not is
the
what
fuck?
we're all
Nobody
kind of trying to
fucking
figure out
talks.
is
Nobody
when
fuck-
will
you know what?
financial
I'm
conditions
done.
tighten some.
I'm done.
What's going to cause them to tighten? What's going to is it failed auctions on the is it something else, some rumblings in the real estate part, which we saw a little last week or two, and not much. I mean, it's got to make you afraid that conditions tighten, that lending tightens up again, that kind of stuff. I'm not really seeing any signs of that, but that would be something that would make me worried because then multiples could crack. And margins are still going up for a lot of businesses. We got to watch commodities. We got to watch productivity versus wages. But so far, I think 75% of the companies are forecasted to have margin expansion in the next 12 months. That's the one thing the sell side is good at. They're good at knowing whether margins will be up or down. They're not very good ex post at forecasting price targets and ratings and earnings, as we know.
Right.
But they're pretty good about.
Well, then you're painting a bullish case.
Right now,
there's no reason to get overly
is,
negative about anything.
I think that's right. You shouldn't get overly negative about anything. Subject to the fact that if financial conditions start tightening, you're going to have to change your mind. And what you described in your scenario is financial conditions tightening, in my mind.
Okay.
Or the pocket where the Fed stays hawkish and the data continues to be weak and the Fed doesn't move fast enough to change its hawkish tone, because as we know, the institution itself is slow, right? So does the data move quicker than the Fed? That's your pocket for a volatile moment. But overall, we just think the base case is still positive. Look, rising margins, rising earnings, you can't fight it. You can't fight it. You'll find your weak areas for sure in a market like this.
Don't fight the margins.
Don't fight the margins. Look, in the end, look at small caps. Small caps telling you the story, which is high rates hurt some areas of businesses and some areas of the market, and it's going to continue to be that way. Either we have a slowdown and small caps bad, or we have a 5% Fed funds rate and small caps bad. That's what small cap is telling you. You have to be in large cap.
I maybe was a little too mean to Coles before, so I got to say something positive to equilibrate the conversation.
Did they reach out to you and say,
No, I don't care. But maybe the Fed isn't slow. How about that? Like maybe they're doing a good job. I know everyone who's not as experienced, doesn't have as much access to. I mean, I'm no expert, but like they seem like they're pretty smart, and they seem like they have access to good information, and the market's ripped, so maybe they do know what they're doing. I don't know. Everyone likes to say they're slow, but
well, they were slow at the start.
I don't know. Maybe.
Well, they admitted it.
Okay, but what happened? Like things stayed long equities. I don't know if you cared. Did you care?
Well, I mean, it's not like it's not like
2020.
What was it, 2022? It's not like that was a great year.
There was 1 month in 2023, and 1 month this year the market's been down 2.5% or more. Every other month it's been pretty good. I'm just saying, I know, I don't know. I'm just saying maybe they're doing okay, and I don't want the Fed to cut a bunch of times because if they do, that means the economy and everything got way worse. So what am I rooting for? Kind of like nothing. Pause. Maybe do one cut if things get a little worse. I don't need them to start freaking out, and I don't know why people had 7 cuts or whatever the hell they had in January. That never made any sense to me. I don't know who they interview for that, but it's got to be the most.
Well, we're going to get a look next week, Alicia, from the forecast.
Wednesday, right?
Right. We'll get it next week. I mean, so.
Yes, you mark your calendar, okay? After you get back from Kohl's.
I'll be on a plane. Yeah.
I'll be on the screen.
Yeah,
please.
Look, they're likely to their target fund rates is probably going to go lower for they're not going to cut more for this year. I think they're going to let the market know it's 2 this year, and that's it.
Okay, so then do I want to do what Tony Pasquarello of Goldman's been telling people, right? You've been thinking go big, right? Stay big. His is, mega caps. Continue to play the mega caps, sword and shield. I keep saying that because that's what he says. Sword, offense, shield,
defense, it's
protection.
It's both. It's not having to borrow. It's having free cash flow and having the businesses to invest $350 billion in AI and still not kill your margins. That is extraordinary. That's the moat. That's why they're 30 times earnings and not 15 times earnings, and that's why they're still growing their multiple and their earnings forecast. So you have to be in large cap.
Isn't it interesting, too, on a day like today, speaking of sort of large cap versus small cap, again, the yields down, Russell down, small caps down. That tells you everything about growth scare. Right? Otherwise, you'd have Russell up. But if you think that the most economically sensitive stocks within the market, small caps.
I don't understand. There's a group of people who think small caps can outperform in a flat to down tape, and I don't get that at all. I think if you get way more bullish again, then maybe you could say it's risk on. I'm small caps. I'm regional banks. I'm kind of more grungy. But at this point where we are, we've had a huge move. I think you want to own the businesses that have pricing power, that have productivity, that have huge technology moats, that have exposure to the right end markets. We know what those are, and they're not a lot of small caps.
What about financials? Financials had a nice move, and now not so much.
I just downgraded them a couple weeks ago. I don't think they're going to benefit from AI in the first wave on the cost side, like maybe healthcare or other places will. Most financial businesses have to do things in duplicate. They have to predict their employee and customer behavior. They have a lot of spending up front before maybe they can realize the productivity. And as you know, at least depends what bank you go to, but the bank I go to, they invest in productivity. I just get worse and worse service every year. So I'm not sure it's great for the shareholder. We'll see, but I know it's not good for the customer. So we'll see what happens. I'm less optimistic on banks.
Last point to you.
I think on the financials, it's about the Basel III endgame here, and part of the reason we had the rally is the signaling that the endgame was not going to be as stringent as originally proposed. That's part of that massive rally we saw because the capital needs are not going to be as high, so you return more to shareholders. That's part of what we saw.
Okay.
Ultimately bullish. Some clouds out there. Go big.
Okay.
Go big and go
I like
US.
I'm bullish on air conditioning. Maybe we should own Carrier. Can we blast some of their products?
You look like you need some more right now.
It is so hot in here. I think Carrier is my favorite stock.
Ever since the Kohl's comment, you've been beaten up a little bit.
No, I've been saying that for 10 years. So it's not, there's nothing new there.
All right.
Yeah. Useless.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Right. Adam and Alicia, we'll see you again soon.
Thank you.
To Christina Partsenevelos now for a look at the biggest names moving into the close. What do we see?
Scott, it's time to say goodbye to P&O Cruises Australia.
He is standing by. Tell us how he's playing that space and the overall software space, which Adam Barker does not like, as he just told you. We're live at the New York Stock Exchange. You're watching Closing Bell on CNBC.
fold the Australian line in March 2025 and rebrand them, of course, as Carnival. Demand is so strong that Carnival actually needs to leverage the extra space and the extra ships. This fold is part of the latest in a series of strategic moves aimed to increase capacity. Everybody wants to go on a cruise. Shares up 5%. Shares of betting firm Flutter Entertainment are up over 1% right now after Oppenheimer analysts said the stock has outperformed. They raised their price target to $240. They say the company offers players the most pre-built gambling selections compared to the competition, and they believe the company could absorb higher taxes better than FanDuel as well as DraftKings. That's why shares are up, but still up only, 7% year to date. Scott.
All right. Christina, thank you. We'll see you in just a bit. We're just getting started. Up next, we have your earnings rundown. CrowdStrike reports in overtime. Shareholder Malcolm Etheridge, he is standing by. Tell us how he's playing that space and the overall software space, which Adam Parker does not like, as he just told you. We're live at the New York Stock Exchange. You're watching Closing Bell on CNBC.
Okay,
giving you even more specialized trading support. Connect with the trade desk, our team of passionate traders, ready to help tackle anything, from the most complex trading questions to a strategy gut check. Plus, get 24/7 live help and access support by phone, email, and in-platform chat. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
I want to see if we can get an extension here on this. See if we get some volume to pick up. Or even like a failed breakdown. See if it goes back over to, see if Tesla pulls back into like 175. See if it pulls back into 175. And then ends up turning itself around just to... I don't know what that was about. I really don't. Doesn't have to be about anything. Things could just trigger themselves. But like I'm triggering myself into some more coffee. I wanna get short this bounce back. I mean, not really, but I have to look at it. I'm looking at it again right now. Yeah, see if we can get a pop. See, this sucks. I don't know what the fuck this market is doing. This is the most weirdest shit.
Welcome back. Software stocks losing some of their luster recently, now on track for their worst quarter in some 2 years.
Alright, let's look for a pullback.
Another critical test later today in overtime when
Damn, that's so weird.
CrowdStrike shareholder and CNBC contributor.
Are you serious?
CIC Wealth. It's good to see you. I mean, we kind of can separate some of these software stocks from the pack. This stock is done.
This is weird, bro. I feel like I'm in like a horror movie and like it just isn't real.
The upset in some of the other names over the last week or so. So where are your expectations going into overtime?
Yes, Scott, I actually think
Because there's no way that that can be like that.
and it's been my single best
Dude.
performing stock in my own personal portfolio since I've owned it. I bought it in January of 23, right at about the $100 mark. And the reason that I'm so bullish on the sector itself plus software, one is because cybersecurity has become just a non-discretionary spend, right? The SEC coming out and mandating large companies to leverage any material.
Welcome back. Software stocks losing some of their luster recently, now on track for their worst quarter in some 2 years. The sector faces another critical test later today in overtime when CrowdStrike reports. Joining me now, CrowdStrike shareholder and CNBC contributor Malcolm Etheridge of CIC Wealth. It's good to see you. I mean, we kind of can separate some of these software stocks from the pack. This stock has done it, right? CrowdStrike has had the best performance of any of the cyber names year to date. Adam and I were just talking about the upset in some of the other names over the last week or so. So where are your expectations going into overtime?
Yes, Scott, I actually think, so I own CrowdStrike personally, a number of our clients in the firm do too, and it's been my single best performing stock in my own personal portfolio since I've owned it. I bought it in January of 23, right at about the $100 mark. And the reason that I'm so bullish on the sector itself plus software, one is because cybersecurity has become just a non-discretionary spend, right? The SEC coming out and mandating large companies to let us know of any material incidents around cybersecurity is just another tailwind at the back of these companies. But CrowdStrike, specifically to your point, being cloud native, it's no surprise that it's become the best performing one out of the pack, especially after Palo Alto inadvertently justified CrowdStrike's model by talking about the need for platformization and getting everything under one roof in such a fragmented market.
But what about the fact that the stock's up so much, as I said? I mean, what does that do to the bar? Didn't we see what happens when stocks go up a lot or where the bar rises a lot and then you don't meet that moment? Hello, ServiceNow. Hello, Salesforce. Hello, Mongo. I could go down the list.
So I do think it's definitely going to take a beat and raise to impress CrowdStrike shareholders tonight. But I think a little bit beyond today, right? This is the sector that I have the most conviction about over the next 12 months plus for a whole host of reasons, right? PwC did a survey of about 4,000 global leaders, and the enterprise spend on cybersecurity is expected to increase in 2024 for these guys above 2023, right? Gartner's research says something like $215 billion is the number we can expect globally on cybersecurity defense, right? So this is, again, like I said, a non-discretionary line item for a lot of these companies. So if there are shareholders that don't like what they hear today, decide to dump those shares, and we start to trend toward, I think 270 is the support level for this name, I will definitely be a buyer of those shares because long term, this is the sector that I want to be in.
What about Palo Alto, though? Because again, you know, all cyber security software stocks, say that 10 times, are not created equal.
So I think it's interesting that Palo Alto was once upon a time the leader and the dominant name in this space. They still are by market cap, but CrowdStrike is gaining on them. I think it definitely is something to be said that they have receded, but I also think it was an overreaction by the market to sell off Palo Alto shares when the word platformization was used and came out, right? Yes, they definitely have quite a bit of legacy on-premise technology that's going to need to be moved to the cloud, but the opportunity in this space, the number of dollars that are going to have to be spent in this space, because just as good as the cyber defenses are becoming, the attacks are getting even better with the use of AI and everything else that we've talked about countless times on this network. And so I just think it's short-sighted for shareholders to look at a Palo Alto, for example, who's going to benefit from the $10 billion plus that's in the Biden administration's budget for cyber defense this year alone, because they have the highest level of federal contracts in the cyberspace. I just think it's short-sighted for investors who are considering selling off either of these names, but specifically CrowdStrike, because their model, the whole land and expand model that they offer, is just easy for me as an investor to understand. You got five of our modules that you really love. Well, here's another 5 that you'll love more. And you like those 10? Well, here's another 5 that you'll love more. And they just incrementally weave their way through your organization to the point that they're the only provider that you have in a very fragmented, otherwise sector. There's a lot of opportunity for consolidation here in this industry, and I think CrowdStrike being the leader shouldn't be very much of a surprise.
What about tech at large? You know, roared back from the April lows. It's up 7.5%.
All right, I'm taking a short.
What now?
Well, you know, I love software, I love tech, primarily because of this little thing called operating leverage, right? Anytime these companies build a product, it costs them almost nothing to push that product to the very next customer once it's built, right? So the operating leverage for them being able to sell one more seat on that software is what makes these companies so attractive. And unfortunately, I look at a company like Tesla, where Elon Musk has proven just how easy it is to keep things humming. Twitter's still alive.
You may not get a lot out of this.
About 80% of the workforce. And so that right there proves the thesis that once the software is up and running, it doesn't really cost them very much to get it in the hands of the next customer.
Well, I mean,
that's
I don't know if that's the
opportunity
greatest example. You know, to be honest with you, I mean, the value is a lot less than what he paid for it.
Yeah, no, I don't mean necessarily that that is a great investment. I just mean that it proves the thesis that you don't need necessarily a ton of lift once the product has been shipped, and that's where the operating leverage is for these software companies. So the sell-off in Salesforce, I kind of understand. I think, again, a little bit short-sighted for investors, primarily because they don't have a surefire offering in AI that's exciting enough to say that they're going to be able to ring the register the same way Microsoft, for example, can with ChatGPT. But I think software and tech more broadly is definitely going to be the winner by the end of this year as we look at where the opportunities are. And as you guys just got done talking about, it's the sword and the shield, right? We talk about safety. We look for a safe haven when things get bumpy, as they probably will later in the summer. Tech is going to benefit once again.
You think we're higher or lower by the end of the year on the S&P from where we are now? Let's call it 5,300. What seems reasonable to you?
I think we end the year higher than where we are today. I think investors are showing an interest and a desire and a willingness to continue to invest, irrespective of what we considered in January to be bad news coming into this year, right? Higher for longer has hit us. Now we're in June, and we started the year expecting, we were talking about the over-under on about 6 rate cuts in January. Yeah. Now we're having conversation about whether we'll have any at all. That tells me that this is a resilient, there's a resilient investor out there that says, irrespective of all of that bad news you want to throw at me, I still feel good about the market more broadly.
All right, we'll leave it there. Malcolm, I appreciate it. We'll see you soon. Malcolm Etheridge. Up next, Wells Fargo Securities' Chris Harvey's back with us to break down the sectors he's betting on to, quote, keep yourself in the game. Why he's changing his tune just a bit on the reflation trade. He'll join me to explain just after the break. Closing bell's coming right back.
All right, here it comes. It's going to be a nice shit. I mean, we're holding VWAP. I don't want to fight the trend, but
Don't usually get the media coverage the stock market does. In fact, most people don't find them all that exciting. But if you're looking for the potential for consistent income that's federally tax-free,
oh wait, hold on.
time to consider municipal bonds from
Two.
If you have at least $10,000 to invest, call and talk with one of our bond specialists.
Oh, what the hell was I looking at? That's so weird. Oh, I see now. Set volume. Wow. What an idiot.
They provide the potential for regular income, are federally tax-free, and have historically low risk. Call today to request a free bond guide. 1-800-376-4376. That's 1-800-376-4376.
Hi.
We're all speaking now.
The bell rings. We are ready to go.
I can always count on Morgan to get to the core of the issue.
We both come super prepared, ready to jump on breaking news.
Morgan's got such great energy. Around here we call it Grenergy, right? That unique Morgan Brennan energy.
John is one of my favorite human beings, and he's one of the smartest people I know.
That's nice.
I always know we're going to be able to have a really fascinating conversation and deliver really insightful analysis.
15.5.
Welcome back. Stocks are struggling to find their footing as we head towards the close today. Here to share his market playbook right now is Chris Harvey. He is the head of equity strategy at Wells Fargo Securities.
4:54, 3 minutes.
Good to see you too.
All right, let's do it.
How's the market looking feel to you right now? Feels a little choppy. It feels like we're looking for a catalyst. There's no real catalyst out there. And I think this chop lasts until we have earnings season because there's really nothing to hang your hat on. That long? Bonds are up, yields are up one day. Yeah, I think so. I mean, anything can change on a dime, obviously, but I don't see a ton of catalysts out there. What we need is we need earnings to get things higher. Until we have another earnings report or earnings cycle, you're not really going to get a good feel for the power of the earnings cycle. And so I think we have to wait until the summertime, probably second week of July, before we start making substantial headwind.
Wow.
Substantial upside.
So Fed meetings are and data is somewhat irrelevant?
Yeah, I don't think the Fed's going to tell you
analysis.
we don't know at this point in time.
Welcome back. Stocks are struggling to find their footing as we head towards the close today. Here to share his market playbook right now is Chris Harvey. He is the head of equity strategy at Wells Fargo Securities. Welcome back. It's good to see you.
Love bug? Come up here.
Good to see you too, Scott. How's this market look and feel to you right now?
Feels a little choppy. It feels like we're looking for a catalyst. There's no real catalyst out there. And I think this chop lasts until we have earnings season because there's really nothing to hang your hat on.
That long?
Bonds are up, yields are up one day. Yeah, I think so. I mean, anything can change on a dime, obviously, but I don't see a ton of catalysts out there. What we need is earnings to get things higher. Until we have another earnings report or earnings cycle, you're not really going to get a good feel for the power of the earnings cycle. And so I think we have to wait until the summertime, probably second week of July, before we start making substantial headwind.
Wow.
Substantial upside.
So Fed meetings are and data is somewhat irrelevant?
Yeah, I don't think the Fed's going to tell you anything that you don't know at this point in time. Fed's going to say, hey, we're following the data. We can follow the data too. The data's okay. The economy looks like maybe it's not as strong as people expect. It looks like people are getting very nervous about the consumer. And inflation looks like it's tame is not the right word, but it's not hot at this point in time. So what is the Fed going to tell you that you don't already know? Okay. I don't see that as a catalyst. I just see that we have to digest more of the information. We have to get to earnings season, and then we can start making some more substantial moves.
You do have a big call, though, about some moves that you think viewers should make. Last time, you liked some of the reflation trades, right? And energy, industrials, and things like that. Now it's time to fade those? Or what? Talk to me.
So what we liked, and maybe there's a misquote here, what we liked is we think the industrial space is a great place for stock picking. You have a lot of companies that are AI adjacent. You have a lot of companies that are tied to the super cycle, but for the most part, we haven't liked the reinflation trade. It's a trade that we want to fade and is beginning to fade, and we think it will continue to fade.
Oh, I got you. Okay, so then what's going to work?
Okay. So what's going to work is we're really boring. We've been talking about this for the last year and a half. It's a barbell with something garpy, something growthy. That's the communication space, right? And we want to barbell that with something more defensive. That's healthcare, that's utilities, in a 60-30-10 type allocation. And that's worked out very, very well year to date and for the last year and a half.
What about tech, which is, back awake?
You've got some tech with communication. We just like the valuation in the communication space. We like the technicals in the communication space. And if you look at the fundamentals continue to power higher. Tech is really just a couple names, and if you look, what's driving tech year to date? It's NVIDIA, and most everything else is a secondary or tertiary trade. So I can't get behind tech right now. We're neutral on the space. We think that software is a little bit better than hardware, but we don't have real strong conviction with tech at this juncture.
We're looking at utilities, and I think there's a debate in the market as to why they had the move that they did recently. Obviously, over a longer period of time, they haven't had nearly as great a move relative to the equal weight S&P 500. So just saying the move, I guess, isn't the most accurate. The recent move that we've seen those stocks really go off to the races to some degree. Does that continue? Should it?
I think it does continue. It'll be a little bit of a bumpy ride. We upgraded the space at the end of the year. It was really washed out. It was oversold. We thought it could work for multiple reasons. We thought if rates go down, it works. We thought that just you could get an oversold bounce. We didn't really appreciate the The issue around the electrification or the power trade, that has been moving it. A lot
I'm
of
not
people are
gonna be
asking
able to
us,
get it,
hey,
bro.
you know, if you look at utilities, they've really outperformed year to date. Do you want to take profits? We don't want to take profits at this point in time. We think the valuation is still compelling. We think the opportunity set is still compelling, and we think that the technical picture is still very positive.
Fuck, man, we got
Overall,
20 minutes
for
to
the
go. We got
market,
20
you
minutes to
think
go.
we can
Let's
hit
go. Let's close it down
5,500
right.
and
Let's
maybe all
go.
bets are off? All bets are off. We think you can get over 5,500
Let's
this
go.
year. You know, we'll think about as we go through this pace, and what we're looking for is we're looking for the winners to keep winning. We're looking for the more profitable companies to continue to gain market share. That's what we're seeing. There's a massive, as you know, there's a massive secular trend. It's continuing to play out. We don't particularly like the economy. We don't think the economy is particularly strong. But if you're tied to that secular trade, you know, we think there's still a tremendous amount of upside. If you're tied to the consumer, you know, selectively can make money, but overall, I'm not sure why you'd want to be real aggressive on the consumer at this point in time.
All right, it's good talking
Go.
to you. I
Let's
apologize
go.
for tripping
Let's
you up
go.
there at
We're
the
gonna be
beginning.
in the money, baby. Let's
We'll
go.
do this again
Oh,
soon.
that doesn't
All
look
right, it's
good.
Chris Harvey of Wells
That doesn't look
joining us
good.
once
The
again.
volume
Up next,
dried
we're
up.
tracking
The
the biggest
volume
movers
dried up.
into the close.
All
Christine
right,
is back with
4,
that. Tell us.
3,
We've got too many sales promotions hurting one retailer, while a freight company is moving in the opposite direction on higher shipments.
2.
I'll have those names after this short break. Thanks.
What did she do? She's like, what just happened there? It got personal. She's just supposed to report news, and she's all. That was weird. That was so weird. Oh yeah, they about to get snaked. They about to get snooked. Look, we're gonna get this pop, and then we're gonna go take the short, dog. That's what I'm gonna do. Let's get this pop. We're in the long rate now. Let's go. 24 cents, 31, 32. Take it off. Take it off. Take it off. You might get a little pop though. You might be good for that. And I'm gonna look to go short. Yeah, I'm taking that off. Let's go. Let's take that shit off. Alright, now I'm going to flip back short. So that's 2 green trades right now. 2 green trades on the day. I mean, really, call-outs were just unbelievable today. Damn right. I'm not sure what I got filled at. I'm not sure. I'll have to look on what was. I'll have to go back and look. I gotta flip through the monitors, guys. Hold on. That was nice. That was 100% right there. That was pretty much. Well, not 100%, but it was just under. I know I got filled at 24 cents, and I'm sure I sold at like 38 to 42 cents. If not 44. Nice. Nice. Alright, so look. This is going to be a little bit troubling. I'm expecting this pop, and I think you get a mean reversal. I do. See, I don't know. It's so weird. I think you're going to get a reversal here. Like, this pop is a part of what's going, which is needed. I don't know why I keep going to the 4 hour. Let's see. Unless it's just going to go right back to the previous high a day. But then that would mean that this 15-minute chart. Gotta get this up. Gotta get that up a little bit. What time do we have? 3:45. Fuck. That's it. Yeah. That was a nice trade. I don't think we're gonna get that pull. I don't think we're gonna get the pullback. You might at the very, very last couple minutes. Unless it comes in within the next like 60 seconds or so.
thank you, Christina Martinevelos. Still ahead, Bitcoin is bouncing today. We're going to tell you what's behind that rally and how the rest of the crypto space is faring as well. There you go. Over 70,000.
Yep, there it is. Told you. What'd I tell you? What'd I tell you? Fucking slicksters. I knew it. I knew it. Fucking slicksters.
We're 15 from the bell. Let's get back
Oh,
to
nice.
Christina
That's
Martinevelos
cool.
now.
I can dig
For
that.
the stocks that she is watching. What do you see?
Nice, bro.
Bath and Body Works, because that's
Y'all
one of the
need to know
worst
what y'all
performers.
doing here.
Actually, worst performing stock share moves today since 2021. Shares down about 12% right now. The Q1 earnings beat was really no match for its disappointing earnings guidance. Executives said on the earnings call this morning that they did have to issue more promotions in the start of the quarter, but promised they've cut back on those sales as demand has grown. Saia shares are up after the freight company saw an acceleration in daily shipment counts through the first 2 months of the second quarter. The company also posted a 16% year-over-year increase in shipments in Q1. The stronger results, and I should say Saia is up about 6%, but the stronger results helping other freight firms like Old Dominion and XPO. You can see both up a little bit over 1%.
Thank you, Christina Martinevelos. Still ahead, Bitcoin is bouncing today. We're going to tell you what's behind that rally and how the rest of the crypto space is faring as well. There you go. Over 70,000. It was over 71 earlier. We're right back.
Yeah, she's going to pop. She's going to pop here. I think it's going to pop. Let's see.
Unlock support from the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders who live and breathe trading. And sharpen your skills with immersive online education, crafted just for traders.
It gave you the small pullback, so it's going to allow it to pop here. See it? See, it's going to go. See. I'm not paying 50 cents. When we picked them up at 24 cents there.
Transfer a self-directed individual brokerage account over to Robinhood and receive a 1% bonus. The bigger the transfer, the bigger the match.
So yeah, I'm good on these guys. Like I said, I'm. You had to get them here. You had to get them on this bounce back. I still want to see though if there's a reversal up here at 455, which means that this 30-40 cents could give you $1.20. Let's see. Let's see what these are. If you can get up here.
AG1 works by obsessing over potency, absorbency, and nutrient density to help your body get the most out of everything we eat.
That's sad. I think I was just talking and the mic was off. I'm sorry.
What I look for in a contractor is someone who's reliable and skillful. That's where Angie comes in. With top-rated certified pros in over 500 categories, Angie can connect you with the right pro for any home project. Find top-rated certified pros in your area at Angie.com.
Tick-borne disease affects millions of Americans and people around the globe.
We have some terribly sad news to report. Frequent guest, longtime CNBC contributor, and a friend to many of us, Ben White, has died at the age of 52. He was an accomplished journalist holding positions at The Messenger, Politico, The New York Times, and The Financial Times. Ben's partner, Sarah, posted on X earlier this afternoon that he passed away Saturday, June 1st, after a brief illness. Our condolences go out to Sarah, Ben's 2 sons, and his entire
All right, we don't have much time left, so let's see if we can get a rejection. I want to see if we can't get a pullback. I would like to. I don't know if we will, but I would like to up here. I'm going to try for it. Let's see. Yeah, we got a little further to go. Just a little further to go. Shit, I'm sorry. So that was a really, yeah, look guys, you're at 70 cents now. That's a 24-cent entry. It's a beautiful long there at the end of the day. I'm glad the market opened up there. This was enough for me. That's plenty. This move from here up, that was a big move. I mean, that was about 100% for me, but you guys are over 200. But I want to see if we can't try and get a little motherfucking pullback, dog. Let's see if we can't get a little motherfucking pullback. Full fit 5. Full fit 5. Full fit 5. Full fit 5. No. 454, bro. Bro, they're not going to give it to me. Come on.
We got nothing to worry about. With E-Trade from Morgan Stanley, we're ready for whatever gets served up. Dude, you gotta work on your chest off. I'd rather work on saving for retirement or college.
Full fit 5. We got 10 minutes. Okay, thank God it did not fill me. I'm getting ready to go to preview.
First one's free.
The Market Zone is sponsored by E-Trade for Morgan Stanley. Trade commission free today with no account minimums.
Let's see. Fuck.
Coming up after the close, earnings from HPE, Hewlett Packard,
All right, let's get it.
and CRWD CrowdStrike. That's at 4:05 p.m. at 4:15 PVH, and GWRE.
Let's get it.
Livewire.
Let's get it. Don't worry. Be happy. Don't worry, be happy.
The intraday traders are just saying, like, okay, we're not going to necessarily sell hand over fist until we get
We're now in the closing bell market zone. CNBC senior markets commentator Mike Santoli here to break down
Back
the crucial moments of this
1864
trading day.
zone, I
Plus,
guess.
Kate Rooney
Yeah.
on
No, I
what's
think we
behind
pull
the
back.
Bitcoin
I think we'll get a
rally,
pullback
and
right now.
Stevens looking ahead to PVH
Possibly.
earnings. They are out
If they might
in
wait till
overtime
after
as
the
well
bell,
today.
but like
Mike, I'll turn it
I
back
think
to
you just
so we had falling yields,
like you
falling
like
stocks,
I
and,
you know I had to
late
see where the
day move here.
Nasdaq is,
3
but
days in a row,
I think we've
had
kind
a
of like
low of
pulled
the
back.
day
We kind of
between
just
like
stick
12
around
and
here,
1
but I'm
p.m.
with you.
Eastern time.
We had a
It
really
seems
nice
as if
long
now
here.
we
I'm not
definitely
sure
have this
Super
split
IA if you
market
were here,
still.
but
You have twice as
we
many
just killed
stocks
this
down
long here,
as
man. This
up
was
today.
nice. We got in here at
Definitely more
24
attention being
cents,
paid
and
by the market
that
to
was like a nice
hints of some
24
economic
cent. You had
slowdown
everywhere
beyond what
from
we
like
prefer.
you know the
And
low
so yields
20s
are
to
down,
like
but
80
the
cents.
sector
They're
makeup's
still
not
up
really
there.
following
I
along
mean
the
the
script as we've mentioned.
424s, the
Banks down,
420.
small caps underperforming.
455s, yeah, 454s we were in. They're at 40 cents now because of the bell. But I think we could look for a pullback here. We'll see. The last like few seconds of the bell. We'll see. The volume's not coming in, so it doesn't seem like they want to do that. I don't know if you heard me over that, but yeah, we're just hanging out here. We're waiting on this data to come out, man.
Until we get something that sways the debate about the economy, the soft landing.
I hope you had a good day today, man. I hope nobody lost money. I hope everybody had a wonderful day. If you did not,
I mean, that's my takeaway from it. It's been
there's
a couple
always
of days
tomorrow,
now
and
where
like
the script
ask
hasn't been
questions.
followed on that front.
You know, if you're out there
And I guess
struggling,
that
like
would
just
be
be like,
the-
yo, listen, I
the
give
way
up.
to interpret it.
I don't know how else
You
you
want to
could.
withhold a little bit of judgment.
I
in
give
terms
up.
of
Like,
whether
what
this
can
is a
I
new
do to
trend
help
or whether
myself
it's a little
make
bit
some money in
of
this
noise
market? Like,
after
I've
you had
got
a
2
weird
winning trades.
month-end
Literally,
close, and
this
now that
piece
you
of
have,
paper in
you're
front of
kind
me,
this
the
quiet,
watch list,
apprehensive
every
trading
single
in the
one
market.
came out
Ronnie,
right.
pretty
200
good
long on
rally
JP
in
Morgan
in
at 202,
Bitcoin,
202
Bitcoin,
rejection. You can look for a
Coinbase, I mean,
short
the
there.
things that, have
Coinbase,
rallied a lot week to date. Coinbase, I mean, is
232.
up, geez, on the
Entry
week,
was the long.
8%.
We cleared
Yeah,
232.
really
We want to be
good week.
long
You've
at
seen Bitcoin this week
232.
back above 70K, and it really had been trading
ARM,
in this
127,
tight range,
128
and
rejection.
the high $60,000 level. It's been
Like,
really sensitive to rates
I
and
mean,
the macroeconomic data as well.
really
I think
nice
that
to
could
hear.
affect
Yeah, they don't
the
want to
Fed's
sell
path,
this
kind
thing
of similar
off.
to what you
So
see
that
in
money
tech
right
and
now
high
is
growth
going to go to
names.
zero.
It did first cross 70K
But that's
yesterday on
okay.
the back of lower bond yields, and
It's
then
all right.
Ether,
I'm
which
still
is the
green on
second
the day.
largest, up more than 20%
Just a small
or so in
trade
the
to see if
past
we can
month
get.
after the
I just wanted to
FOMC
see if we can
gave
get a
its
push
key
back to like
green light for
453.50.
ETFs there, similar to what we
We
saw
still
in Bitcoin.
have
The real moves and way
nah,
more
3 minutes. They're not
volatility
going to
we're
sell it
seeing
off. They're,
in
look at
sort
the
of
candle
these
size,
riskier
and the
pockets
volume
of,
is like
the asset class. If you
not
look at
doing
the
anything.
crypto
So they may
proxy
wait
stocks,
till
as they're often
they might
known,
either
one
wait
of these
till
mining
after
companies,
hours to give it like a
is
nice
up more
wick,
than 40% today, and
or they're just going to sit it. They're just going to sit it right here. That was some nice action.
this looks like a short squeeze. It's a really highly shorted.
Yeah, today was really boring until the end of the day. Wait, did I take a long on Tesla? I can't remember if I did. Today actually wasn't bad if you knew where to look. Some of the trades, like, you know, it was a boring day for the most part, but there was still opportunity. Some of them you just had to take it like right at the end of the, or like right when the bell opened. And you just have, you know, you had to have looked at Bitcoin to see the trade, or, you know, the pennant that Bitcoin was putting in. Well, we gave a little back here at the end of the day. I'm not selling it because there's no reason to. It's a small position. You know, I did enter a couple of 453 puts. I think I paid like 2 or 3 cents for them. You know, just threw out just a couple dollars just to see if, you know, nothing crazy. Just 50 bucks. Just say, hey, let's see if we can get a pullback here. No big deal. Still a nice green day today. I think tomorrow we don't have any data. We do have Canada possible rate cut. They are pricing in for a rate cut.
In terms of macro and in terms of sectors correlations, it got a little bit upended this week.
I like the word you use, scrambled. I think that's
1 minute to the U.S.
to
market
describe what
close.
we've seen. Pippa, PVH. So, yes, CrowdStrike gets a lot of the play today, but don't forget about this one.
That's right, Scott. And PVH is moving lower ahead of
Yeah, that's what I was hoping for. Exactly. I was even hoping for this 18.6 or so. I was hoping for that, just to see if they could just come in quick, boom, 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 boom. But it feels kind of bullish. There's no sellers coming in. Feels like, you know, all the ground that we've been making up, it's just time to be bullish. So, if I'm able to get out of these, I'll let you guys know. You still have 15 minutes after the bell. But look, they don't want to. They do not want to. They don't want to sell this thing off at all. So we'll see what we can do here at the last, like if we can get like a nice pullback when the bell rings. 10 seconds. I'm turning it down so the bell doesn't kill us. All right, here we go. Come on, baby. I'm going to actually throw out a limit order. I'm going to limit order for like 3 cents. 0.03. Good for the day. Alright, so I got a limit order out there. It's exactly what I thought. Look at that. Look what they're doing. That's so funny. Yeah, look at that. That's so funny, isn't it? I told you. I'm like, yo, watch them try to snuff it like right after the bell. I have an order at 3 cents. We'll see what happens here. Why are they closing this off? Fucking dickheads. Or, excuse my language, sorry. Come on, they don't want to. Oh, we have CrowdStrike earnings coming out too.
do something.
CrowdStrike earnings. Let me turn this back
Inflationary
up.
indicators
The CrowdStrike
are,
earnings.
kind of wind at their back. They're going to be happy with that. So maybe the market is just kind of stuck here for a
I
little bit
might
until we
go
get
ahead
confirmation
and
that
do.
that's how it's going to go.
All right. Thank you, Mike Santoli, our senior markets
Should I
commentator.
do 2 cents or leave my 3?
You know, later in the day, takes us green on the S&P. We may not get to 5,300 today, but we're trying to work our way back. We'll be a little shy. Dow will finish, though, looks like better than 100 points. I'll see you tomorrow. Anybody see this on board?
Come on, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Come on, baby, break it, just go. Just pull it back. 453, let's go.
Closing off their best
Give me my
levels.
penny.
That is the scorecard on Wall Street, but winners stay late. Welcome to Closing Bell Overtime. I'm John Fort.
I don't know what's going
is
on with
on
this.
assignment
Come on.
today, and we got another big
Sorry, let me
hour
get-
of earnings coming your way with
What's
results
on?
from Hewlett Enterprise, CrowdStrike, and Calvin Klein parent PVH. We bring you those numbers as soon as plus a key read on software. The CEO of $220 billion market cap firm SAP, Christian Klein, no relation to Calvin, joins us from the sidelines of his company.
Hell no, we're not giving you your
At enterprise spend
your
and
3
innovation.
cents for
But
those.
first, let's get to today's
We'll see.
action.
I'm gonna sit
The
here for
major
for these
averages
15
closing
minutes. I want to see CrowdStrike earnings
pulled back
We
with the
do have, where's
10-year
that tomorrow?
yield firmly below 4.4%. The Russell 2000 getting hit hard, though, falling more than 1%. Joining us now is Vital Knowledge founder Adam Crisafulli and HSBC head of equity strategy Nicole Inui. Welcome to both of you. Adam, what's this with the yield being in check, but the Russell not doing so well? That's not what we're used to.
Yeah, I think markets are really grappling with, the path forward here, where we've had for 2 days in a row, we've had, economic data that is pointing to a slowdown in growth with the manufacturing ISM yesterday and the JOLTS report today. And so, yields are falling, which is positive for equities, but I think now investors are grappling with what this means for the outlook on earnings. So cooler growth, disinflation, and outright deflation, corporate pricing power starting to wane. So all that creates earnings headwinds. So the headline indices traded well today, but like you said, the Russell was very poor, and then a lot of the big cyclical groups, so capital goods, materials, energy, banks, all of them were big underperformers today, suggesting that investors are growing more concerned about the outlook for the economy. We've been used to for the last several quarters, anytime yields went down, that was kind of an automatic positive for equities, but that narrative is starting to evolve now as investors start to be more concerned with the outlook on growth and earnings versus simply focusing on the level of yields.
Yeah, real estate, the best performing S&P sector. Nicole, it's a market that's caught in this range, it seems, reacting to macro still. You don't think inflation is easing enough for us to count on more than one cut?
Yeah, we're
this
just waiting on
year?
CrowdStrike
Is that
earnings.
dangerous for
Be out here
these
in a minute.
markets with the consumer perhaps slowing?
Well, we have the call that we expect one rate cut this year. The market's pricing in almost.
Thank you guys for being here. If you could, do us a big one. Hit the like button. Subscribe if you haven't already subscribed. We're doing a giveaway at 1,000 subscribers. I almost told you what the prize was or whatever giveaway was. Yeah, we're gonna hold this level. It looks like maybe we. Safe. I think we have some upside. I'm not scared to go long. I am not scared to go long. What would be really cool is if CrowdStrike pulls back a little bit, and we get like the dip buy again tomorrow at like this area down here, 453. That was a huge long. I can't stress to y'all that low 20 to 24 cent, depending on what broker you have, to 75 cents, man. It's a nice trade. I got 100%, just under 100%, just on that move, just on that candle right there.
Equity markets rallying at this level.
Nicole, though, economic conditions are only ever mixed at the macro level. For individuals, for any individual family,
That's not gonna
it
help.
seems like they're pretty defined. And it seems like for the majority of families, if you're facing inflation that's not coming down as quickly as one would hope, but
Sorry, Hewlett-Packard's out. Come on, bro. Yeah, that's not going to help.
43 to 48 cents.
What's this doing to Best Buy? Watch Best Buy.
SFIX.
It's been going up.
First, the CrowdStrike reporting 93 cents.
Crowd's out.
The estimate was 90 cents. That is a beat. Revenue 3.98.
Revenue 3.98 billion. It's a beat.
Revenue of 921 million.
I got a 3-cent limit order on Qs.
So that is a beat.
I didn't think CrowdStrike would be enough to get the Qs down, but I do have a limit order. Maybe I'll take it to 2.
SFIX, Stitch Fix, reporting a loss of 18 cents. The estimate on Stitch Fix was a loss of 23 cents. So it's less than expected. Revenue.
No, that I'm going down with the sword.
For Sandy Foxtrot India X-ray.
I'm leaving it.
SPW.
Because I don't need to sell it. I had a nice green day today.
Companies actually seeing
Nice green day
to
today.
gain
Beautiful
share
day
in those
today.
markets. So these are kind of the pockets of the consumer you want to be positioned in on the equity side.
Okay, let's get to some earnings. Steve Kovac has Hewlett-Packard Enterprise. Steve?
And shares are up here after beats on top and bottom lines. Let me go over the results here. EPS was a beat, 42 cents adjusted. Street was looking for 39 cents. Revenues also a beat, $7.2 billion versus the 6.82 expected. They're also raising their full year and EPS and revenue guidance. And also Q3 guidance is pretty much in line with estimates as well. And then on the AI front, they're saying cumulative sales since back in Q1 2023 for AI has reached $4.6 billion. I also caught up with CEO Antonio Neri on these results, and he told me that profitability on AI revenue is solid. I kind of pressed him on that a little bit.
Just letting him
Sounds kind
talk
of the
real quick.
opposite of what we heard from Dell last week rather. But he told me he wouldn't expand on what the margins actually are there for artificial intelligence. We see shares up about 10% now, John.
Yeah, it's a nice move. Also, it looks like CrowdStrike results have crossed. We'll get you those as soon as we're ready with the details. Adam Crisafulli,
I guess an acquisition
HPE, not necessarily.
I guess an acquisition for Intel.
But there's been concern about enterprise demand. We're going to talk to SAP's CEO about that in just a little bit. How important is enterprise software for this market, particularly the larger companies, given that the smaller ones have been struggling?
I'm not sure if you guys were listening to that or not. So CrowdStrike's down. They did have a beat. Q1 adjusted earnings beat 89-cent estimate. Sales adjusted 93-cent beat 93-cent versus an 89-cent estimate. So and then 921 versus an estimate of 904. Very good earnings. So you have to see why is it down. You know, I don't know. Maybe they lowered guidance. We'll find out. We'll listen to the. Here we go. We got a lot more here. 98596 fiscal year 25. CrowdStrike sees Q2 EPS 98 to 99 cents versus 91 estimate. Revenue 958.3 to 961 versus 95. So 95.4. So their rate. I don't understand. Revenue Q2 revenue of 958 million to 961 versus 954 estimate. So they've raised the estimate. Fiscal year 2025 EPS. Here we go. This might be it. $3.93 to $4 versus $3.91 estimate. So they raised there 3.97 versus 3.97 to $4 billion versus 3.97. I don't know why Crowd is down, guys. They're
some significant.
I don't know. I don't know why CrowdStrike would be down. I'll have to CrowdStrike press release. Because their estimates and EPS, like guidance, was actually raised. And maybe that's why you're getting your pop now. They weren't raised a lot, but they were raised a little bit. So I don't know. I'm sure there might be data things that you can go over and see. It's not giving it to me right here. That's a 63% increase year over year. So, yeah, I'm gonna have to read this. See, this isn't giving me any of the cloud data storage stuff, like, you know. So I'll have to go over this later on. But now it's back above where you open. So there you go. You've got a nice reversal there on CrowdStrike. The overall markets are still holding, and we're climbing higher very slowly, guys. It's just, it is what it is. We're holding the levels. You know, I brought up a point here earlier this morning. If you were to take a look, you know, at the S&Ps and just pull up a 15-minute chart, and you'll notice that it's just a longer break and retest, but it doesn't mean that, like, if we get up to highs or try to make new highs, that sellers don't step back in. You can see these pullbacks, right? Really nice levels, and then look at that pullback from yesterday, right? This is just a break, retest, and we're putting in higher lows. And what is that? That is buyers stepping up, guys. So now it's on. All right, now it's on. And it looks like we finally held this level there. So the minute we start closing, you make a lower low through here. You put in another low through that level. I'm telling you right now, that's going to be your first sign. Or if you keep going up, we'll look for that area. I do think you see 530 tomorrow on the S&Ps if we don't just gap up to it. I think we got to watch out for 530, and you start making 530 support, then you're looking for 532 area. Now it's just blue skies ahead, you know, and just pay attention to the volume, you know, because I think you'll have people just taking profits each bounce, right? And kind of just, we might have a little bit more room than people think. I'm going to be honest with you. On a long-term trend, we have some room to go. Short-term, I think we could use a pullback. Like, I'm talking within the next, like, day or two. But the next, like, 4 to 5 days, we could easily be up here to 435. You know, we'll definitely be up, you know, testing and trying to make new highs. Kinda. Maybe. Let's see. Yeah. Like, look at the daily chart. Like, if I show you the daily chart, like, look at this. If we could put in a lower high here, like, put in a new high and maybe a lower high on the RSI and stuff, you still have room. You still have room. But guess what? We have data, so the data could just fool with everything. We'll see what happens. I expect us to get up towards the highs and maybe just, you know, as we make new highs, you see just random, out of nowhere, just selling for no reason. And then they try to come up with every excuse in the book on why they sold. Oh, it's because of this. It's because of that. No, it's just because they're taking profits at highs. They're buying low and selling high, right? Pay attention, though, where that money goes. That's the important part, though. Don't just say, oh, all right, they're taking profits up here. Like, find out where it goes. Sniff out the divergence. All right, you had some divergence today, early in the morning, then it shifted back into tech. And you may not even have known it. But the Dow was really strong this morning for a little while. Like, you could have traded names like Goldman Sachs, gave you a really nice move. And I showed you guys this. Like, look at Goldman Sachs. Look at this move this morning off the bell. Look at that. That's a 449 to damn near 460. That's a $12 move on Goldman Sachs. That's a nice move. So you had healthcare, nice day in healthcare. Look at healthcare. How many people you know, how many out there knew that? So you did get some early divergence for about an hour or two, and then it shifted right back into tech. Really nice pullback. That was a sick trade on JP Morgan. You had news come out on JP Morgan that one of the people that worked there, somebody in the higher ups, is leaving. So we had the trade here from 2 to 202. It's been an easy trade. We gave out 202 to 200 yesterday. We gave this trade out yesterday, and we just said play the range. And we said it, and I said it again pre-market. I said, guys, 200, go long. 202, put your put your stop loss, watch it, how it reacts there, and just put your stop loss, you know, down by that 20-day moving average or whatever, you know, or wait for the 202 test up there and get short up at 201.75 to 202. Have your pick. Like, there's so much opportunity in this market. I love it. This is what quantitative tightening brings. It really does. Because there's not liquidity being pushed in the system so that every move, there's just always a buyer. So when you have quantitative tightening, there's not always a buyer or a seller. And that's why we get these big up and down moves in like every stock you can think of. Coinbase, we went long Mara today. Coinbase, we said 30, this dotted line, that was our entry point. I took Mara on this extension to $21. I still think we got some more room left here. Keep an eye on Bitcoin. This put in a really nice pattern today, early in the morning. It's actually pretty lucky we saw it because we just touched on it and, yo, come on, man. Look at this. Like, look at that. Look at this. I will take this all day long. It's a nice breakout. So now, and it was backed up with volume. So we had confidence there. Now we'll see what happens from here. Is it able to hold or does it fail? We'll find out. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Maybe I'll see you guys tonight. I don't know. I'm not sure what I'm going to do. I'll probably will go over some charts. I'll probably clean some of these levels up because there's a lot going on my charts. And maybe put out another little watch list. I'm still watching ARM. All right, that's a nice short up there at 427, 428. Pullbacks into 420 or 122. 124. So far you're holding up here at this wedge. This is a nice break and retest. You're consolidating. Do we get the breakout tomorrow? Can this market start to break out? It's either going to be, we could have another slow day tomorrow. Even on a slow day, there's opportunity. But is it going to be Thursday and Friday? Or could we get a little move tomorrow? You know, keep Mara on watch because if Mara holds up pretty well, you could look for a nice move from 21, right? Which you would probably want to be a buyer here at 2050. And see if you can't take this thing back to 22, 2250. If you look at the daily chart here, this thing is nice. This is a nice setup, right? You broke above the 100-day. You look for that pullback into it, which you just did on that tail. We closed at it. That's what that is on intraday. You had to break above the 100-day. That tail, that wick, that's a pullback and hold of the 100-day. So now we need to see if we can hold 21 and look for that move to $23, that previous high there. So there's a ton of opportunity out there. Just have to know where to look, or just have to look, like physically look around. This is a, look at this too. Look at this. And I'm looking at the bottom right. Look at that support level, which lines up. I'm going to make this a lot bigger. That's what she said. I'm going to make this bigger. That's what she said. And then look at this. Look at that. That's exactly where we were today, that we just were trying to get off of that level. If we do get off of it, we get some real, look at the increase in volume today on that. So Mara could be setting up for a nice move, a really nice move. So, and it's still early, Nice increase in volume. All your indicators are really like kind of down low, so it's got some meat left on the bone for the upside. You just have to get your entry. That's it. That's all it comes down to, is understanding, hey, oh, you might get a little pullback tomorrow. Oh, I don't like that. I still think you have some, oh, shit. Yeah, it's over with. Let me just say it right now. I'm going to take that all back. I'm going to take it back. Not really. I'm just playing. That hourly chart is a little weird, though. That hourly chart is looking rough. The thing is, though, about bull markets is that indicators can remain oversold. So you can see on this MACD here, you'll probably get this to pull back, and they match each other, and you get this lower high put in, which should extend up here, right? And then see if that'll put you up there at 2250 or so. You also have some nice volume there. Look at your RSI to pull back as well. As the MACD pulls back, RSI will be pulled back, and that right there will signal a buy trigger. All right. But anyway, we'll see what happens. I'm not going to play any guessing games with it. I'm just going to read and react. And if you'd like to read and react with us and make some money, because we had a hell of a watch list today. We had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. How did McDonald's do? We had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'll give you guys 11 trade ideas this morning. 11 of them. And they pretty much all worked out. McDonald's long. You broke above 259, right? You put your stop loss where it needs to be, which, you know, which is that whatever you want to use, a 15-minute chart, half hour, whatever. But we said long McDonald's. This one worked out. And we there's a reason why we got here too. We still have room. This is the target, 265. So winner, winner, chicken dinner. It's been a really nice day here, man. Every single trade idea worked out. Right? Moderna, $10 move to the downside, but you had to take that off of the bell. We said 150 down to 142. So, well, 140 is what we said, but it didn't quite get there. Anyway, that's all I got, guys. I'll be back on tomorrow morning at about 7:15, 7:30 in the morning. We'll redo it. If you guys want, we could do a watch list later on tonight if you guys want to. If you guys want to go over charts, you guys just let me know in the comment section or in the chat if you guys would like to do that. If it's your first time here, welcome. Appreciate you guys stopping by. If you want to, hit the like button, subscribe. You can donate to the stream if you want to give back to the stream. It goes to the stream. It doesn't go to me, and you know, so it's greatly appreciated if you do. The only thing I can say is my word to y'all is that it goes to the stream, because there are some things that I would like to do. We'll see if we can get there with it. But you know, there's no need to. All right, there's no need to. But if you would like to, it's there. It does help for copyright. It does help for copyright reasons. That would allow us to be able to, or allow me to be able to do some things that I would like to do that I'd have to pay for, some copyright usage stuff, just to make things fun and interesting and kind of, you know, spice things up a bit. But you know, that's the goal here, right? You know, it's not a one-way street. You know, I give you guys my ideas if you guys want to throw them in chat, or if you have questions and want help from other traders like me or anybody else in chat, say, hey, what do you guys think about this? Or I see this right now. It's got double, triple the volume. It's heading to the upside. Candles are closing at highs. We have $2, $3, $4, or $5 left to the upside. Resistance. There might be some meat on the bone for this. Hey, I take it. I'm giving, you know, I'm feeding you, right? You feed me, I feed you. I feed you, you feed me. That's just, I think, how this world should work. So other than that, you know, that's why I started this channel, is to be able to, one, help people that need it, have a place to go. All right, have a place to go and get some help. You know, just have a community, because there's not really, from what I see, a daily community on YouTube. There is, you know, there's Trader TV and stuff like that, but they just zoom in and out so fast and just go about it. It's not really, you know, so. But other than that, it's been a good day. 2 green trades, 1 loser, 1 scalp to the downside at the end of the day on the Qs, just to see if we could have got like a quick pullback, which would have actually given me some insight for tomorrow. Which this upside here with us holding this level kind of gives me, you know, it's giving me my idea for tomorrow, right? Which is giving me conviction, I should say. Not, you know, my ideas, but it's giving me conviction for tomorrow. You guys have a good night. I'll see y'all tomorrow. If I put out a video, I put out a video. I can't, you guys know what I'm doing, right? You guys know what I'm watching. We're watching crypto, banks. You have CrowdStrike earnings. Watch semiconductors. NVIDIA is making a new high. So if there's any news or anything happens, I'll hop back on. Maybe I'll make a short video. Unless I see something. But if I don't see anything that I think's worth putting out, I'll see y'all tomorrow. Have a great night, guys.